We are live at CollectCo for Tuesday, February 17th. Live Facebook sale, YouTube, Twitch, MySpace, wherever you may be watching from. Welcome. And I hope I put up Chat Launcher. I didn't put up Chat Launcher because Roxy has commented. And Roxy, you can't see your comment because I don't have up Chat Launcher. Sorry for the delay. Normal Chad stuff. Slept for 5 hours and had to eat, and I'm still having to price vinyl, and we got about a full night. I just got off a phone call not too long ago, and I was like, I'm about to go sell records for 8 hours live for the world to see. I'm about to price some stuff. I think I can knock it out. If not, I might summon Laura. We got, she's probably got plenty of stuff to do, though. We got 2929. We got George Michael. We got Def Leppard. We got Guns N' Roses. We got Jeff Beck. We got Freddie Mercury. We got Bon. Lots of rock and roots came in today. Monk, Disclosure, Little Walter, Sonny Boy Williamson, the Mumford & Sons. This Fish, let me knock out the price on that right quick. But thanks everybody for getting on early. Be sure you're sharing and doing all that good stuff. I think we'll do Fish at 179. And then Peaches, Ace of Base. Let me price some stuff right quick. We'll do Ace of Base for 56. Cream, unfortunately, is kind of pricey. I think Tim Holloway wanted one of those. I need to double check before I sell out. Dylan, some cool stuff tonight. There's some new release. I mean, we are loaded. If all this is behind me, I'm filling out price sheets right now. The thing is, if it's behind me, then we're going to have a huge night tonight. So I better get right into it. First thing I'm doing, though, is I'm knocking out these prices so I can find them a lot faster. There's that Pussifer again. I know who that is. Or I know how much it is, I should say. And then here's some more Megadeths that showed up. More Stings. Okay. Sean Miller says his wallet's on. Uh-oh. I like the sound of that. You know, Ace of Base, oh brother. That should be pre-order. That should be pre-ordered. And that should be pre-ordered. I think Ed's already marked all those. Okay, hopefully I don't have... I filled out a price sheet. Hopefully I don't have too much more, but... It says this crate missing prices, this crate missing prices, this crate missing prices, this crate missing prices. The good thing is, though, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 crates that looks like already have prices. So, big night ahead. Looks like we got John that's marked 3 crates. Laura's here. And we have another new guy. We like having new people here. Patrick. Patrick's here behind me pricing records, too. So, we got Patrick. We got Laura. We got all kinds of people. You heading out, Patrick? Yeah. All right, thank you. Have a good one. Yeah. So Patrick's leaving. And thanks, everybody, as always. Fun night last night. We got into CDs late and was doing some big bundles. And we are rolling. The show is on the road. So... let me go get my phone. I don't even have my comment phone turned on. Yeah, Patrick. Looks like he's going to be A+ on this vintage stuff over here. I don't know if he's... I'll wait and see what he's marked. Let him get it all together first. And cool. Clean. Looks like he's been cleaning and sorting. I like it. I mean, we was just talking earlier about our inventory. We got a lot of stuff here. I don't know how. And it's like we need to buy more. We definitely need to buy more right now. It's like but at the same time, we have so much. Does that make sense? I don't know. It's like we always got to be buying, but it's like we have so much right now, I don't even know what to do with it. So, oh boy, here we go. Full night ahead, folks. I mean, we got a lot to show. Let me count all these crates of new vinyl. Let me get my comments. So I don't even have my comments turned on where I can see them. I mean, I can see what's on the screen at this very moment, but I am just now turning on my comments right now. And so I can see the first comment right now. Okay. So if you got something you want to get off your chest, I can see it. You can talk to me right now. All right. What is this thing here? Jeff Buckley. Okay. Golly, a lot of big pre-orders in. All right, let's get started. I'm excited. Hope you're all ready. Huge night ahead for new vinyl, vintage stuff. So here we go. This was a leftover half-off crate. I have 2 leftover half-off crates that didn't fail to meet the bundle requirement, meaning I got, well, we'll show them again. I got to wait for John Barry to be on. I don't know if he's bundled out. Hopefully not. And here we go. Rush, those are going to be put up for auction. Those are going to be put up for auction in just a second. I changed my mailing address. Yeah, when you fill out your invoice, you know, we ask for your email, but the most important one is whenever you pay your invoice. Whenever you pay your invoice, that's the address we ship to. Always remember that. I mean, you can always make sure Ed or the shipping department's double checking it, because some people don't do that, and it might be an old address that autofills. And if an old address autofills, then we'll ship it to that address. So make sure you've always put in on payment delivery that one. All right, let me go share this over in the group. I think Jeremiah posted some more pre-orders today, and I'm going to need my laptop. I also dang, that was a cool pen. I got to get off my phone. I hadn't been on my phone, of course, since probably 1 p.m. when I went to sleep. And then I'll get on here, and there's just all kinds of stuff going on, and all the groups I'm in and stuff happening. I'm like, oh, gosh. But I can't look at that right now. I'll look at it in about 4 a.m. tonight. Let me go ahead and get this shared in the group over here, and then over here in this other group. And there's a local, like, Nashville group that I share the feed in. It's Nashville Vinyl Collectors. And then I think a few people have found us because of that over the years, so I always share it over there. And anybody's welcome to buy, anybody's welcome to sell. So always keep that in mind. Let me move some more stuff around over here. Got a bonus crate from Seth. He came in this morning. I said, listen, Seth, here's one thing I want, buddy. I want bonus auctions, okay? The people want bonus auctions. And if you can't give them to us, then there's the door. And so I think he actually got us some bonus auctions, okay? Aerosmith lights are in. I mean, I'm telling you, this is a full night tonight. This is a full night tonight. This is Aerosmith lights are in, Metallica Funkos, more of them. I mean, golly, there's a lot to do. I'm already out of breath. Amenity says, hurry up. It's already 9 p.m. over in Costa Rica or wherever he's watching from, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. Where are you watching from? He's like, let's go get this show on the road, my friend. I don't got all night. People got to sleep. We're here to buy records. Do you want to sell us stuff, or you just want to twiddle your thumbs, Chad? Okay. Here we go. All right. Yeah, I saw Jesse Jackson passed away. And then that was bizarre because I just put one of his records in the discount crate. If y'all seen that this morning. So pretty crazy. All right, here we go. So let's get auctions, and we're going to start with this stuff back here. Whoops. We're going to completely rebuild the wall tonight. Okay. I have a blank invoice. Let's change that, okay? First is Rush. This is one of those bootleg sets that are, y'all know, would be normally sold as a pair. Volume 1 and Volume 2. Rush, an evening with 1997. An evening with Rush, 1997, sorry. A tribute to Neil Peart. And that's a Volume 1 and Volume 2. That's 4 LPs total, and Rush is a $35 start. $35 start on Rush. That's now up for bid. $35 start on Rush. $35 start on that. Okay, and then we already have a bid for $45. And then here is Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication. And Californication is a 20th anniversary limited edition picture disc that is sealed. It's unopened. A $25 start on that. $25 start on Californications. Okay, Californication. There we have it. All right, let's go ahead and get started. And the first thing I'm going to do is pull up this morning's video from Whole Lotta Records. And let's go do that. Let's click on this. Let's click on that. And over here, it's pronounced Neil Peart. Hopefully, that's what I said. And then over here, I learned quickly it's not Neil Peart. It's not Neil Peart. It's not Neil Peart. It's Neil Peart. You kind of put that EA sound in there. You got to get that EA sound in there. It's Neil Peart. Ladies and gentlemen, Neil Peart. I heard David Letterman say it one night, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. What? Okay, and what am I looking for? There it is. Tuesday morning flip video. Wow, 20 comments. Holy moly. All right, so what do we have over here? We have All Them Witches. How Much Is Linda? Phil Collins, Girl Group, Soundgarden, Freddie King, Led Zeppelin, Michael Jackson, John Prine, Freddie King, Michael Jackson, Toby Keith, Honk, Nirvana, T-Rex, The Band, Beggar's Banquet, Wayne Cantor's Operation Ivy, Three Doors Down. Alrighty, this is not the right crate, is it? Yes, it is. John Hughes, Life Moves Pretty Fast. This is the John Hughes mixtapes, a 6 LP red vinyl, $139.99. That's the John Hughes, Life Moves Pretty Fast, 6 LP, 73 something tracks, $139.99. And then we have Nirvana, Incesticide. Nirvana, Incesticide, that's a 2 LP, and that is sold to Robert Barnett. Thank you, Robert Barnett. That's sold to you for $39.99. Great price on that one. If anybody wants on the waiting list, let me know. We have Soundgarden Down on the Upside. That's sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford. That's sold to you for $44.99. And then Jimmy Buffett, that's his greatest hit, Songs You Know by Heart. That's $29.99. Also, Shania Twain, Come On Over. Man, I Feel Like a Woman. You Don't Impress Me Much. This is a 2 LP, $34.99 for Shania. The high bid on the 2 Rush bootlegs right now is Brad Waits at $70. Going once, going twice. $70 going once, going twice. I think Dennis Daly, it's just up to you on that. The Red Hot Chili Peppers Californication double picture disc. Double picture disc, no bid yet, looking for a $25 start. Nick Bargeron said give him a Jimmy Buffett. Jimmy Buffett sold to Nick Bargeron. Toby Keith, I should have been a cowboy. This is sold to Vince Lano, $29.99. I wish I was a cowboy. We have Radiohead OK Computer. Radiohead is a 2 LP. That is $44.99. OK Computer. Red Hot Chili Peppers is at $25. And Alan Vega is $24.99. Alan Vega, that's a self-titled album. Red Hot Chili Peppers $25, Red Hot Chili Peppers $26. Our first auction out of the advertised stuff tonight is Ziggy Played Guitar. Driving home. This is a 1980. This is David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust. A 1980 reissue, VG Plus condition. A $20 start on that one. We have another Alan Vega at $24.99. Michael Jackson's #1 hits. That's a double LP. And MJ is sold to David Howard. Thank you, David Howard. That's sold to you. And we have another one sold to Carla Brecky. Thank you, Carla Brecky. If anybody else wants one, it will be officially a waiting list, but we'll take care of you on that. Death Angel Act 3. Death Angel is $38.99. That is a music on vinyl press. $38.99 for Death Angel. And then Atomic Bomb. Still got both of those. $33.99. There's one. There's two. Also, John Prine, Sweet Revenge. All analog. Rhino Reserve. That's new. Comes out this Friday. One sold to Blaine Zapnick. If anybody else wants a John Prine, I will gladly put you on a waiting list. We got the Phil Collins Singles Collection. Phil Collins Single Collection is sold to Daryl Johnson. Thank you on that. That is $39.99. And that is that newest compilation that is on colored vinyl. $39.99 on the Phil Collins collection there, okay? Over here, first thing I have is this. We have Rush. And the last bid on that came in, we're done, and Rush is officially sold. And Rush is officially sold to Brad Waits. Both of those sold together for $70. Thank you, Brad. And then Red Hot Chili Peppers is new and sealed. Yes, it still has this little piece of plastic right here. It is new and sealed, and it's never been opened. It's at $31 with dust gray. The David Bowie doesn't have a bid yet. 1980 VG Plus, conservatively graded, of course. That's a $20 start. And then we still have these Three Doors Down, The Better Life. Three Doors Down, this is a 2 LP, $34.99 for Three Doors Down. And these are sold to the following. The first person who got one is Todd Kilgore. Thank you, Todd Kilgore. And we have the John Hughes box sold to Adam Baumham. Great decision there. Live moves pretty fast. If anybody else wants one, let me know. 6LP red vinyl, $139.99 on that one. And then we got 3 doors down, the Better Life. That's $34.99. And let's start from the back, actually. And Jason Forterat said he is at 35 on Red Hot Chili Peppers. He said he's bid that twice, and everybody's going less. He did. He's bid at 35 and 35, and every time he's bid 35, people still go less. We don't want you going less. We want you going more than 35. So Jason Forterat has it for $35. That's going once, going twice. And over here, we have Roxy is dying to know if this Van Halen is a real pressing. I guarantee that it's probably not. We'll go look at it, but you're talking about the best of Van Halen. Let me try to find it. There's so much stuff packed into this crate. I don't think it is, but I tell you what, we will find it, and we'll see if the best of Van Halen. I think almost everything in that video were unofficials or bootlegs. I don't think this has ever been released on vinyl, has it? I don't think it has. It's a 2024 limited edition unofficial 3LP. It's an unofficial 3LP sealed, $125 start. An unofficial 3LP sealed, $125 start. It's on clear smoke vinyl, $125. Red Hot Chili Peppers has a new bid for $36. We got Shania Twain come on over, $34.99. Hey, Seth, you don't impress me much. There's one left, and also over here, John Hughes, Danae De La O on the wait list. Thank you, Danae De La O. Let's put her on the wait list for the John Hughes box set. And then we have OK Computer Radiohead. That's a double LP, $44.99. So Jason Forterat, you have been outbid on Red Hot Chili Peppers. The new high bid's $36. David Bowie's at $20. He's right back in at $40 on that one. Radiohead is $44.99. Alan Vega's $24. We got Death Angel for $38. Also, we have Atomic Bomb for $33. We have Phil Collins, The Singles, $39. 3 doors down is $34. 3 doors down is $34.99. And let me see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And everything from this crate has been claimed. All right, over there, how good are unofficials? I have not got to listen to this ever before. David Bowie is sold for $20, and that is sold to Michael Thrower for $20, and Red Hot Chili Peppers. I don't know the status of official or unofficial, anything from the flip crate until we put it up, because I really haven't got a chance to look at them. But I am going to go ahead and put this up for bid right now, and this is going to be Pearl Jam Live on Air 2000. Pearl Jam is a 2024 unofficial white vinyl limited edition. Pearl Jam is a $45 start, and that is sealed. Van Halen's at $128. I can't vouch for sound quality. I have a feeling they're probably perfectly okay because they probably use CD mastering or something like that. Probably some kind of digital mastering, which is not what we want to hear in the vinyl analog world. But a lot of these unofficials of studio albums are usually cut from FLAC files. I've heard a lot of them, the Tool bootlegs like 10,000 Days and Anima. Those tool bootlegs they make overseas, they're cut from FLAC files, which are high quality or larger storage media files for digital formatting, from what I understand. And that's what they use. They use FLAC files when they cut a lot of this digital stuff, because obviously they're not getting the original tapes because it's a bootleg. So they're probably using an MP3 or a FLAC file sometimes on these digital recordings. All right, Pearl Jam's at 50. And then Jason Forterat says, give me OK Comp, and let me figure out what's going on there. Red Hot Chili Peppers 41. Tried to get the first air horn. We didn't get the 500 CDs last night, but we will. We owe Solarplex an air horn. We'll go ahead and give it to you now here in just a second, because it is, he did buy $1,000 worth of CDs last night. Okay, and then do we get lower crates today? We should have 2. Yeah, we had 3 yesterday, right? We had 3 yesterday, 2 tonight, and or however many. And then Red Hot Chili Peppers over here is at 44. Jason, what was the OK Comp? He said, give me OK Comp. Oh, OK Computer. I think he's talking about Radiohead OK Computer. OK Comp, OK Computer. I know what you're talking about now. This is sold over here to Jason Forterat. Thank you on that. Pearl Jam has a new bid for $60. We're about to sell Van Halen. Final call on Van Halen for $128 to Amenities. I have Paul Weller, limited edition. This is remixes. Indie Pop Psych, Paul Weller's $9.99. And then King Tuff. King Tuff is $29.99, kind of smoke-colored vinyl. Also, we have Led Zeppelin Presence. This did sell. This is sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you. That was sold to Clifford for $64.99. Only copy on that unless somebody wants me to order him another one. T-Rex here, and T-Rex Tanks is sold to David Dole. Thank you on that. And then over here, We have Rolling Stones Honk, and Rolling Stones Honk was also sold. These first few here are all ones of ones, meaning these are pre-owned, but I possibly could get a new copy if you want me to check. Honk is sold to Vince Lano for $22.99. I still got Flying Lotus Until the Quiet Comes. Flying Lotus is $34.99. All Them Witches is sold to James Rayner. Thank you, James Rayner. That is sold to you. And then Small Faces is $17.99. Also, the Rolling Stones, this was the Beggar's Banquet. Does have the split spine and everything, but that was okay. Somebody did say they'll take it, and that was Eric Conrad. Thank you, Eric Conrad on Stone's Beggar's Banquet. Here's another T-Rex. David Dole, are you watching? There was 2 T-Rex albums. There was 2 T-Rex albums, David Dole. Hopefully he's on. Let me go ahead and tag him for both. That's the best thing to do in this situation. Maybe David's on the chat right now. David, there was T-Rex Tanks and T-Rex Electric Warrior. I'm going to go ahead and tag him for both. Always make sure in the videos you be as specific as possible. You might end up on more on your invoice that you than you bargained for. Eric Conrad got the band. That's sold to Eric Conrad. Parker Millsap, Other Arrangements, that was sealed for $19.99. Another King Tuff album, that's $29.99. And we have the Rancantors, Help a Stranger. And the Rancantors is sold to Sherry Darnell. David Dole wants the first one. So you wanted, here, let me get a specific Electric Warrior or Tanks. Electric Warrior or Tanks. That way I know specifically which one there. Thank you. I'm glad you're watching. You might ended up with 2 there. And then Red Hot Chili Peppers is sold to Dust Gray. And that's sold to Dust Gray for $41. And then Pearl Jam is with John LaBeatty at $65. Amenities, you get Van Halen. Sold to Amenities for $128. That's done. Let's go ahead and put up some more stuff. And the next thing I have right over here, let's do back-to-back. Let's do, no, nope, not happening. Let's do Rush. Oh, my goodness. 2112, the Paramount Theater, Seattle, 1976. Oh my. 2 LP blue vinyl, a full show from Rush, 1976 blue vinyl, a $75 star. He did want Tanks, okay? So Electric Warrior is still available. This has got the classic song Bang a Gong, Get It On. It's a 2014 gatefold jacket. I think this was done by Rhino. Really nice copy here. I think that's what that is. $19.99 on T-Rex. And then Freddie King. There was 2 claims. Unfortunately, I only have 1, and this is a pre-owned record, so I can't get any more. And this one was sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you on that one. Pearl Jam's now at $66. John LaBeatty's been outbid. Rush is now up for bid. Oh, my. What if they do in my trash can? Oh, no. I'm going to have to tell them, you can't take my trash can. Me and my mom's got to go shopping. I told my mom, I was like, we got to go to Lowe's. We got to buy trash cans. I got to buy caution tape. We got to buy ladders and bulbs and swifters and dusters. And I have lost my trash can. I'm just going to throw it all on the floor then. Sean Holford on T-Rex. Oh, nope. James Kemp was first. He said, if he doesn't want T-Rex, I'll take it. All right, so this is sold to James Kemp. Sean, you were a close second. Next in here was Alan Vega Collision Drive. Alan Vega was $24.99. And then the Girl Group compilation. The Girl Group compilation was sold to Debbie Blair. Thank you, Debbie Blair, $29.99 on that. And then over here we have Don't Let Him Hurt You, $29.99. That was that other Girl Group compilation, $29.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick, and that next auction is going to be what? That next auction is going to be, huh? And that next auction is going to be, say that again. That next auction is going to be Natural Child. Let's take a look at this. Natural Child is a Southern rock, hard rock band. 2014 USOG limited edition 400 gold and yellow vinyl, $35 start on that. That's now up for bid. And we have Linda Ronstadt, the early years. Debbie Blair said, how much? I must have not set a price in the video. This is $39.99, Debbie Blair. If you're on the chat, it's $39.99. I have 2 available if anybody wants one. That was originally out as a record store day title, which is pricey. 1 Doro left, $29.99 for Doro. And we have the Presidents of the United States of America. That one is $24.99. We have Depeche Mode Violator. Depeche Mode is $29.99. Violator has still got a couple of those. And then over here, we have Beverly Glenn Copeland, Laughter in the Summer. That's $29.99. That's on rose pink colored vinyl. John Frusciante's 34. That one's called Curtains. And Operation Ivy. And I think we did sell one of these. Operation Ivy is sold to Paul Conway, and there's one left. $24.99. James Kip wants the Presidents of the United States. That is sold to James Kemp, right? The presidents of America. And then Pearl Jam, John LeBeatty 70. Mr. Paul Beal, do you want back in? Amenities is the only bidder right now on Rush. One more time, Rush 2112 live in Seattle, 1976 2LP blue vinyl. Final call on that. No Japanese, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 crates of new vinyl. There's Aerosmith lights. There's more CDs to go through. There's 4 crates of vintage, 3 crates of vintage, 5 crates of vintage. There's a lot to go through. Anybody else? Let's go back over here to the video. And I think everybody got everything they wanted except for a couple pre-owned records where there was only one. So everybody got what they wanted except Blaine Zabnick. You were second on Freddie King. And that's it. Everybody else got what they wanted. So here's what's left in here. Operation Ivy's $24.99. Jean Frusciante Curtains is $34. Beverly Glen Copeland Pink Vinyl, that's $29. Also Depeche Mode Violator, $29. Duro is $29. Linda Ronstadt's $39. Don't Let Them Hurt You Girl Group Soundtracks, $29.99. Alan Vega, $24. And then we had the pre-owned stuff. There was only 5 records left from the Laura crates yesterday. Only these 5 records left. King Tuff for $29. Parker Millsap Other Arrangements sealed, $19. Small Faces was $17.99. Flying Lotus was $34.99. King Tuff was $29.99. And Paul Weller was $9.99. That's the only thing left there, okay? Now, first thing is Rush. Sold 1 bid to Amenity, $75. Nobody bid on Natural Child. Natural Child is officially a buy now for $35. Let's put that right over there. $35 on that one. Joseph Alves on the John Frusciante. That is sold to Joseph Alves. And then Jim B offered $30 for Natural Child. Sold to Jim B for $30. I think we've seen a price reduction of that from 95 to 80 to 75 to 60 to 50 and to 35, and now it finally sold for 30. That's what we do. We mark down stuff to finally it sells. Next auction is Santana Abraxas, a 1981 US half-speed master VG condition, a classic album, a $40 start on Santana Abraxas. Now, over here is Pearl Jam. Paul Beal has it for 71, final call, and let's go right into some new stuff. And in case you didn't hear me, that's new stuff. Okay. And let's put these few lower records right over here on top. Try to keep all that together in one big crate. And then Fairlane Dave on SA. And that was, SA for him was for what? Let me know what SA, oh, that's a bid. That's for Santana, $40, okay? That just finished popping up. All right, now I do have a few things I have to mark, which is okay, because I just filled out the prices, and I think hopefully I'm pretty fresh to know what to mark these. And then there's some pre-orders in here too. So as usual, let's go ahead and try to knock out some of these pre-orders. The big night for new releases. A lot of times we get them on Mondays, but I think just because of the holiday, some things were held over just one more day. So that's why we have a lot more tonight than we did last night, including a lot of the new stuff. So I see at least like 5 new big pre-orders in tonight. Should be a big night. Let me decorate the back wall right quick. Plenty of great auctions to sell. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? Has everybody hit the like button anywhere you see a thumbs up? If so, I would greatly, fantastically appreciate it, okay? I mean, big time. I would be like, thank you. All right, let's keep rolling with the Rush. Here's another one. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 1984. Rush is a 2019 unofficial 2LP. It actually plays at a 45 RPM, and that's going to go up for a $45 star. Pearl Jam is at 76, and Santana's at 45. All righty. So, first thing, pretty big pre-order here. And this has been unavailable on vinyl for quite some time. And thank you, Ed, for going ahead and pricing these. And this one right here is, give me one second. It'd be helpful if I spelt this correctly. And this is Unplugged. Okay, so this is the first time this has been reached in quite some time. Bob Dylan Unplugged, the MTV show. Bob Dylan Unplugged. This is a 2LP, $34.99. For those that like Dylan, for those that collect all the Unplugged titles, here's the newest one, Dylan Unplugged. One for Josh Tanner, one for Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Josh Tanner. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. One for Daryl Johnson, one for Jerry Stone. One Daryl Johnson, one Jerry Stone. One Autumn Betts, one David Howard. One Autumn Betts, one David Howard. One Sherry Darnell, one Julianne Roman. Thank you and thank you. One Michelle Clements, one R.J. Myers. Sold and sold. we have Scott Beebe and Brian Call. There's one for Scott Beebe. There's one for Brian Call. Now, if you don't have a Bob Dylan Unplugged, there's 5 extra copies. They're $34.99, 2 LP. What about Pearl Jam? 77 with John LaBeatty. Lord just delivered a crate of new stuff. And then over here, Santana, the last bid that came in on Santana. Let's update all these bids. So Dave Fairlane bid 40 on Santana. Let's take a quick look at that right quick, okay? So right now, we had Santana at $40. That was this one right here. And then Pearl Jam got a bid for 75, and then another bid for 75. Then Santana got a bid for 45. Then Pearl Jam 76. And then Rush got a bid for 45. Then Rush got a bid for 50. Chad, are you able to order new color variants? And you make it. Look, there's 30 variants. We might can get maybe one other, but they're all kind of imports. They're kind of pricey. I only know of 2 I can get right now, black and red organza, but we can look into the other ones. Pearl Jam 77. Rod Bryan wants a Dylan. Rusty Schultz wants a Dylan. Dylan showed to Ron Bryan. Dylan showed to Rusty Schultz. Rush is at 51. Pearl Jam's at 79. Are you going to put up the Van Halen 1992? I will put it up. What is the Pearl Jam? Ryan Eaton says he wants a Dylan. I don't think I read off your name. I didn't. There's one for Ryan Eaton. Dylan is sold. Rush has a new bid for 55. Rush has a bid for 52. And then over here, Michael Butler on Dylan. Now there's one left. And yes, I do need some stuff tagged. There is, let me fill out these other prices. I will let you know. This crate in front of me don't have prices, but let me fill out this right quick. This one, I have filled out the prices already. It's either up front or on Ed's desk. And that's the second time that's happened. Well, I got to stop leaving those up front, or they're not getting into the right hands. Okay, give me 1 second. I will call upon you as soon as I'm ready, okay? Now, we have over here Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam is called Live on Air 2000. The high bid on this right now is John LaBeatty at $80. John LaBeatty has Pearl Jam Live on Air at $80. Next thing was Santana. Santana is a half-speed master, a 1981. Let me change out cameras right quick. Santana is a 1981 US. 1981 US. This is a half-speed master, VG 81. CBS Master Sound half-speed master, VG. And the high bid on Santana is the following. I have Joseph Alves at $45. Rush is a 2 LP sealed, 2019 unofficial, Milwaukee, 1984. And the last bid that came in on Rush was Joseph Alves, also at $55. There's one Bob Dylan Unplugged that remains, just one. Here's Joe Satriani, Not of This Earth. Some of these I'm going to have to mark right quick, but luckily I know the prices very quickly. Joe Satriani is $39.99. This is called Not of This Earth, 40th anniversary, limited edition 1200 on red vinyl. Joe Satriani, $39.99. That's a music on vinyl, limited edition and numbered. The Rockin' Roots of Freddie Mercury. So a lot of these came out this week. And if you want some, we got them. And if you need to go on a waiting list, that's great too. So here's the Rockin' Roots of Freddie Mercury, $29.99. And Jason Fortnrat says he's claimed the Dylan. Michael Butler, and then Jason Fortnrat was next. Sorry, I hadn't even got to that point of the chat yet. So Dylan Unplugged is sold out. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Pearl Jam is at 80. Rush is out. And then Santana has a new bid for 46. And then Mark Morris on Satriani, okay? And then there's the new Rockin' Roots of Freddie Mercury, $29.99. Let me move this over here. That was our first crate of sold stuff. That happened quickly. Happens when we sell almost everything in the 6 a.m. video, and we've already started out with a big pre-order. So there's a Satriani for Mark Morris, thank you. And then we have Freddie Mercury, so to Kelly Vlodarchek. There's one Satch, there's one Freddie Mercury. And this next thing over here, give me 1 second. All right, this next thing over here is the following, and that one is make sure all this is coming from the right place, I hope. Okay, yeah. All right, this is $34.99, and this is Soundgarden Louder Than Love. Soundgarden Louder Than Love is $34.99. Danae gets the other Fleetwood Mac. We're still bidding on Pearl Jam. The last bid on Pearl Jam was $81. Santana, I'm assuming Joseph Alves, you're done. The last bid's at $46. Rush over here. Rush is at 55 with Joseph Alves, and then there was no new other bids, right? Final call is on that one. Put down Travis Woods for a Freddie Mercury Rockin' Roots. Okay, let's put him on a wait list for that. Here's another one. These are also $29. Oh, man, the Rockin' Roots of Def Leppard. $29.99 for the Rockin' Roots of Def Leppard. We have 5 of these. These also come out Friday. Where's all my Def Leppard fanatics? I've got 5 of these. This is the Rockin' Roots of Def Leppard, $29.99. $29.99, the Rockin' Roots of Def Leppard. And then, speaking of Freddie Mercury, this is something I don't get too often. Queen Live Killers, 2 LP. I didn't even know that was available in stock. $59.99. Not Fleetwood. I wanted Freddie Mercury. That's who I tagged you for. I might have said Fleetwood Mac, but you got a Freddie Mercury. Freddie Mercury's were sold to Danae and Kelly, and Travis Woods is first on the waiting list, okay? Now, the first thing we have is what? I have Nick Bargeron said John Prine. Now, Nick, are you asking for a John Prine auction? Are you asking, do I have any John Prine? Or are you asking, who is John Prine? I can answer all 3 questions if you let me know which variant you want. Santana has a new bid for 47. Pearl Jam has a new bid for 82. Rush has a new bid for 56. All 3 auctions are still getting bids. Sean Holford got a Def Leppard. Mike Quadrini got a Def Leppard. Stephen Reeves got a Def Leppard. There is no new Japanese tonight. And then over here we have Queen Live Killers. That's $59.99. And then here's the other one, the Rockin' Roots of Guns N' Roses, $29.99. This is the Rock and Roots of Guns N' Roses. Sometimes these are live. Sometimes they're compilations of like rare tracks. Like the Motorhead one was stuff from like Hawkwind and Lemmy doing duets and all kinds of different stuff. So this is the Rockin' Roots of Guns N' Roses. This is actually live. It don't really say where, but that's definitely live Guns N' Roses. $29.99, okay? Now, the first thing I have is what's on Def Leppard. Any new Japanese? Are those greatest hits? Pearl Jam 83 auction. And then David Dole got the Queen Live Killers. That's so did David Dole. And then how do I not have one yet? And then John LaBeatty on Pearl Jam 95, Sean Holford on Guns N' Roses, and then Joseph Alves on Queen. Let's put Joseph Alves on a Queen Live Killers waiting list. Rick Hall wants a Guns N' Roses, and John LaBeatty gets a Guns N' Roses, and Devious John gets a Guns N' Roses. Now let's update all these auctions again. The last bid on Pearl Jam was Paul Beal at $83. It's a battle between John LaBeatty and Paul Beal. Paul Beal's at $85. John LaBeatty's at $95. Paul Beal's out. The Santana, the last bid that came through on my end was a final call to Blaine Zapnick for $47. Everybody else is out. And Mike Pierce has Rush for $56. Mike Pierce still has Rush for $56. Now Fairlane Dave has Santana at $48. We have Rockin' Roots of Motorhead. Nick Bargeron wants on the wait list. You got it. This is new for this week. Thelonious Monk. Volume 2, Genius of Modern Music. This is new for this Friday. It's a Blue Note Classic Vinyl series. We have 3 of them. They're $33.99. That's Monk, and that's Thelonious Monk. $33.99. I have 3 of those. Also, I have, oh, there's another Queen. Let's give that one $59.99. Let's give that to Joseph Alves, okay? We can go ahead and tag him for that right now. Now, does anybody want on the waiting list? So this one, no waiting list for Joseph. I got one right here. Does anybody else want on a waiting list? He is back in on Rush at $60 too. Monk sold to Alex Miller. Monk sold to Blaine Zapnick. Those are sold and sold. Santana, Blaine Zapnick is out. This is sold to Fairlane Dave for $48. He's out on Pearl Jam. That's sold to John LaBeatty for $95. Jason Fornerat wants the Rockin' Roots of Guns N' Roses. That's sold. Rush is still getting bids. Let's add another new auction. That's Winger. And Winger is a 1988 Canadian OG. The only thing wrong with it is it has a little bit of writing on the label. That's it. The vinyl's very clean. The jacket's nice. And Winger is going to go up for a $30 start. It does have the original inner sleeve. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is Van Halen Live 1992. Van Halen's a 2022 2LP red vinyl unofficial, a $45 start. I'll go over the waiting list in just a second. Okay, next auction, next record. This is another new release. Didn't get a pre-order out in time for this one. And if anybody wants it, let me know. It is known as, drum roll please. 1 second. It should be, there's several Dylans tonight. I want to make sure I got them all. Yeah, this one's only $24. This is a new reissue of Bob Dylan's Oh Mercy. $24.99. Bob Dylan's Oh Mercy. I've only got one of those. That came out, this comes out this Friday at $24. There's another Rockin' Roots of Bon Jovi, $29.99. The Rockin' Roots of Bon Jovi. There's one, there's another, $29.99 on that. And Sting, that's 10 Summoners Sale. If I ever lose my faith with you. $34.99 for Sting. 10 Summoner's Tale, okay? That's $34.99. Let's go back over to the top and see what's going on, okay? First thing was Rush got a new bid for $60, and then Rush got a new bid for $61. Winger got a bid for $30. Rick and Morty auction request, and then Van Halen $45, and then over here Mike Quadrini on Bon Jovi and Jerry Stone on Bob Jovi. No, Mike wants Bon for $29. Jerry Stone gets Bob for $24. Oh, mercy. Okay, thank you on that one. Now, not much left in here. Let me also go over waiting list, okay? This crate is almost completely sold out. Joe Satriani, Not of This Earth. That's a Music on Vinyl, 40th anniversary, red vinyl, $39.99, Joe Satriani. Soundgarden, Louder Than Love. Soundgarden is $34.99. There's one Def Leppard left, The Rock and Roots of Def Leppard, $29.99, live in 1996. Now I can tell you a little bit more about these. Live in 1996, Def Leppard, The Rock and Roots, $29.99. There's one left, and then we'll have to do a waiting list. There's two left. There's two Def Leppards left. There's one Monk left, Thelonious Monk. That is Volume 2, Blue Note 1551. That is $33.99. Sting, 10 Summoner's Tales, $34 for Sting. And The Rock and Roots of Bon Jovi. The Rock and Roots of Bon Jovi is a live, it was originally a live radio transmission. There you have it, $29.99. Mellon and Jennings on Def Leppard, that is sold. And then Lion Stink also on Def Leppard. Now, here's stuff that we actually did sell out of. And we did sell out of The Rock and Roots of Freddie Mercury. If anybody else wants on a wait list, let me know. Freddie Mercury wait list should have these by Friday. $29.99 for Freddie Mercury, The Rock and Roots. Okay, and then we have a wait list going for Queen Live Killers. That is a 2LP, $59.99. That's usually not in print. And then The Rock and Roots of Guns N' Roses, same thing. Live GNR, $29.99 if anybody wants that one. GNR, $29.99. That's a waiting list. And then we have sold our last copy of Def Leppard. So we need to put Alex Miller first on the Def Leppard wait list. Rush is sold to Joseph Alves for $65. Winger, does this have a bid yet? Final chance. Winger has not received a bid yet. A 1988 Canadian OG with the original sleeve. Nice. $30 start on that. And the Van Halen. Man, where's Travis and where's Corey at? Are we really going to let a Van Halen sell one bid for $45 to Steve Garza? Live, 1992, Van Halen, California, one bid, $45 on that one. That's all that's left out of this first crate, and I'm about to decorate the back wall with some of these, okay? So let me decorate the back wall. I was going to do it tonight with the new releases since there is so many. So first, let me go ahead and put Sting back there. 10 Summoner's Tale, there's Sting. And then let's go ahead and put Monk back there. And then let's go ahead and put Soundgarden back there. And then let's go ahead and kick Bon Jovi over here in the corner, okay? So that's all available right now. Those are all available for sale. And then Steve Little says he's at $30 on Winger. Winger does have a bid for $30. Let's go right into another crate. Now, here in a minute, I'm going to have to pause and mark some stuff right quick. Luckily, there's some pre-orders already marked. And Ed was trying to relay a message to me that these hadn't been priced yet. Ed? I have priced them, just the sheet is somewhere not around here. So let me step up front right quick for two reasons. One, for grabbing this Motorhead item that's sold for Jeff Brent RTO. We're going to go ahead and tag that for him. He bought one of the Motorhead statues. And then I'm going to make sure laying around up here isn't one of these other invoicing sheets, which it should be. That way I don't have to fill all this out again. If not, then I'll step back here and we'll find it and we'll do it. Okay, we'll do it live. We'll do it live. Is that? Okay. Man, some great stuff tonight. Awesome auctions too. Chad's already a little parched. My mouth, I'm thirsty. Let's see here. There's 3 doors down. That's the stuff from yesterday. Okay, might just have to fill it out again. That's going to stink. That's going to stink. Is this it? Nope, that's not it. Is this it? Avicii, AC/DC? Nope, that's not it. Looking with the one with the Avicii titles. Dang it. I bet it got mixed in with all some of these other ones. That stinks. That just absolutely stinks. I could have swore I filled those out. Here it is. Yep, they're right here for Jeremiah. I got it. All right, Laura, yeah. Now I've found it, and there's 2 crates. Maybe 3. Maybe 3. But no, definitely, yes, 2 crates whenever you have a chance to mark these, please. Okay, we're good to go. Let's grab the other one. Let's go ahead while we're doing that. I'll go ahead and grab one of these that's a pre-order. New vinyl lower ordered. And then Little Willie John and Little Walters are in. Okay, awesome. All right, so let's do this. All right, here we go. Sorry. And let's get started. Here we go. Man, another big pre-order here. Let's take a drink of Monster right quick. Otis. We can go ahead and put Otis up. Let's get him playing fetch right quick. There's Otis playing some fetch. All right, so let's see what happened since I walked away. Alex Miller went on the Def Leppard, Van Halen 46, Winger 30, Van Halen 45, then 50, then 46, then 47. Lion Stink wants that last Joe Satriani. Thank you, Lion Stink. And then Winger got a new bid for 35, then 40, Van Halen 65. And there's that. Yes, should be those two crates and those prices. Thank you. And then if I don't, let's see. These also go to these, but I might can do those in just a second if I need to, because I have those in my head. And then we have, okay, so the first few are some titles here, lower ordered. Clips, and this is Hell Hath No Fury. Clips is $34.99. The Legendary Sophomore Album, 2 LP Go Vinyl. Clips, $34.99 on Clips. Let's put that right over there for a second. Here's another Clips. I think these have been out of print, and they're reissues that are back available, maybe, or they new releases possibly. They are new reissues. This is Till the Casket Drops. Clips, it's on white vinyl. There's another one for $29.99, and there's a third and final one here, Clips Lord Willin', and that was a 2 LP silver vinyl, $34.99. 3 different Clips there. The Aerosmith lights are in. Yes, we'll tag those in just a second. And then the first thing I have is Wingers at 46 and Steve Little's out. Let's go ahead and sell that to Josh Jones for $46. And then let's go over the Van Halen one more time, so that way we can put up new auctions. Van Halen is a French unofficial from 2022. It is on red vinyl. Yeah, red vinyl, 2 LP. We assume that it's never been opened. It is, if anything, near mint minus. And this is Van Halen, and I'm showing Steve Garza at $65. Yes, red vinyl on the Van Halen, $65 on that. Next, let's go ahead and put up some other auctions. The bin's pretty full over here. I'm trying my best to. How about we try to knock out one of these box sets? Oh, well, here's one. That was a great thing, because one of the box sets, to clear up some space, was a request. The Rick and Morty soundtrack with a deluxe slide-up cover. Wow, this is pretty cool. Now, I've only watched the show a couple times. Tanner used to watch it some, and I'd catch it on his phone, and I'd get to watch it, and I was like, okay. Now, this is something I probably could get addicted to. Rick and Morty is a 2018 USOG Deluxe Edition, a 2 LP on portal-colored vinyl that's green and yellow, 7-inch single on clear vinyl. It also has a poster, sticker, and patch. The light-up cover doesn't light up anymore. Oh, man. Well, if anything gets sealed, though, I guess the batteries are dead. $55 start on Rick and Morty. So the first thing is we sold Satriani, right? And then Master Mob wants the new Monk. Thank you, Master Mob. That's sold to you for $33.99. Van Halen 75, 80, and then that. So there is Van Halen. There's the Rick and Morty box set. And then this is a new pre-order here. And this is Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? I Am a Man of Constant Sorrow. Now, this has been in print since basically I've been selling vinyl, but it's now 25 years old. The movie's now 25 years old, and they've done an anniversary pressing on red vinyl. So this is an anniversary pressing on red vinyl, $44.99. Let's start tagging these. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, let me know. That first one goes to Daryl Johnson. Thank you, Daryl Johnson. That's so to you. And then Brandon Jones, and then Jeremy Todd. Then Brandon Jones, then Jeremy Todd. And then Derek Cesaro, and then Chris Kirkley. Then Derek Cesaro and Chris Kirkley. Autumn Betts and Greg Layton. Autumn Betts and Greg Layton, and then Kelly Vlodarchek and Sherry Darnell, Kelly Vlodarchek and Sherry Darnell, Hannah Reeder and Michelle Clements, Hannah Reeder and Michelle Clements, and then Clifford Umstead and Patrick Boatnight, Clifford Umstead and Patrick Boatnight. Those are sold and sold. Rick Hall and Mike Conway, thank y'all and thank y'all. And then Sarah Morgan, and then our very own G, that's for Gundrent. Thank you. That's on to G, and then Jamie McCord. Thank you, Jamie McCord. And now we have extras. If anybody wants one, They're $44.99. Don't we get like an air horn for killing that crate? There are three records left from the last crate. Sting, Soundgarden, and Bon Jovi. And there might even be a wait list for Sting. I still just hadn't went up front and got my laptop yet. So now, if anybody wants an Oh Brother Warthal 2LP red vinyl, $44.99. Jason Fortnite definitely gets one. And Kelly, I already had you down as a pre-order, okay? I already had you down on a pre-order, so that's it, right? Let's put up another auction. Wow. Van Halen, 115. That's probably what more like I expected. And then Rick and Morty's at 65. Radiohead, let's do it right now. Radiohead, OK Computer, OK Not OK. 1997, 2017. This is a triple LP. It's a 3LP, triple LP sealed, a $45 star. There are 5 Oh Brother Warthals left. And then here's the other pre-order. The Best of Little Walter. Chess, $39.99. And Little Walter here was a pre-order. Now, I knew these were coming in this week, and I went ahead and posted it like, hey, these are coming in this week. You might want to go ahead and get one. Now, we might already have a sticky note somewhere on one. Philip Holt was the first to ask for these, right? Yep, so I need to go ahead and make sure Philip Holt gets one. So he's not on the list here, but one to Philip Holt. So there's Philip Holt, and then Kenny Cates Jr. So one for Philip Holt, and then Kenny Cates Jr., and then the next goes to Danae DeLo, Clifford Umstead, and Scott Beebe. And Michael Butler, you're next. There are more already on the way confirmed. There are more already on the way confirmed. But not now, that has filled up another crate. So that's done. Michael Butler will be next on the list, and there's like 5 or 6 more on the way. So if you're like, well, dang, I would take one, you can go ahead and know for sure you're getting one, okay? So let's go ahead and put that away. Thank you, Philip Holt. And then Michael Butler next on the list. Anybody else want a Little Walter for whenever they come in? Does anybody else want one for whenever they come in? We have Rick and Morty at 66, Rick and Morty 70. Radiohead 45, Rick and Morty 60. Radiohead 45, Rick and Morty 75. Rick and Morty 80. And we have Van Halen. The rest of the Little Walters will probably be here tomorrow. They've already shipped. It's not like I ran out. They're definitely like on the way. So they should be here tomorrow. Okay, now what about Van Halen? Where do we get to? Steve Garza, $120 on Van Halen. Steve Garza, $120 on the Van Halen. And then over here we have Rick and Morty, and we have Radiohead. I'm joking, okay. I've had some people like say, Chad, if they're not in right now, then I don't want it. I'm like, oh gosh. Okay, so we have Rick and Morty at $80, and then Radiohead is at $45, tied with Matthew Hendon. Jason, you're tied. And let me see here, the Terrence Trent Darby. Yeah, I think those are waiting to ship. That's from my audiophile distributor that we only do like 1 shipment a week. So those should be shipping. If not, I'll get an update. We also just ordered a ton of MoFi sleeves from them. So yeah, I need to figure that out. Okay, I'll look into that. The only thing left in here is the Oh Brother Where Art Thou soundtracks. And don't forget about the Clips reissues. I got Clips Lord Willin'. That's on silver vinyl for $34. Clips Till the Casket Drops on white vinyl for $29. And Clips Hell Hath No Fury, $34.99, 2LP gold vinyl. Okay, so there's that. That's all that's left in that one. All right, let's move that right over here. Wow, there's actually some new vinyl left. And let's see what's going on over here. I'm going to step right behind you and grab this George Michael pre-order. Finally, Faith is available. Faith is available, and it's a pre-order, and we should have extras in stock. This has been out of print, as y'all know. I have seen battles for OG George Michael Faiths, the likes of which you would not believe. And now they're in print. They're $29.99. Looks like they've done them in resealable baggies, and they're a half-speed master. Newly mastered and cut at half speed, George Michael Faith. This is going to be a big one. So the first thing I need to do is go ahead and sell the Van Halen. And the Van Halen over here is sold to Steve Garza for $120. The Rick and Morty box set is still getting bids. Let's look at that one more time. Let's prop it up right over here for right now. Rick and Morty is at $85 of Kelly Vladerchik, and Radiohead's at $55. And now let's go ahead and put up another bonus auction. And luckily, Seth came through with bonus auctions. Maybe he is good for something after all. Golly, he walked in this morning. I just got sick to my stomach. We got Rush, Spirit of Radio Live. Rush is a 2024 3LP blue vinyl sealed. This is different shows. This is Missouri 1980, Missouri 1980, and Cleveland, Ohio 1974. A lot of live Rush material there. $75 start. Thank you, Laura. She just marked the rest of the new vinyl, or maybe she's still in progress. Oh, I love how she's put her actual name on her pricing gun now. That's how possessive price guns have gotten around here. Let's go ahead and look up George Michael, and let's see what's going on over here, okay? George Michael, if you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, let me know. We should got a bunch of them, okay? We should have a bunch of them. So let's go down to the very top. It's going to take me just a couple minutes to pull this up, but right now, Rick and Morty and Rush, there we have it. So okay, we got Courtney Duncan and Michael McCullen. Courtney Duncan and Michael McCullen, that's the first two. Don Nicole and Stacy Brown. Don Nicole and Stacy Brown. Jane Fink and John Smetzer. Jane Fink and John Smetzer. Jason Fortnerat and Stephen Reeves. Jason Fortnerat and Stephen Reeves. Amanda Davis and Jeremy Todd. Amanda Davis and Jeremy Todd. Daryl Johnson and Sherry Darnell. Daryl Johnson and Sherry Darnell. Scott Beebe wants two of them. Two for Scott Beebe. Kelly Cook and Ava Ewing. Kelly Cook and Ava Ewing. And then we have Philip Holt and Brian White. Philip Holt and Brian White. Richard Yeager and Fred Cardinal. Richard Yeager and Fred Cardinal. Michelle Clements and Rebecca Barber. Michelle Clements and Rebecca Barber. Christina Curtis and Tracy Poston. Christina Curtis and Tracy Poston. Linda Lamb and Ben Dygert. Linda Lamb and Ben Dygert. And then Jerry Stone and Stephen Parton. Jerry Stone and Stephen Parton. Not done yet. Debbie Blair and Scott Dwallow. Debbie Blair and Scott Dwallow. Autumn Betts and our very own G. G getting another pre-order. Sandy Villa and Robert Johnson. Sandy Villa and Robert Johnson. Shane Lando and Jason Fortnerat. Shane Lando and Jason Fortnerat. Melissa Bailey and Kathy Hodges. Melissa Bailey and Kathy Hodges. And then we have Tim Floyd and Robert Johnson. Tim Floyd and Robert Johnson. Carlene Rollins and Tim Holloway. Carlene Rollins and Tim Holloway. And then Dan Davis. Okay? So that leaves one extra. So I think we'll automatically have a waiting list, but I think I've already ordered more. Okay? So like I knew we got like 47 pre-orders. I didn't realize it got up to 49. A couple of these have been 2 days ago and 4 days ago. And that leaves me with one, and then we'll do a waiting list, okay? The first one goes to Line Stink 101. First on the waiting list is Paul Brothers and then Red Betty. Does anybody else want a waiting list for George Michael? As long as they're still in stock, they will be back in this week. So two people, Red Betty 1967 and Aries EMS. Anybody else on that George Michael waiting list? That was a big one. Now, there's also a 2LP. And there's a 2LP red vinyl. They progressively get more expensive. I went ahead and just did this because I think most people just wanted the album remastered. If anybody else wants a special order for the 2LP or the 2LP red vinyl, let me know. There's a 2LP and then a 2LP red vinyl, and I think they get progressively more expensive. So if you're wanting those, let me know. David Howard also on George Michael, and now the waiting list, or now the auctions. Kelly Vlodarchek has Rick and Morty for $90. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. OK Computer, the last bid on Radiohead OK Computer was Charlie DeFrank at $55. $55. Jason Fortnerat, you're out. And then Rush has not received a bid. Final call, $75. Price on red vinyl. Give me 1 second. I'll log in over here and I can get y'all some prices if anybody wants on a special order for those, okay? So let me get logged in over here and we'll knock that out. I will be able to tell you probably pretty quickly, okay? And that's why when they offer when they offer 2 or 3 of the same thing, I don't typically try to order them. I try to... Why can't I log in over here? Let me close all this out and retry again because I don't want it to get too confusing. It gets confusing for us and it gets confusing for, I usually offer one variant and then we start reordering them from there. Okay, there we go. Let me log in over here and find out. Let's swap out crates. That's a complete, almost a complete another sellout here. Awesome. Let's pull up George Michael and let me see what's in stock. And so we got David Howard also on that list. And yeah, so the 2LP Black vinyl would be $39. The 2LP red vinyl would be, give me 1 second, let me do some division here. Yeah, the 2LP is $10 more. So $29 for black vinyl, $39 for the 2LP black, or $49 for 2LP red. $49.99 for the 2LP red if I can get them. So $29, $39, and $49. I told y'all they got progressively more expensive as you get, I guess, the better packaging. Okay, so Rick and Morty 92, Rush 75, Rick and Morty 95, Rush 75, and then Radiohead 65, Radiohead 65. What is the Bon Jovi? It's a new for this Friday, the Rockin' Roots of Bon Jovi, $29.99. Jason Fortnite wants a red vinyl. Stephen Reeves wants a red vinyl. Let's start get a whisk. If anybody wants 2LP red vinyl, 2LP black vinyl, or 2LP, or just a wait list for the single LP. And we have 3 people on the wait list, or maybe 4 for the single LP. Okay, and that was Paul Brothers, Red Betty, and then David Howard and Joe Delgado. Don't forget about the Joe Dale 03. Okay, so 4 people on the single LP. Glad we got that taken up. That's a big release. And I want to make sure everybody gets the one they want. And we got a wait list going for black vinyl, 2LP red, or 2LP black, whichever on that one. Are you aware that YouTube is down? YouTube is not down to my knowledge. There are people that just commented on YouTube. YouTube is not down. No, maybe not. Maybe for some people, but no. Don Nicole on Bon Jovi. I'm looking at it right now. We are streaming to YouTube. Bon Jovi is sold to Don Nicole. Okay. Now, Rick and Morty sealed. Yes, I think everybody knows what that is. Radiohead is the 2017 3LP sealed. 2017 3LP sealed. We have a 3-way tie at 80. Michael Thrower bid first. Everybody else is out. Okay? That is the Radiohead. And then Rush is all of a sudden getting new bids. And the last bid on Rush over here, the last bid on Rush was Stanley Richmond bid 75 and Michael Thrower bid 75. Michael, is your R for Radiohead or Rush? He might be bidding on Rush. He might be bidding on Rush. I'm not for sure. It's down on TV, but not phone. Okay, make sure you put radio or Rush, because we got 2 R's up right now, okay? We got 2 Rush. All right. It's an outage here. Can't get on. I've never been on Facebook before. Okay, so yeah, the main YouTube has not loaded, only subscription pages. Okay, so evidently, maybe if you can click on our link, maybe we need to go share our link in our story or something. Maybe everybody can go right to our feed. Yes, Rush is sealed. So is Radiohead, and so is Rick and Morty. And I still don't really know who has the high bid on any of these. I'm gonna have to go back and find out. Okay, every time I look up, there's either more bids or possibly a bid's got out of order. All right, and let me step over here and grab this crate right here. Let's grab this one right here. All right, we got another crate of new stuff to go through. Awesome. Let's do that. Thank you, Laura. And we have hot pictures. Yes, yes, and okay. So here's a whole nother crate of new vinyl. I think this has restocks, waiting list, etc., etc., okay? Now, Rick and Morty, every time I look up, more people ask, what is it and who has the high bid? Now, Kelly Vlodarchek has been leading. She's been the high bidder every time. Now, there might be some people bidding, but Kelly Vlodarchek's been the high bidder every time. Rick and Morty is sealed. It's the soundtrack. We got 3 R's. We got Rick and Morty. We got Radiohead, and we got Rush. That's my fault. I tried not to do that. Rick and Morty. Kelly Vlodarchek has had it for 5 minutes for $95. The clock is ticking. She's had it for 5 minutes for $95. It is sealed. It's at $95. It's a final call. If you want to bid, now's the time. Also, Radiohead, OK Computer. Jim B is dying to look at the hop sticker. Here is the hop sticker. Triple LP 180-gram vinyl containing the original album, 3 unreleased tracks, and 8 B-sides. all newly remastered from the original analog tapes, includes a download card. That is a 2017 US reissue, a 3 LP set on 180 gram vinyl sealed. And the last bid on Radiohead that came in, on Radiohead, was Alex Miller at $85. That's going once, going twice. Rick and Morty has a new bid for $99. The only other person that really hadn't set out was Fred Cardell. He bid $99 and Kelly bid $100. Fred, I'm going to give you some advice on Rick and Morty. If you're going to bid on this, you're going to have to bid fast, often, and high to compete with Kelly. So I hope you got your knuckles cracked and you're ready to bid. The last bid that came in on Rush was $80, and that was with Michael Thrower. He has this at $80. Rush is a 2024 unofficial. That's when it was made. The shows, of course, are from 1980, 1974. It's a 3 LP blue vinyl sealed, and Michael Thrower has that for $80. Now, Radiohead's at $90. Rick and Morty's at $100. Here's all newly priced stuff for tonight. Guns N' Roses live in Chile, 1992, 3 LP orange vinyl. Guns N' Roses is $69.99. Rick and Morty has a new bid for $105, now $110. That's a live unofficial Guns N' Roses, $69.99. Cake, Comfort Eagle. Cake has short skirt, long jacket, $29.99. Chad, did the Prince box sets come back in? Let me take a quick peek over here. I honestly, because I have not really priced the vinyl out, don't know what's all come in. I see, what's these here? That's Jeff Buckley, Jeff Buckley, Jeff Buckley, Jeff Buckley. At first glance, I don't see any Prince box sets over here. They should be in. I saw Jeremiah order them. I saw that they were in stock when I was helping them, but I don't see them delivered yet. Okay, Rick and Morty 110, Rush out, Radiohead 96, and David Johnson wants Cake. Guns N' Roses is 69. That's a live unofficial. We have the Cult Love. Now I really need my laptop. This is, I know who it is. It's Matt Nichols, but we got to start scratching all this stuff off. We're making a list. We're checking it twice. And let me go over here and grab my laptop. And I'm probably going to need my charger, unfortunately. That stinks because I'm going to have to deal with cables and cords. And yes, whoever dropped off the Otis plate, David and Melanie Jennings, I think Tanner has received that. He left it up here on the counter for me to look at it. But yes, it has been received. So yes, let me grab that. I'll show it in 1 second if I can get a hold of everything here. Very busy night tonight. Boy, when new vinyl comes in, you better be ready for this, like a lot of crazy activity. On top of that, you got a whole crate of bonus bootlegs and box sets and auctions and vintage stuff and all this new stuff being priced, and everybody's like, Chad, I am about to lose my cool, buddy. You have very limited time to show me this stuff. I want to try to buy it all if I can. I'm going to try my best literally to buy all of this stuff. If there's a way you can get it to me as fast as possible. I mean, listen, money's not an option. I'm here to just buy and buy and buy. And the faster you can get all this stuff to me, the better off we're all going to be. You're going to be better off. I'm going to be better off. Tanner's going to be better off. Laura, everybody's just going to be able to sit back and go like, whew, we did another successful Colecco show. That one was a close one, though. Had a few people about to freak out on me. They're like, listen, Chad, I got to go to bed. I'm here to buy anything with the word Rush on it. You could write Rush on the back of a snail. You could write Rush on the back of a snail, and I would bid on it at this point. I am here for Rush. Rick and Morty's at 120. Fred, I'm telling you, you're in for war, buddy, on Rick and Morty. Kelly right now has it for 120. Let me plug up my laptop. I'm opening the lid. And the love wait list was the following. After all that dead air blah, blah, blah I just did, I am now searching the Cult Love. My laptop is plugged up. I got it over here on a base and the Cult. First person on the wait list for the Cult was Matt Nichols. See? I just got to make sure I scratch them off here. This is so to Matt Nichols. Thank you. $29.99. There's that. Okay? Now, Rick and Morty, Radiohead, Rush is done. So to Michael Thrower for $80. That's sold for $80. Okay? Now, first thing is Rick and Morty. The last bid, Kelly Vlodarchek, once again, 2 minutes. It's up to Fred Cardinale. And then over here, we have the following. We have what is the details on Radiohead. You're not the first person who asked. Radiohead OK Computer, OK Not OK, is a 3 LP seal 2017, and the last bid is Shane over on YouTube at $97. We're waiting for one person. That's Alex Miller if he wants to bid again. Fred, we may lose him. He literally has dial-up. He told me he's still on dial-up connection out there. We're waiting for him to bid again or say out. It's all in his ballpark on that one. Next is U2. This is live at Leeds. U2 is a 2 LP limited edition number to 250, and this is a $75 start, an unofficial limited edition clear vinyl, $75 start on that one. George Delgado says no waiting list on him. No waiting list on him for the single LP. He wants on the red vinyl. He wants on the red vinyl. So the only thing left in here right now is Guns N' Roses, $69.99, live in Chile, and the Cult Love is $29.99. We have a special request for Justin Deckelman, and this is Slavosi, The New Flesh, red vinyl from Nuclear Blast, sold to Justin Deckelman for $33.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Rush, 2112, remastered, and this is $36.99. Rush 2112, 180 gram remastered, $36.99. David wants to know, did you get the cake? You got the cake and the muffins. Yes. I sold you the album by the Muffins too. Iron Maiden, Dance of Death. This was a special request for Tim Rory. Tim Rory, your Iron Maiden, Dance of Death is available. And we have one extra copy, $44.99. Iron Maiden, Dance of Death, $44.99. Fred, I'm sorry, but I got to sell Rick and Morty. This is sold. Fred, I've got to sell this. I lost Fred Cardinale. Kelly Vlodarchek, $120. Fred lost internet. I told him a while back, just go ahead and bid $200, and that might give him a fighting chance, but I lost him. Fred, sorry, that's sold to Kelly. We got to get that off the board. I'm telling you, we got to upgrade that man's internet connection. Collectco stock would increase 200% if we would go ahead and just pay for his internet. I'm telling you, but he just won't let me do it. I've offered to pay for his internet. John LeBeatty on Iron Maiden. Thank you, John LeBeatty. That's sold to you. And then over here, we have Rush, we have The Cult, and we have Guns N' Roses. Now, somebody just made an offer on Guns N' Roses. John LeBeatty, everything in here is sticker price, no more, no less. These are all brand new. We have a wait list for Kings of Leon. This is Come Around Sundown. Kings of Leon, Come Around Sundown, $33.99 for these. Let's go to our new spreadsheet with our new waiting list, and let's Command F this and type in Kings of Leon. And maybe it's on my old one. It could well be. Let's see here. Let's do KOL. KOL? Okay, maybe it's on my old one. Let's see here. Kings of Leon. Yeah, John LeBeatty. John, I got you down for a Kings of Leon, though. You was on a wait list for this, and I got 2 extra copies. Kings of Leon, there's 2 extra copies in here, okay? Now, let's go back up to the top. Radiohead, Guns N' Roses, out. Chad, what is your favorite ice cream? Golly, a lot of questions tonight. U2 is at $75. U2's at $125. David Jennings is out on something. Guns N' Roses, we got an offer. These are sticker price. Radiohead got a bid for $100. We sold Iron Maiden to John LeBeatty. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. And then over here, what is Radiohead at? Radiohead just got a bid for $100. Stephen Douglas wants the Cult Love. That is sold to Stephen Douglas. And then over here, we have what was the Guns. This is Guns N' Roses live in Chile. A 2 LP, a 3 LP, a 4 LP, a 3 LP, a 3 LP. That's what I'm sticking with. A 3 LP orange vinyl, $69.99. Radiohead, $101. And then we have Kings of Leon, $33.99. Back to the turntable wants one. We got one more if Nick Bargeron wants it. Radiohead out, Radiohead bid, Radiohead out, Radiohead bid, Radiohead out, Radiohead bid, Radiohead out. Golly. Folks, let's go dig up some more Radiohead albums in the back. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. This 3 LP might be one of the most desirable Radiohead albums. I'm going to give a staff meeting in the morning. Staff meeting, 9 a.m. I'm going to call everybody into the conference room like Michael Scott and be like, folks, we have one mission today. Get your pickaxes, your miner's lamps. we're going to be digging up some Radiohead OK Computers, okay? We got Nick Bargeron on Kings of Leon. Rusty Shoals, you'll be first on the waiting list. We'll get these reordered and have them in this week, okay? So put down Rusty Shoals first on the waiting list. Let's put up another auction. First, U2 is officially sold for $125. Thank you, Travis Woods. That's sold to you for $125. Awesome. Radiohead's at $110 of Alex Miller. We are officially at war on that. Next thing is going to go up right now. What else do we have back here? Golly, look at some of this stuff. Folks, a Grail. An absolute just stone cold Grail. Neil Young, Mirror Ball with Pearl Jam. An absolute stone cold, highly sought after 1995 US. This isn't a bootleg. This isn't a reissue. This is the real 1995 US specialty OG with the insert, and it happens to be really nice. EX++, near mint minus, Neil Young, Mirror Ball, Pearl Jam, $185 start. Let the bidding begin. Radiohead's at $116. This could get dangerous. The only thing left in here is Rush and Guns N' Roses. Hey, here's another Rush. $36.99. Moving Pictures, $36.99 for Rush Moving Pictures. We have Ozzy, No More Tears. And these are $39.99. I've got one extra. I only got one in stock if anybody wants it. Ozzy, No More Tears. Let me make sure there wasn't a wait list. Neil Young, 185, 190, 200. Radiohead, 116 with Matthew Hendon. Alex Miller on YouTube, you've been outbid. He says he's done. Radiohead. Now, while everybody's thinking about that, right over here behind me, left over tonight, I have one standard 2LP. I mean, this seems like a great marketing opportunity for me to market the single 2LP standard edition of Radiohead. I mean, we've got them just laying over here. I can get them at any time of the day. So if anybody's like, man, what's up with Radiohead? You can buy a new 2LP right now, $44.99. I've got that, and I can get more if we need them. Let's keep going. Ozzy's $39.99. We do have a wait list for AC/DC Rock or Bust, that really cool lenticular cover. AC/DC Rock or Bust. And let's pull this up. AC/DC Rock or Bust. Brad Waits, I got you down for one, and I've got two extras if anybody wants it. Rock or Bust. There's one sold to Brad Waits, and there's two extras. And there's that. And Laura says we can get the 3LP too. There you have it. Also, Justin Deckelman, $29.99. I got you down for Exhumed Red Asphalt. Ooh, look at all those guts on the cover. Exhumed is $29.99. Thank you, Justin Deckelman. That's so to you. And then here are, okay, Philip. So there's Philip Holtz. Let's take his name off that one. He's already got one tonight. This is sold to Michael Butler. Now, I have extras on the way. Does anybody else want one? Michael, your wishes came true and through. Here is your little Walter, okay? $39.99. Radiohead. Radiohead is sold to Matthew Hendon for $116. Now, we have a stalemate on Neil Young. Matthew Hendon has it for $200. C. Crage, John LaBeatty. It goes back to y'all. Also, I need to put this Rick and Morty. Sorry, I'm just now. Whoever's tagging, I need to move this back. I ran out of space in the last crate. Let's put that in there. There we go. All right. Now, Jason says put back his 2LP Radiohead from earlier, and if we could put him on a wait list for a 3LP. If they're in stock, let's get an order going right now, and Laura will order those for you, okay? Now, we have Sonny Boy Williamson. Let's go ahead and tag this one for Philip. There will be more. There's probably in the crates coming up behind me, okay? But because Philip's name's already on this, there is a pre-order for this. Whenever they come up in another crate, we'll get them tagged, okay? But the Sonny Boy Williamson here, it should be coming up in just a second. So let me just forget that you've seen this. If you want one, go ahead and let me know. I won't forget, but we got more of these coming up in just a second. That one is sold to him, okay? Now, we have another, no, this is just a restock of that Dream Theater bootleg. Dream Theater Live, 1993, $29.99 for Dream Theater. Cake, Fashion Nugget. Cake is $29.99. And then Kings of Leon, and this one's only by the night, $44.99. All right, wow. I guess we're done on Neil Young. What a bizarre auction. Hammers up. Matthew Hendon, $200. We're about to sell it. And then let's go ahead and put up Violent Femmes. Violent Films is a 1984 U.S. Allied repress with the original on her sleeve. Violent Films is a $55 start. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, the like button everywhere? Pearl Jam, oh man, Attenzione. What do you say? What do you call that? The first Italian concert. Pearl Jam is live in Italy, Milano, 1992, $75 start. $75 start, numbered on blue vinyl, Pearl Jam, now up for bid. And then we have an Ozzy I haven't had in a while. This is a Nameless Grave, Ozzy in Kansas City, 1986. Now, I think we get this bootleg, this concert, but not maybe necessarily with this version, you know, with this cover. Ozzy is live, $29.99. Okay, so we got Neil Young and Pearl Jam over here. We'll call this one Mirror or Neil Young. Matthew Hendon, you're out. There's a new bid for $205. Violent Films has a bid for $55, and Pearl Jam's at $80 with Paul Beal. And Chad needs a drink, a big one. Neil Young has a new bid for $215. Ozzy's $29.99. Also, we have Eddie Vedder Earthling on sale, just $19.99 for Eddie Vedder Earthling. I've got one of those. Meatloaf, this was a special request for Paul Brothers. Bat Out of Hell 2, Back into Hell. We can get more of these if anybody else wants one. Meatloaf is $39.99 if anybody else wants a special order. Trouble, let me check my wait list. It seems like I always have somebody down for Trouble, self-titled, Trouble, and the wait list for Trouble, self-titled is Mark Morris. Now, only one came in. Ken Crooker, you're still on a waiting list. You're now at the top, Ken Crooker. Only one copy for Mark Morris. Eddie Vedder sold a mortgage guy, Rob. Thank you and thank you. And we have Guar. And Guar is Scumdogs of the Universe, $39.99. So Mirror Balls at $215. Final chance on Violent Films at $55. And Pearl Jam's at $102. And let's breeze through this again, okay? We have Rush 2112, $36.99. Yes, Eddie Vedder was $19.99. Rush Remastered, $36. Guns N' Roses, a live unofficial triple LP, $69.99. Now think about that. I feel like if we'd have just had this tag for auction and it wasn't in print, it would be selling for a lot more than $69.99. But you can buy it right now for that. That's a 3LP orange vinyl unofficial, 1992. Rush Moving Pictures, $36.99. Tom Sawyer, Red Barchetta, YYZ. Put down Jackie Ray for a Bat Out of Hell 2 waiting list. Jackie Ray, Bat Out of Hell 2 waiting list. Ozzy, No More Tears, $39.99. A 2LP remaster. AC/DC Rocker Bus, lenticular cover, $29.99. Dream Theaters, $29.99. Cake Fashion Nugget, $29. Kings of Leon's, $44. Ozzy Nameless Grave is $29.99. We have a few copies of those. And Guar Scumdogs is $39. Wow, all those Ozzy's still available. That's kind of surprising. Let me go ahead and find that Radiohead for Jason Fortnrat that he claimed. I'm going to go ahead and pull that out of the crate so it doesn't get too buried, right? Yeah, that was in that very first crate. And we got 2 3LPs ordered. And now I have 2 2LPs in stock. So yeah, if anybody wants a Radiohead, OK Computer, whoever's tagging, I have just went back and pulled this out so it doesn't get buried, and I know exactly how many we have. There's 2 Radioheads in stock at $44.99, okay? There's the one Jason put back. All right, here we go. Alex Miller on Moving Pictures, thank you. Mirror Balls at $225. Let's go ahead and make Violent Films a buy it now. And Violent Films is a $55 buy it now. Violent Films is a $55 buy it now. 86 repress, near mint minus though. And then this Pearl Jam's at $105. Okay, Pearl Jam's at $105. Neil Young's at $230. All right, moving on. Awesome new stuff tonight. Let's see, that was the leftovers. All right, there's another crate next to me. But those are right here behind me if you change your mind, okay? If you change your mind. All right, let's get right into some of this other stuff here. Here we go. Awesome looking stuff here. And a lot of this is pre-sold. And it's a lot of pre-orders and then stuff that was coming in this week that we've went ahead and reordered, okay? So here we go. Moving right along. Another full crate. We have Pearl Jam. Jason Fortnrat says, y'all are ignoring his bids. He's at $125. Every time Jason Fortnrat bids, y'all want to bid less. You're supposed to bid more. He's at $125 right now. Next auction is the Black Crows. Ooh, this is wiser for the time. Let's see what's up with this Black Crows box. The Black Crows is a 2013 OG, only time on vinyl. They're black, white, silver swirl. It does have some damage to the top of the box, the top and back of box. There it is. So there's some damage right there to that seam on the back. This is an official release on a $125 start. Do you have Cake from Comfort Eagle? We actually sold out of it earlier, but we'll put you on a waiting list. Put Glenn on Twitch down for a waiting list on that. Neil Young's at 230 with Michael Butler. Everybody else is out. And then over here, Pearl Jam is with Jason Forner at 125. So 230, most recent bid, Michael Butler, once, going twice. Pearl Jam, 125, Jason Fornerat, going once, going twice. Black Crows just got introduced, 100, and wiser for the time, a 2013, $125 start on that. And then let's put over here a waiting list for Glenn for Cake Fashion or Cake Comfort Eagle. I still got Fashion Nugget in stock. Sorry, chat issues with YouTube. Could you tell more about Guns N' Roses Live? Guns N' Roses Live is a 3LP orange vinyl unofficial. A 3LP orange vinyl unofficial. Live in Chile, 1992, $69.99. All right, this is new for this Friday. The new Mumford & Sons, and this is on limited edition. Begin Again white vinyl. New Mumford & Sons. And so I ordered these, I posted, and then I ordered more after I seen how many we sold. So I ordered 5, I made the post, and then I went back and I ordered more. So the first 5 go to Charlie Sales, the Barnett family gets one, Kristen and Robert, Sherry Darnell gets one, Cynthia Herdron gets one, and then Marsha French. And I promise there's definitely more on the way. They were in stock. And next will be Jerry Stone, Kelly Vlodarchek, Wayne Carr, Chris Kirkley, Scott Beebe, and Kelly Vlodarchek again. So there's like 10 more on the way, and we've already sold 6. So if anybody wants one of the other 4 whenever they come in, probably tomorrow, maybe Thursday, you can go ahead and claim one right now. That's new Mumford & Sons that comes out this Friday. $34.99. So if anybody else wants one, they're definitely on the way. We got about 4 extras that have been confirmed and ordered. So back up at the top, first thing is Mirrorball got a new bid for $235, new bid for $275, $235, Pearl Jam 130, Pearl Jam 135. Let's go ahead and sell Will Smithson the Violent Femmes for $50. I have not sold Bare Naked Ladies. Final chance on the Black Crows. Wiser for the time, last chance to bid, 4 LP. Only time ever on vinyl, and official release, $125. Pearl Jam's at $135, and Michael Butler has Neil Young at $275. That's a rarity. A real OG mirror ball. That doesn't come through too often. A real OG copy. Pearl Jam and Black Crows. Next is, this is a new release. What a cover. This is Peaches, $34.99. It's called No Lube, So Rude. A limited edition electric blue vinyl. That is Peaches, $34.99. What a cover. $34.99 for Peaches. That's new for this Friday. We have 2 available. Megadeth, more copies of The World Needs a Hero. Now, to my knowledge, there shouldn't be any more waiting lists for this Megadeth. All these have come in, and now just my straight extra copies are showing up. We still got a wait list for Megadeth 13. A wait list for Megadeth System has failed, and that's it. So these are available. The World Needs a Hero. That is $39.99. The World Needs a Hero. Megadeth. Those are in stock, and we had a restock come in of Pussifer. And Pussifer was still up for pre-order. Orange Swirl Vinyl, up meaning we hadn't officially tagged them all yet. So let's tag Pussifer and tag the rest of these, okay? Pussifer is a 2LP Orange Swirl. The rest of the pre-order that hadn't been fulfilled is the following. We still got to get one for Fred Cardinale. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. One for Steve Howe, one for Tom Harris, and one for Scott Beebe. So if you don't have the newest album by Pussifer yet, I've got 2 copies left. Orange Swirl Vinyl, that is $49.99, okay? Black Crows does have a bid for $125. Final call. Pearl Jam's at $135. Who else was bidding on Pearl Jam? John LeBeatty, you're out on Pearl Jam, just by FYI. Now, you do have the Black Crows, and you're probably going to get it unless somebody outbids you. He did secure a bid on the Black Crows, so that's not going to be a buy it now. It will sell to John LeBeatty. John, you're out on Pearl Jam. And now Neil Young. Charlie DeFrank went out. I think Matthew Hendon, I'm waiting for your confirmation that you're done on Mirrorball. Michael Butler has it for $275. We're down to 1 person. Matthew Hendon, you're out on that. Then we're going to go ahead and sell it. Whoops, what have I done? My bad. Okay, there we go. And then we have, okay. So, yeah, this is new for this week. And the last time The last time it was an import, and now we can finally get them a lot cheaper. Adam and the Ants, the singles collection, essentially a greatest hits from Adam and the Ants, a 2LP, $39.99. That is new for this Friday. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About 3 weeks ago, maybe 3 months ago, it was an import only, and they were like $20 more. We maybe sold 1 or 2. That happens sometimes. Sometimes they release them overseas, import, and then they finally release them here domestically. Mike Massey gets one. Thank you, Mike. Anybody else, we have them in stock. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Mirror ball sold to Michael Butler for $275. That sold for $275 on that one. Let's put that away. Thank you, MB. Now we have Pearl Jam. I lost John LeBeatty on this one. So this one sold to Jason Forterat for $135. But John LeBeatty, you do get the Black Crows for $125. So I lost them on Pearl Jam, but you did get the Black Crows, and I lost Matthew Hendon on that one. Okay, Jerry Stone wants an Adam and the Ants. Thank you, Jerry. And then Kelly Vladarchik wants Adam and the Ants. All right, so we're looking for Stained, and we're looking for Bare Naked Ladies. So in the bonus crate, I got Red Hot Chili Peppers, 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 Red Hot Chili Peppers. In the bonus crate, that's what I'm reading from. I got the Rolling Stones, Pearl Jam, Pearl Jam, Pearl Jam, Rolling Stones, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Pearl Jam, Rolling Stones, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Pearl Jam, Rolling Stones. Holy moly. Linkin Park, Van Halen, Def Leppard, Smashing Pumpkins, Metallica, Robert Plant, Jimmy Page. We have Live, as in the band, John Lennon, Guns N' Roses, Tom Petty, Rolling Stones, Stained, Pink Floyd, Pearl Jam, Rolling Stones, Pearl Jam, Tesla, Alice in Chains, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live, Metallica, Chris Cornell Songbook, Tesla. Golly. And then all the advertised stuff. Oh my gosh. Okay, Bare Naked Ladies, All in Good Time. A 2010 USOG Only Time on Vinyl sealed, a $55 star. Stained, Dysfunction. A 2021 unofficial orange vinyl, $105 start. Next is Adam Ant, another one sold to Michael Butler, right? So Mike Massey got one. We've sold 4. Mike Massey, Jerry Stone, Kelly Vladarchik, and Michael Butler. 3 remain. Next is Sonny Boy Williamson, okay? That needs to go to the next person first on the pre-order. And Philip Holtz already got his tagged. The first person here who got this one is, drum roll, Sean Fairweather. Okay, now on the pre-order for that title is still Cynthia Herdron, Scott Beebe, Blaine Zabnick, Danae, Clifford, Kenny, Shane, Handkerchief, and Matt Lawson. Moving on, 1 copy, new. They have finally repressed Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, new for this Friday, 21 tracks, $34.99. Now, the only reason I ordered 1 is because we have a pre-owned vintage copy of that come through about once a week. Probably about once a week. Kelly needs to put back the Ants, okay? No Ants for us. So there's 4 copies left of that. There is Dylan. We've already tagged Unplugged. We've already tagged No Mercy. And then there's Greatest Hits Volume 2. I have a feeling Jerry Stone might want that. Let me rub my hands together. Come on, Jerry Stone. Next is Pearl Jam. This is a box set. It is called the Broadcast Collection. This is Pearl Jam, the Broadcast Collection. Pearl Jam from Parachute, clear vinyl. Whoa, there's a lot of information on here. This has never sold on Pop Psych or Discogs. Whoa, this is an unofficial 2016 clear vinyl, a $55 start. Cabaret Metro Chicago, Fox Theater Atlanta, and LP is from Self Pollution. It was a broadcast with Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Mad Season, and more. Not a full recording, just some of the Pearl Jam tracks. $55 start. Not on Pop Psych, not on Discogs. Wow. Probably because it's a bootleg and they're usually blocked on Discogs, and they're usually blocked on Discogs. How much is Dylan? $34.99. Lay Lady Lay, $34.99. Ace of Base. Thank you, Troy Robinson. The Bridge. Ace of Base is a 2LP red vinyl. Sold to Troy Robinson, $56.99. And guess what? We've got 2 extras. This is new for this Friday, $56.99. Ace of Base, The Bridge, red vinyl with postcards, unique band interview. Ace of Base, $56.99. Roxy said he will take the Dylan. If anybody else wants one, let me know. So moving on. Bare Naked Ladies. Here's the bid history. 55 Mitch T, 55 Paul Beal, 56 Nick Bergeron, 57 Mitch T, Bare Naked Ladies 60, Bare Naked Ladies out, Pearl Jam 75, Roxy got Bob Dylan, and Jerry Stone coming through on the Ace of Base. There's one extra. Stain does not have a bid yet. $105 start, Dysfunctional. Orange vinyl, final call, 105 on that one. We have what? $39.99. What is this? Jane Remover, the new album. I can't read it. What? Very tough font there. Revenge Seeker, $39.99. I think that's something new for this week, so bear with me. Okay, here's the other Dylan. $34.99 for Time Out of Mind. Album of the Year, Grammy Award winner. When this came out, 2 LP, it's been out of print. This Dylan record's been out of print. Time Out of Mind. Dylan is $34.99. We got 2 of them. The Funkos, Kirk, but not Robert. Ed said one's not pulled for me. Yes, there's more that came in. More Robert showed up and more Kurt's. Now, James and Lars is still MIA. I don't know if they were just shorted or if they've been pushed back. But yes, we got more James and we got more Roberts. We got more Kurt's and more Roberts. I don't have an update for you on Lars and James. Those have not showed up yet, okay? Now, we have the following. Pearl Jam 80, Pearl Jam 100. Jane Remover is the one I ordered. It's their newest album. There we go. Jane Remover, $39.99. James Lavender on Dylan. James Lavender on Dylan. Okay, and then Rod Bryan on Dylan. There it is. And Unplugged. Yes, we tagged Unplugged earlier. We had almost 50 pre-orders on Unplugged. Well, no, I ordered 50, I think. We've sold 50 tonight, plus a waiting list. So Out of Mind is sold out. If anybody wants Unplugged or Greatest Hits 2, any of those other ones, just be sure and let me know, okay? Let me step over here and grab this new black crate that we're going to fill up with vinyl. We've still got more new vinyl to do after this. Whew. First thing is Jeff Beck, Mick Jagger, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Legends Live. This is another one of those new unofficials, $29.99. I don't know if they're all playing together. I don't really know what this is. I guess it is. Beck, Jagger, and Vaughan live in 87 and 89. Yep, $29.99. I went ahead and ordered 5. I figured that would be a big seller, especially with that man on it. And then, oh yeah, you got that guy. Ever heard of him? Oh yeah, and then that guy. Ever heard of him? Wow, $29.99. Beck, Jagger, and Stevie Ray Vaughan, okay? Now, first thing is Bare Naked Ladies. The last bid on Bare Naked Ladies that came in on my screen was Paul Beal at $60, and that sold to Paul Beal for $60. Bare Naked Ladies, that's sold. Now, Stained did not get a bid, $105. Buy it now. Stained is $105. And then the Pearl Jam box. The Pearl Jam box is with Paul Beal at $110, going twice, going 3 times. Going twice, going 3 times. Now, the legends here, one sold to Lion Steak, one sold to Edwin Blom, one sold to David Dole, and one sold to Nick Bergeron. Those are all sold. And then Disclosure. This is new for this week. Energy. 5th anniversary edition, Zoetrope Disclosure, $39.99. All right, moving on. Next auction is the following. I have going up right now, Chris Cornell Songbook, Stevie Ray Vaughan bootleg. Golly, hope everybody's got their guns loaded. Here we go. Chris Cornell and Stevie Ray Vaughan. Boy, look at this cover. What an awesome cover on this. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan in Double Trouble at the Austin Opera House, 1984. Oh my. A limited edition splatter vinyl. This is a 2 LP full show, numbered $150 start. Oh my. $150 start. Oh my. Chris Cornell Songbook, a blue vinyl unofficial, $195 start. Oh my. Good luck bidding. Have fun. Next, yes, we're sold out of the lead. No, we have one left. This was sold to Lion Stink, Edwin Blom, David Dole, and Nick Bergeron. There's one left. Chad, everyone that bought a James Edition Record Store Day True Love, check them. Mine is signed. Wow. A Record Store Day James Addiction. Wow. They're signed. Holy moly. We have Pearl Jam at 115, Pearl Jam at 125, Pearl Jam 135, Pearl Jam 140, and then we have Pearl Jam at 138 and Stevie Ray Vaughan 150. Okay, this is another crate of new stuff for tonight. A quick recap. We got Peaches, No Lube, So Rude, blue vinyl, Peaches, $34.99. We got 2 of them. Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero, double LP gatefold. We got 3 of them, $39.99 for Megadeth. Pussifer, new album, Normal Isn't, Orange Swirl, $49.99 for Pussifer. We got Adam and the Ants, 2 LP, the singles collection, the biggest hits from Adam and the Ants, $39.99. Ace of Base, One Left, The Bridge, 30th anniversary red vinyl, $56.99. We have Jane Remover, Revenge Seeker, $39.99. And then Disclosure Energies, $39. Natasha Pickett on the Disclosure. And we have Jeff Beck, Mick Jagger, and Stevie Ray Vaughan live, Legends Live, One Left for $29.99. The Pearl Jam box is at $165. Stevie Ray Vaughan has a bid for $150, and no one has bid on Chris Cornell. We're looking for $195, and that's Chris Cornell Songbook. That's our current 3 auctions. Wow, look at that cover on Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's awesome. Okay, Natasha got Disclosure. That was something new that Jeremiah ordered. We got Laura ordering stuff. We got me ordering stuff, but mostly it's going to be Jeremiah and Laura, and we're going to try to post as many pre-orders. I think he posted another 4, 5, or 6 today, and you can expect more tomorrow and more the next day. We have pre-orders up today for Morrissey. We got pre-orders up for Black Label Society, Bill Callahan, Gail Costa, Gun, the band Gun. Also pre-orders up for the Upsetters, Muddy Waters pre-order, Mars Volta pre-order, Sonny Boy Williamson, you can still go claim those. They came in today. Mumford & Sons, Demue Bigore, Ohio Players pre-order, Geese pre-order, Split Ends pre-order, Scorpions pre-order, Panic at the Disco, Pat Metheny pre-order, Paul McCartney, Man on the Run pre-order. Make sure you're in our private group. That's a whole lot of records. Those are great pre-orders, okay? Derek Cesaro got Ace of Base, and we'll have more. We'll have another dozen or so tomorrow, probably. We have Pearl Jam 175, Pearl Jam 180. Stevie Ray Vaughan is at 155. Stevie Ray Vaughan 155. Details on Sting album. That's a new sealed copy of 10 Summoner's Tales. $34.99. $34.99. I think James got it with Energy Claim. Oh, wait a second. Did I miss something? Energy Claim. Energy. Supertramp Mo5. What was energy? Energy. Somebody commented the word energy, and that was for Disclosure. James Kemp on energy. James, is that you claiming Disclosure? James Kemp, if so, let me know. Okay, you're first. Actually, I'll give you this one, and we'll put Natasha on a waiting list. You were technically first. Okay? You were technically first. Give this one to James Kemp. I forgot what that was. And then there's that. Bubba wants on the pre-order for Black Label Society. Sure thing. And the next step we're going to take is going to be able to move these to a website. Still working on that. That's going to take some time because it's going to take a lot more logistical factors to figure out how to do that. But yes, for you YouTubers only, let me know. We'll be glad to take down your name. No problem. And other than that, we're slowly working on getting those put up over here. Yes. All right. So Pearl Jam 190, Stevie Ray Vaughan 156. Tanner, this is a note to Tanner. Tanner, while watching Coletco, we've been seeing Otis. I knew I had something you'd probably like. Included is a metal Otis elevator emblem that was attached to an Otis elevator machine, the device that moves the elevator cables. The emblem was made circa 1930s, 1940s. I got this while doing an elevator modernization in the late 1990s when I was an elevator mechanic. I would later become an elevator inspector for the city of Los Angeles, which is now retired. A gift from David and Melanie Jennings. We'll put that on display with our other Otis collectibles, our Otis photos, our Otis memorabilia, the Otis Elevator Company. It's a brass emblem that would have been on an elevator in the city of Los Angeles in the 1930s or the 1940s. Pretty cool piece there. Otis, I didn't get to see him this morning. And actually, when I was trying to fall asleep earlier today, I was like, man, I didn't get to pet Otis. No wonder I feel bad. Thank you, Melanie Jennings. Very cool. Otis. We'll put that with our Otis photos up front. We got pictures of that dog all over the store. And sometimes I'm like, man, I wish I could pet him right now. Gosh, where's that dog at? I want to go pet him. You can ask Tanner Addison. I'll text them. I'm like, hey, can I keep Otis this weekend? And their answer normally is, no, you're going to mess up his sleep schedule. They're going to be like, no, you're going to mess up his sleep schedule. You're a vampire. We don't want our dog being a dog zombie. No dog zombie, Chad. You can't keep Otis this weekend. I'm like, oh, man, he's such a good cuddler. He'll get up with you on the couch and just be like, Chad, let's go outside and play fetch. Okay, we got Pearl Jam at 200 with Charlie DeFrank. 200 with Charlie DeFrank. 200 with Charlie DeFrank. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan, 007 Platinum has it for 165. 165 with 007 Platinum. And then over here, Chris Cornell is an unofficial on blue vinyl. It's a 2LP unofficial on blue vinyl. We're looking for a $195 start. As y'all know, these unofficials demand a lot of money. Real copies are real expensive. Real copies are real expensive. All right. Thanks for shouting. No problem. Thank you for that. That's cool stuff there. Yeah, let's get Otis firing Seth. Get your butt out of here, Seth. Get out of here, Seth. Slam that door. Good job, Otis. Let's do that one more time. Get out of here, Seth. Get your butt out of here. You're fired. That's Otis firing Seth. And then here is Otis playing fetch. That's really more like what Otis looks like. That actually looks like him. That's very much, that looks exactly like Otis, actually. Okay, here we go. Stevie Ray Vaughan still getting bids. And what do we have here? The Velvet Underground Loaded, $29.99, a classic album. Sweet Jane, Rock and Roll, $29.99 for Velvet Underground Loaded. Coldplay, Parachutes. Coldplay is $38.99, Parachutes. Coldplay, $38.99. This has the song Yellow on it, $38.99 on that one. Tribe Called Quest, the anthology. Tribe Called Quest is $33.99. There's two of those. And Metallica, Damaged in Japan, Nagoya, 1986. Let's check our wait list for this. There might be, there could be. Let's find out if there's a wait list for Metallica. There is. Two people, Autumn Betts and Sean Miller. Autumn Betts and Sean Miller. That was a waiting list. Two are sold, and I think that was the only two. If anybody else wants one, it will be a waiting list. These are sold. Autumn Betts and Sean Miller. Done. Pearl Jam, I think we're done. Matthew Hendon went 201. Paul Beal out. Charlie DeFrank, you're out on Pearl Jam. You are out on Pearl Jam. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 175. Nick Bargeron's out, so we're about to sell that. Chris Cornell's $195 buy it now. And if anybody wants Stained, it's an orange vinyl unofficial, 105. It's a no bid. Orange vinyl unofficial, 105 on Stained. Boy, do we got a lot of stuff to auction. Some of these are keep getting bids, but we got to go through them a little bit faster. They keep getting bids and keep getting bids. I mean, I'm okay with that, but we just need you to bid faster. Master. We have Supertramp, Crime of the Century. Supertramp is a 1978 MoFi pressing with the original insert EX, Crime of the Century, a $65 start. That's now up for bid. KK Holiday wants a Tribe Called Quest. Thank you. Chris Cornell, 170. Let's do 180 on it, Derek. 180 and it's yours. Pearl Jam is sold to Matthew Hendon for $201. Thank you, Matthew Hendon. The Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to 007 Platinum for $175. And Supertramp is at 65 on that. 65. Supertramp, Crime of the Century. Supertramp, Crime of the Century. Next is Live, Secret Samadhi. Secret Samadhi. It's Live is a 20th anniversary music on vinyl, official pressing, limited to 2,000. 0 for sale in the United States. Live is a $150 start. Chris Cornell is sold to Derek Cesaro for $180. Sold. Supertramp is in EX condition. We have Avicii, $36.99. This is called 2019 Tim. $36.99 for Avicii. The reason I ordered that is because we've been selling a bunch of another one that's coming up later. So we got one copy of that. Deftones Diamond Eyes. Deftones is $33.99. And the Velvet Underground and Nico, $36.99. Kelly Vlodarchik on Avicii. If anybody else wants on the wait list, let me know. Live is a $150 start. It's now up for bid. And our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is what? It is Boston, the Half Speed Master, 1980, the classic debut album from Boston, audiophile grade. Not a lot of audiophile pressings of this are out there yet, Maybe something Rhino can do next. This is Boston's debut, a near mint half-speed master, $75 start. We have Weezer, the Green Album, $33.99 for Weezer, and Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden is $33.99. Live is Secret Samadhi. It is a music on vinyl pressing, unopened, 2017. They did it as a 2 LP, numbered to 2000 on silver vinyl, out of print, $150 on that. $150. There is a hype picture. There's a hype video. I don't think it made it itself to Instagram. I messed up. I didn't post it on Instagram because I scheduled it on YouTube. So yes, there's a hype picture. There's a hype video. All that's on Facebook. It's not on YouTube or Instagram, though. I probably could knock that out right quick in case somebody doesn't have access to Facebook. I can go post that stuff right quick. But yeah, so sometimes you might have to, if you click on our main page, here's what you see. The first thing you see on our main page is the pin post, and then the most recent, and then the most recent, the most recent. So if I start posting the hot pictures at 10 a.m. every morning, you may have to scroll through 2 or 3 pictures before you actually see, you know, the hot picture. That's very possible because I might post 2 or 3 times. Now that Jeremiah's ordering vinyl, I'm going to have more time to work on our social media. As you notice, I posted an ad this morning saying we're buying records. Paul's about to go on a buying trip. If you're out there and you want to buy records and you want to sell records, you need to contact Collectco and you need to get on our schedule so we can come buy your collection. There is no John Prine. Nick, I'm still trying to figure out where you heard that at. Earlier tonight, we had a John Prine in the crate. It was a Rhino Hi-Fi title. We sold one, and then I mentioned your name 2 or 3 times. I said, Nick, here's the John Prine. This is probably what you heard, and then I don't think you wanted it because I didn't hear back from you. But there's a John Prine Rhino Reserve, $38.99 if you want it. A John Prine Rhino Reserve if you want it. That is what we have been talking about. Nick Bargeron heard John Prine, and he's like, holy crap, Chad. John Prine, surely you're joking. And I'm like, no, Nick, we're not joking. Then he's been here looking for it ever since. We've lost Nick Bargeron. He's back, and he wants to know how he can buy John Prine. It is Sweet Revenge, $38.99. Sorry for the timeout. The first thing is this. What you got to know right now about auctions is we have all the stuff that Laura photographed, and then there's a whole crate of bonus stuff. The good thing about Collectco is you really don't know what's about to be auctioned. If you're looking for certain stuff and then you get off because you think you're done for the night, you're going to be probably sadly mistaken. You're going to be sadly mistaken. The amount of stuff we showed late last night that I was pulling out and auctioning, people was like, holy crap, Chad. When did you say you were going to sell this stuff? And I was like, I didn't. This is why you got to watch all the time. Blaine Zapnick has Supertramp at $65, and that tied Mark Weiss. Mark Weiss has this at $65, Blaine. Mark Weiss bid $65. Blaine Zapnick bid $65. They're still tied. No one has bid. Now, there's about 7 people that are eager to bid on live, but no one has placed the bid. Let me tell y'all what's about to happen for this. It's out of print. It's a $150 minimum bid. If you really want it, I would recommend bidding right now. If not, it's going to go over here, and then somebody's going to buy it, or somebody's going to make an offer, and I'm going to sell it. If you want it, I would put live 150 and hit send. Same thing for Boston. There's not going to be any leftover auctions tonight. You're not going to be able to get on in 3 hours from now and be like, Chad, I'll take all the auction stuff at minimum bid. It's not going to happen. They're either going to sell now, they're going to get a buy now, or they're going to get an offer and they're going to be sold immediately. So the minimum bid on Boston is $75. A half-speed master, a 1980 near mint, no bid, $75. Blaine bid $68, Mark Weiss bid $70. Make sure William Lee Murray's on the Kitty waiting list. Put down Nick Bargeron for a John Prine Sweet Revenge. John Prine Sweet Revenge, okay? John Prine Sweet Revenge. Live has a bid for $150. Boston has a bid for $75. Everybody's taking my advice. Great. What are the no bids? Give me 1 second. We got other records. We only have Stained as the no bid. That's only, well, here, I'll knock it out right now. Stained, Somebody, please, I'm begging you. This has been asked about dozens of times tonight. Orange vinyl. Someone's going to end up with it, and then you're going to wish you had ended up with it. Stained Dysfunction, orange vinyl, 105. You can buy it now, or you can make an offer. Guns N' Roses was in the new vinyl stuff tonight. It's a 3 LP, live in Chile, $69.99. Or I can open it. If y'all want me to open it, I can open it, put it in MoFi sleeves. Laura can photograph it, and it will sell tomorrow at auction for $190. So your decision. $69.99 right now, or I'm just going to open it. We're going to clean it, put it in MoFi sleeves, put it up for auction, and it's going to sell for $190 because it's an unofficial and it can't be bought. I think it's blocked on eBay and Discogs, and everybody's going to be like, well, man, if I want this Guns N' Roses, I probably should go ahead and win this auction. Or you can buy it right now for $69.99. Or I'm going to put it up for auction. Then it's going to sell for $190. You're going to be like, crap. Why didn't I just go ahead and buy it for $69.99? Stained is sold for $90 to Derek Cesaro. Sold. Okay, now we're done. Now we're ready to sell more records. I've got everybody woke back up, and I have asked everybody to start bidding. And now everybody's bidding. So now we're ready to continue the show. Everybody took a break there for a second. Avicii Forever. This was a waiting list. Let's pull this one up. This one was a waiting list. Sometimes I got to stop the show and get everybody familiar with how this works. You got to buy and bid to win auctions. That's how you have to do it. You have to buy and bid to win auctions or win records. Otherwise, you're just going to be here going, Chad, for some reason, I haven't bought anything tonight. I'm like, because you're not bidding or making bids. That's how you win stuff. You got to either bid or buy. You got to bid or buy. If you're just sitting here going, well, I'm not for sure exactly how to do this. I'm like, you got to bid or you got to buy. The Vladarcheks was on a waiting list for this Avicii. Thank you, Vladarchek. So this was already sold to Kelly Vladarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vladarchek. You was on a waiting list, okay? Now, Supertramp was between two people. Blaine is out. This is sold to Mark Weiss for $70. Now Live got one bid and nobody else bid. This is sold to Mike Codrini for $150. And now Boston's at $85 with Jason Fortnerat. $85 with Jason Fortnerat. $85. Next auction is going to go up right now. White Zombie. Folks, this isn't a music on vinyl. This is the rare, highly sought after, original OG 1992 glow-in-the-dark vinyl. A 1992 USOG limited edition glow-in-the-dark vinyl. Sealed copies have sold for well over $400. This is a real OG. It has the glow-in-the-dark sticker, the parental advisory. White Zombie is a $250 start. John LeBady on GNR, thank you. When I ordered that, I thought we would sell one and then like have 5 people on a waiting list. It didn't happen. Now it's sold to John LeBady. Does anybody want on the waiting list? Zombies, a $250 start. Boston is at $85 with Jason Fortnerat. White Zombies, a $250 start. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction, without further ado, is Pink Floyd at Kent State University, 1973. Don't recall seeing that concert. It's a Casino Records. That's a bootleg label. It's an unofficial yellow and green splatter. They're doing Dark Side of the Moon live and in its entirety. 1973, $125 start on that one. Next is A Tribe Called Quest, hits, rarities, and remixes. Tribe Called Quest is $33.99. I've got Miles Davis, A Kind of Blue. Miles Davis is $29.99. Miles Davis Kind of Blue, $29.99. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, 40th Anniversary Edition. Ozzy is $29.99. I have not heard back from Intergroove Distortion on Boston, so I'm assuming Jason Fortnerat has it for $85, and Jason Fortnerat's about to get it for $85. Nobody's been on White Zombie, a $250 start, and Pink Floyd's a $125 start. Coldplay, Viva La Vida. Coldplay is $38.99. I've got one copy of White Light, White Heat with bonus tracks. $36.99 on the Velvet Underground. Devious John on Miles Davis sold. What's the condition of White Zombie vinyl and jacket? Sorry, I missed it. This is a 1992 USOG limited edition. The vinyl is near mint minus. The cover is VG plus. Not really anything wrong with it. It has a punch hole, which that means one or two things. It was in a cutout bin or it was promo marked. I don't see any other promo markings on it, though. So La Sexta Resto has the inner sleeve. It's nice. It's essentially near mint minus and a pretty solid jacket. $250 start. I should bring 300 plus. Gerald Whitworth on Velvet Underground. Thank you, Gerald. Gerald, that's so to you. The Cult Dreamtime. Should be a waiting list for this. The Cult Dreamtime. Matt Nichols. He got a Cult Love earlier, and now he gets a Cult Dreamtime. Thank you, Matt Nichols. That's so to you. $33.99, and that is on the dark red vinyl. Dark red vinyl. Pink Floyd has a bid for $125. Another Miles Davis, Sketches of Spain in mono. In mono, $29.99. Now, a lot of these jazz reissues, if you want to hold out for real OGs, pricey, kind of hard to get. You'll have to be very patient and find a real high-grade OG, true Miles Davis. That's a Grail record. And then over here, Boston. Intergroove Distortion's out. Let's go ahead and sell this. The Half Master to Jason Fornerat for $85. That's a good record to have. This is your last chance on White Zombie, or you're going to see it go into somebody else's bin. And you're going to be like, gosh. Oh, how did I let that happen again? $250. Final call. Pink Floyd $125. Blaine wants Miles Davis Sketches of Spain, and then put down Danae on Kinda Blue waiting list. Put Danae down for the Kinda Blue waiting list. If anybody wants us on Sketches on Spain, let me know. This is The Damned, not like everybody else. Limited edition rainbow sparkle vinyl. The Damned is $36.99. Nikki Payne has White Zombie for $250. Going once, going twice. We got more audiophile style stuff over here. You got to roll with the changes. It's time for me to fly high. REO Speedwagon. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. An 81 US half-speed master. The vinyl is solid. EX condition, an 81 half-speed master. $30 start on that. Now, White Zombie $255. Kelly Vlodarchek on The Damned. And then there's 2 extra. And we have Coldplay, A Rush of Blood to the Head. Coldplay is $38.99. That is available. That one has clocks on it. I like that one, clocks. Also, 2 copies of Silver Spun pickups. Now, who was asking about this earlier? Somebody just asked me about that earlier. That is Tenterhooks, $33.99. And that's on indie exclusive gold vinyl, Silver Suns pickups. What is the Pink Floyd? Pink Floyd is a 2022 unofficial yellow and green numbered live at Kent State 1973 Dark Side of the Moon. White Zombie now getting new bids, $250, $255, $265. Jared Inc. also wants a copy of The Damned. That is sold to Jared Inc. And then we have REO at $36. And then Kelly Vlodarchek on Silver Spun. That's sold, and there's one more if anybody else wants one. REO has another bid for $30. Chris Christopherson. This is a new music on vinyl pressing of his self-titled album, his debut. It is $38.99. It's on orange vinyl. It's numbered on orange vinyl. Christopherson, $38.99. I think it was Donna Bertram. Yeah. So Donna gets the second and final Silver Suns pickups. That is sold, $33.99. The Zombie came from the legendary Scott Leach collection. We got Scott Leach watching again tonight. We're still selling this man's collection. Thank you, Scott. His comment just popped up in the chat. Scott Leach over on Facebook. We bought this incredible collection. Hopefully, we're about to go out and buy some more incredible collections like that. But as you see, we're still knocking out stuff like this night after night. I'm going to try to purge and find a lot more other cool new stuff tonight, because we're going to have to get ready for this dollar sale in the morning. When the store opens in the morning here at Collectco, if you're local, I would recommend being here at 10 o'clock when my mom opens the doors. All the $2 records are now $1, and I want to go ahead and try to sell all the books, cassettes, CDs. Everything up there is $1. Bring a bunch of dollar bills, okay? Stop by the bank and say, give me 500 $1 bills. I'm about to go buy 500 items at Collectco. Well, you got to pay tax, so $450, okay? $450 plus tax. You'll get about $500, 450 items, okay? Next, White Zombie, REO still getting bids. And then the next 2, Tribe Called Quest. This is Beats, Rhythms, and Life. And Tribe Called Quest is $33.99. Tribe Called Quest. I'm about to read what's still left in the auction bins, because there's a lot. And there's only one more crate of new vinyl left. And then I'm going to condense everything. We'll probably blast through it one more time quickly. And we're going to start going through the pre-owned stuff. John's got 3 new crates over here. Laura's got a crate. And we got a lot of stuff to go through, okay? $33.99. Chad is craving something else to drink. I need some water badly. I'm about to go up there and get a bottle right now. I'm a high bid on Pink Floyd. You are the only bidder on Pink Floyd. This is sold for $125 to Chad Sauls. Thank you. $125 on that one. And then White Zombie. Let's look at this again. Glow-in-the-dark vinyl. Glow-in-the-dark vinyl, 1992. Glow-in-the-dark vinyl. And this is with Chad Sauls at $270. $270 with Chad Sauls. $270. $270. And that's with Chad Sauls, Glow in the Dark OG. Going once, going twice. The half-speed master of this classic album from REO Speedwagon. And Melanie Jennings has it for $45. Everybody else is out. Melanie Jennings. Here's what's left, not in the bonus crate, just in some of the advertised stuff. The Sword, T.T. Quick, David Bowie, Curtis Harding, The Weeknd, Talking Heads, Gaunt. Who was this? Public Image Limited, Mudhoney, golly, Survivor, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Jimmy Vaughan, half-speed master of the Moody Blues, half-speed master of Kansas, half-speed master of another REO Speedwagon, a half-speed master of Nazareth, a half-speed master of Styx, another Boston half-speed master, another half-speed master of Styx, another half-speed master of Styx. And then we got TVOTR, whichever that is, the Court Connection, that's U2, wow. And then Blind Melon, Billy Strings, a Rush box set. That's just in the advertised stuff. Then listen to this, the bonus crate. I can't read through all that. It is a full crate. It would take me 10 minutes and then everybody's going to have a panic attack. If I read through all that, everybody would have a panic attack going, oh my gosh, you still got to sell all that tonight? Holy crap, Chad, I'm having a panic attack. This is a 2021 USOG limited edition Coke Bottle Clear. This is the indie exclusive of Billy Strings, sealed, a $50 start. A $50 start on that one, okay? Here we go. Next is this. We got KK Holiday on Tribe Called Quest. Very quickly, the other U2, yes, I will. Here we go. We got Velvet Underground loaded, $29.99, and Laura just dropped off another crate. She's literally trying to have, she's going to try to give people panic attacks. Another Laura crate just got, now we got a backlog of Laura crates. Holy crap. Velvet Underground loaded, $29.99. Coldplay Parachutes, $38.99. A Tribe Called Quest, the Anthology, $33. Deftones Diamond Eyes, $33. Velvet Underground and Nico, $36. Weezer The Green Album, $33. Iron Maiden Peace of Mind, $33. Tribe Called Quest Hits Rarities Remixes, $33. Ozzy Blue Vinyl Bark at the Moon, $29. Coldplay Viva La Vida, $38.99. The Cult Dreamtime Red Vinyl, $33. The Damned Not Like Everybody Else, $36. Coldplay A Rush of Blood to the Head, $38. We got Chris Christopherson, $38. Tribe Called Quest Beats, Rhythms, and Beats, Rhymes, and Life, $33. White Zombie is at $275. REO Speedwagon's done. I hope everybody was done bidding. I did a final call earlier. Nobody else. Melanie Jennings, $45. Sold. White Zombie, $280. James Lavender, let me know which of the Coldplays you want. A Rush of Blood, Viva La Vida, or if you want the Parachutes with Yellow. Billy Strings does have a bid. Billy Strings has a bid. Billy Strings has a bid for $55 of Blaine Zapney, going once, going twice. Next auction. Don't forget about the bonus crate stuff. Oh, my goodness. All right, let's see what's going on with this U2. The Court Connection. What? The Court Connection. Huh? The Court Connection. U2. This is an unofficial, whoa, a vintage bootleg from 1987 on blue vinyl. It's live in Cork, Ireland, August 87. The Edge's 27th birthday. Wow, 27 years old and putting out the Joshua Tree. Man, EX condition, a $50 start. U2, the Court Connection. And then James Lavender wants the Parachute, okay? And that was right here. What happened to that? That was right back here. This, I'm going to give him this one with the price tag on the wrong side. This is $38.99. Okay, Nealon Black is in on Billy Strings at $56. That means Blaine Zapnick, you've been outbid, okay? And then White Zombie, $280. I haven't heard back from Nikki Payne. Nikki, the spotlight is literally on you, and everybody's waiting for you to make a move. All you got to do is make a move. You can bid or say out. The spotlight's on you. The stage is set. Everybody's went silent. They're waiting for you to speak. It's the biggest moment of your life. Let me know what you want to do. He has bid $300. The moment has been set. We officially got a war going on for White Zombie. Chad Sauls, it's back to you. Nikki Payne has bid $300. Let's blast through this crate right quick. Billy Strings is at 56, and U2 is a $55 start. White Zombies at 315. Nikki Payne, the stage is set. Everybody's looking at you. They're saying, Nikki Payne, what do you want to do next? Do you want to bid more than 315? Do you want to walk off the stage? You want to put up another fight? Chad needs a bottle of water. Chad needs another Adderall. Whatever it takes, we're going to get all this stuff shown tonight. Sometimes I crush them. Sometimes I put them in my water. Sometimes I take them via shot. Whatever it takes. But first, I need some water. We'll do something natural here. White Zombies at $330. Billy Strings is at $65. U2's at $75. We have Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures. Joy Division is $29.99. $29.99. Tribe Called Quest, the low-end theory. I think that's the right side up. Tribe Called Quest, $36.99. Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill, $29.99. Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill. We have Joy Division's Unknown Pleasures, $29.99. Tribe Called Quest, the low-end theory, $36.99. Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill, $29.99. And Blur Leisure. Blur is $33.99. Moving on. White Zombie, $330 of Nikki Payne. Billy String, $65. And U2's at $75. Those are all final calls. U2 has a new bid for $95. Mark V's got Joy Division. Shane over on YouTube got a Joy Division. Billy Strings got a new bid for $66. Master Mall won't shake my head. We have Cam, Sky Cam, Billy Strings $70. YouTube $125. KK Holiday on Low End Theory. That is sold. That is sold to KK Holiday, and thank you. And then we have Miles Davis Bitches Brew, $34.99 for Miles Davis Bitches Brew. Deftones Adrenaline's $33.99, and Weezer the Blue Album's $33.99. Over here, we have White Zombie sold for $330, and throw in an air horn. I will blow an air horn if you want me to charge you $500. That's what it takes. If you want me to ring you up for $500, I will be more than glad, and we'll bring out the air horn. Otherwise, it's $330, and I give you a big thank you. There's only one way to be honored with an air horn, and that's paying $500. If you want to pay $500, I'll ring you up $500. Now, Billy String, $70. Nealon Black, you're outbid. U2's at $175. We got a vintage U2 bootleg there up for bid. Let's go ahead and put up another one. Let's see what's going on over here. What do we have? What do we have? I have the Rolling Stones over here. The Rolling Stones over here. You heard me correctly. The Rolling Stones, More Hot Rocks. And the Rolling Stones More Hot Rocks is a 2022 Record Store Day limited edition glow-in-the-dark vinyl, a $40 start on More Hot Rocks, glow-in-the-dark 2 LP sealed. U2 is sold to Travis Woods for $175, and then Billy Strings is sold to Blaine Zapnick, and that's sold to Blaine for $70. And then we have the Rolling Stones over here. The Rolling Stones is a $40 start. That's now up for bid. Also, a special request for Troy Robertson. Thank you, Troy. $33.99. Gene Dawson, Glimmer of God. Thank you, Troy. That's in. That is sold to you. Now Rolling Stones is up for bid. Now our next auction is what? Our next auction is Our next auction is Kansas Leftoverture. A half-speed master of Kansas Leftoverture, a 1981. This is near mint on the vinyl. There is some foxing and misting on both sides. And I think we're talking about the cover, right? I think we're talking about, let me see what's going on here. Foxing and misting on both sides. Is this, are we talking about on the vinyl here? Let me take a closer look at this. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what she's talking about now. You know, you have to kind of shine a light. Yeah, there is some light gassing on the vinyl. I do see that, yeah. So, probably some of these used to be stored in those plastic sleeves which were horrible for storing records, and in the wrong conditions, it used to gas a little bit. So yeah, $25 start on that. There's not really any marks or dings or anything like that, but that's the deal. $25 start. Kiss, self-titled debut. Self-titled Kiss is $33.99. This is a Tribe Called Quest. We got it from here. Thank you for your service. $34.99. Maybe KK Holiday needs that one too. The next auction is going to go up right now, and that is what? That is Pearl Jam, and that is Lucky Stars. Pearl Jam is numbered 96 of 400 on green blue vinyl. That is the Bridge School benefit, 1994. The Bridge School benefit, $125 start. That is now up for bid. Also, we have Rock and Roll Over, Kiss, Calling, Dr. Love, $33.99 for Kiss. Paramore, that is All We Know Is Falling. Paramore is on silver vinyl, $29.99 for Paramore, $29.99. And we have Deftones, Saturday Night Wrist, and that is $33.99. The Rolling Stones is a final call to Roxy for $40. More Hot Rocks, Big Hits, and Face Cookies. Exclusive Record Store Day 2022 glow-in-the-dark vinyl. One bid for $40. Kansas. Sometimes it makes it noisy. Sometimes it doesn't. I usually don't really... anytime I've ever played one, I don't really have that big of an effect with it. Sometimes it can give it a little bit of light noise. A little bit of a light noise on that one. Pearl Jam's at $125. Pearl Jam's $130. And then over here we have KK Holiday on Tribe Called Quest. Thank you on that one. We have Mark Weiss on Paramore. Thank you, Mark Weiss. And we have Sublime. That's a 2 LP. Sublime is $39.99. Another Tribe Called Quest, Midnight Marauders, $29.99 on Tribe Called Quest. And Kiss, Dress to Kill, $36.99. 2014 remaster. Miles Davis, Birth of the Cool, $33 on Miles Davis. Avicii. There's the other one. True, we ordered. We only have one of those. $33.99. Come on, Kelly Vladorchek. And Weezer Pinkerton is $33.99. Okay, so Kansas does have a bid for $25. Now it has a bid for $27. Now Pearl Jam has a bid for $150. And John Robb, you get the Rolling Stones for $40. Perfectly sealed and mint. So do Roxy. Kelly Vladorchek on Avicii. And then she put AC hashtag VCO. Close enough, Avicii. I wouldn't know how to spell it either. And then Kansas over here, Topographic is at 28, and then Pearl Jam's at 150. Let's put up another auction, and let's see what's going on over here. What do we have? What do we have? I have going up right now for bid at this moment, without further ado, this is the Rolling Stones live in San Diego, 1969. Whoa. A vintage Rolling Stones, a 2022 unofficial blue and yellow splatter, sealed, numbered 448 of we don't know how many, $95 start on that vintage, or I should say it's a new bootleg. It's a vintage concert, 1969, San Diego, the Rolling Stones. How much was Paramore? Paramore over here was $29.99. Paramore was $29.99. All right, let's race through those again. Joy Division was $29, Unknown Pleasures. The Low in Theory, this was Tribe Called Quest. $36.99 on Tribe Called Quest, $36.99 on that. We have Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill for $29. Blur Leisure is $33.99. Miles Davis Bitches Brew is $34. Deftones Adrenaline is $33. Weezer The Blue Album $33. Kiss is $33. Rock and Roll Over is $33. Paramore All We Know Is Falling is $29. We have Deftones Saturday Night Wrist is $33. Sublime is $39.99, a 2 LP. A Tribe Called Quest Midnight Marauders is $29. Kiss Dress to Kill is $36. Miles Davis Birth of the Cool $33. And Weezer Pinkerton $33. Those are all still available. Kansas is at $35. Topographic, you're out. Pearl Jam, did the other bidder go out? The other bidder would have been up to whom? And that was John LeBeatty. John LeBeatty, you're out on the Pearl Jam. It's at $150. And Carol Puckett has the Rolling Stones at $35. I'm pretty sure I said $95. I did. This is a 2022 Euro limited edition. Did I say $35? I might have misspoke. If I misspoke, I'll go ahead and roll it at $35. It should be $95, but we'll say a $35 start. So I know Carol's a Rolling Stones fan and collector, and that might get some momentum building on it. Rolling Stones, a $35 start. Now up for bid. San Diego, 2 LP blue and yellow splatter. Pearl Jam at $155, and Kansas has a new bid for $38. So he's out, but there's a new bidder. And so, Patrick, now you got to deal with Josh MF or Jones. Jason Forterat, you still got to bid on Pearl Jam because John LeBaty's not done. Let's go through this other new crate that Laura's marked right quick. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick crate condensing over here. We had how many crates of new vinyl? 7? Oh my gosh, we still got Aerosmith lights to tag, and the Jeff Buckleys are back in, and we need to tag those, okay? The Jeff Buckleys are in, and there was a waiting list, and I'm sure because that's kind of pricier, some people are highly interested if they got one or not. So let me go ahead and show you what's going on with that. So right now we got Pearl Jam over here at 155, 175, and you said 95. Yeah, Stones is supposed to be a $95 start. We'll just go ahead and say this. Carol Puckett has it at a bargain right now, $60 below what I was going to start it at, and no one else has bid. So he might end up getting it for $35. We're about to find out. I'm going to swap out crates. Let me do a little bit of condensing. Carol's probably got his fingers crossed like, oh my gosh, could this be happening? Could this really be happening right now? Could this really get slipped through at just $35? Could it? Is it going to happen? Could it? Could it happen? Let me condense these crates right quick. That was the leftover 6 a.m. This was the last crate we showed. I'm going to put that right there. And then here was that. And I got some other stuff over here. So I think those 7 or 8 crates of new vinyl has been condensed into one. So let me move this over here, doing some moving, doing some this. I'm doing a little bit of that. There's an empty banana peel from last night. Here's these, here's those. Now the Stones have new bid. Everybody's like, wait a minute, a $95 start? What's going on here? Okay, there's this, there's that. And now let's go ahead and bring over our first pre-owned crate. Let me take a couple deep breaths. It's been full nonstop for about 2 hours, like actually about 2 hours and 18 minutes. We've pretty much been going nonstop for about 2 hours straight. Here's the first Laura crate, which is a lot of box sets here, okay? Okay? All right. It's got 30 staples in my head. Oh my gosh, that doesn't sound good. 30 staples in your head. So when I left off, Kansas got a new bid for 38. Pearl Jam got a new bid for 175. And what's the best version of Kinda Blue? That's a tough question. There's a lot of versions of these jazz albums in print. If you want me to do some research, I can try to get you the best one I can and let you know the price. I don't know what's in print from Analog Productions and MoFi. There's a lot of Kinda Blues. There's probably, what, right now? 12 different versions of Kinda Blue being made on a yearly basis. Pearl Jam 175, and then Rolling Stones 36, Rolling Stones 36, Rolling Stones 40, and then is the live video. There's actually 2. We've sold 1. Rolling Stones 45, Rolling Stones 50, and then Rolling Stones 47, Rolling Stones 51. If it's not a Laura crate, then I'm logging off. It sounds like I need to take this Laura crate back off the crate then. Mark Weiss is getting a little upset. He's like, there's only one thing I buy, and that's only if Laura has put the price tag on the record. That's what somebody else told me the other night. Somebody said, Chad, only buy records if John puts the price tag on the record. Then somebody else said, Chad, I only buy records if you tell me that Laura has put the price tag on the record. And then somebody else said, Chad, I only buy records if Paul physically puts the price tag on the record. Otherwise, I'm not interested in them. I don't want anybody else's priced records unless Laura physically puts the tag on there or John physically puts the tag on there. If you put it on there, I don't want it. If Laura puts it on there, I want it. If Paul puts it on there, I don't want it. If Paul puts it on there, I do want it. It only depends on who puts the actual physical price tag on the record. Otherwise, some people just pass. Next is Kansas. The last bid that came in, Patrick Lear went out. This is sold to Josh Jones for $38. $38. This is sold to Josh MF Jones. $38. That's done. Over here, Pearl Jam. The last bid, John LeBaty out, sold. That's sold to Jason Forterat. Thank you, Jason, 175. That is sold, okay? Now, over here, we have Rolling Stones. The last bid was James Chilcott at $56. One more look, the Rolling Stones San Diego 1969. Hand-numbered, blue and yellow splatter, a classic track list here, 1969. And that's a final call. James Chilcott, $56. We still got a lot of auctions to put up, like Tesla, Simplicity, Tesla is a limited edition black and white double LP. Tesla is a 2014 U.S. Fan Club black and white vinyl, sealed, $145 start on Tesla. Carol, hope everything works out with that. Sorry to hear about that. I do have another bonus auction over here for the Rolling Stones. Of course, I read off a bunch. I actually have a Sticky Fingers picture disc over here to put up at some point tonight. And let's go ahead and put up something else over here. Golly, look at all this stuff. I'm starting to go get dizzy. Whew, my eyes just kind of jittered. They kind of went da-da-da. I'm just over here trying to figure out what all this stuff is. Oh my gosh, another Pearl Jam. Over here, we have Pearl Jam Under the Covers, the songs they didn't write. This is a live Pearl Jam unofficial, a 2LP colored vinyl, a $35 start on that. Here we go. This is all box sets that Laura marked tonight. All box sets that Laura marked. The Grateful Dead, Nightfall of Diamonds, a record store day, $64.99. Limited edition 10,000, $64.99. Grateful Dead. We have the Black Crows of Morica. Wow, it's in this black baggie. A 2025 5LP, $149.99. It has a slip mat, a poster, a fanzine, a bumper sticker, and that is unopened in that black baggie for $149.99. The Rolling Stones over here is sold to James Chilcott for $56. Thank you on that one. Tesla is a $145 start. Pearl Jam has bids for $35 and $45, and the first two box sets in here are sold. But before I do anything else, my crate is full. This crate is completely full, and I know I can't put any of those box sets in there. So let me jump over here, and let me do this righty here. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's sell it. Here we go. Both box sets are sold. This one is, this is sold. This is sold to Robert, and then Jason Forterac gets the Black Crows. So Tesla 145, Pearl Jam, Jerry Conklin, you're out. John LaBeatty has it for 45. Moving on. I still got, golly, let's do the David Bowie Lodger. We got to mix in some of this stuff too. 79 US Indianapolis OG with the original sleeve. It does have the original sleeve. Lodger with the hop sticker, a $30 start on Lodger. Next is Linda Ronstadt, the Asylum Years Record Store Day box. It is a Record Store Day exclusive. It is 4 LPs, $74.99 for the Linda Ronstadt. I didn't know they even did that. Behind that is Bob's Burgers, the music album. Bob's Burgers is a 2017, almost did it in the future. A 2017 red, yellow, green 3 LP with lyric book, posters, stickers, and a patch. Bob's Burgers, $124.99. And then we've got 2 Dick's Picks, Volume 1. Dick's Picks is $124.99. A limited edition 3000 4LP. We got 2 of them. Same thing. Grateful Dead, live in Tampa, 1973. Dick's Picks Volume 1, $124.99. Tesla did not get a bid. A buy it now for $145. Simplicity. Fan Club, black and white vinyl. Pearl Jam's at $50 with Charlie. Jerry Conklin tied him. Bowie has 1 bid for $30. That's what's going on there. Next is the following, another auction, and that is Live. Live is live at the Paradiso, Amsterdam. The band live. The band's live, and they're live. It's an unofficial on orange vinyl, a $75 start. Linda Ronstadt was $74.99. $74.99. Shakedown on Dick's Picks Volume 1, and then a little small box set here. John Lennon, Gimme Some Truth. That is $249.99. A 2023 Record Store Day, limited to 1,500 with 9 10-inch on white vinyl. That is John Lennon, and that is $249.99. Gimme Some Truth, John Lennon. Okay, that is available. So over here, there's only 3 box sets left, not counting John that I pulled out. Linda Ronstadt is $74.99, a 4LP, The Asylum Years. Also, Bob's Burgers, the music album. Bob's Burgers has got a, boy, this is heavy. Must have a big book in it. Yeah, 3 LPs, a 7-inch, a book, sticker sheet, posters, patch. Very cool. $124.99. And then Dick's Picks Volume 1, $124.99. Okay. Now we have Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam is at $65 with John LaBeatty. $65 with John LaBeatty. And that means Charlie DeFrank, you're out. No. Charlie DeFrank has it for $60. Charlie DeFrank 60, John LaBeatty and Jerry Conklin, y'all are out on Pearl Jam. David Bowie got one bid to Philip Holt on Lodger for $30. Nice. One bid on that for $30. Jason, I have to keep all these right now at sticker price. Now, if it doesn't sell tonight, at some other time, I definitely will take less on any of these, but right now they're all sticker price. Live at the Paradiso, Amsterdam. Well, that's always confusing. It's live at the Paradiso, Amsterdam. It's an unofficial 2LP orange vinyl, $75. All the new stuff that Laura's marked, I always keep sticker price because she's probably comped these from Discogs, and they're probably very, very fair. That Grateful Dead box set the other night was extremely fair. She knows what she's doing. She just dropped off another crate. Another crate just got dropped off. Holy moly. Okay, let's go ahead and put up another audio file record. This Nazareth is catching my attention. If I can get these to stand up, I'm about to fight with some records over here. If y'all hear me punching somebody, that's one of these records, but it's in love, okay? It's a love punch. It's nothing serious, just a small little domestic dispute. This is Nazareth audiophile. What exactly going on here? It's a half-speed master from Canada. Nazareth's greatest hits, an audiophile half-speed master from 1980 EX, $35 start on that one. The Linda Ronstadt is called The Asylum Years. Kelly's asked about it, Jason's asked about it, and now Jerry Stone. It was originally released on Record Store Day. It's got 4 albums, Don't Cry Now, Prisoner in Disguise, Hasten Down the Wind, and Simple Dreams, which I don't think those have been reissued individually. That is $74.99 for Linda. What a voice. One of the greatest female vocalists of all time. She's up there with like Whitney Houston. That is $74.99. Nazareth is $30. We could probably make a list, but she would have to be mentioned. We have Nazareth at $35. Live is at $75, and Pearl Jam's at $65. Moving on. She just dropped off more box sets. Let's do those. She just dropped off more box sets. I'm very curious on what's in those. Here we go. I was going to go through the sorry, I was getting a telegraph there. Hold on a minute. The rest of it's coming in. Okay. I have got the message. It says, Chad, you need another drink of water, and then you need a monster. You need a monster, okay? All right. You need a monster. Look at all these box sets. Holy crap. Well, you can see Candlebox, so let me go ahead and show it. Candlebox, the Maverick Years. Candlebox is sealed, $124.99. 4 LPs. 4 albums, 7 LPs, $124.99. Candlebox. 4 albums, 7 LPs, $124.99. Chad needs a drink of water. Aretha Franklin's up there too. Sorry, I gotta stay hydrated. I say a lot of words every night. If you ever talk for a living like me, you get cotton mouth pretty fast. John LaBeatty on Candlebox. So did John LaBeatty. Pearl Jam's still getting bids. It's at $75. Live just got one bid, right? $75, Travis Woods. That's it. So Travis, $75. Done. Nazareth. Yes, these are audiophile. These are audiophile grade. That means they're typically better vinyl and better mastering. If you just had to define audiophile, audiophile typically means better vinyl, better mastering, and typically all analog. Not always, but usually it's supposed to be all analog. But audiophile is typically better mastering or the best you can get, right? Not everything was recorded analog. A lot of albums from the 90s and then 2000s are digital. So there is no analog tape. But typically it means the best mastering, the best vinyl they could get at the time. I mean, it's 1980. Around the late 70s, early 80s, is when audiophile stuff started. That's when people really got into high-end equipment. That's really when you started seeing people pay attention to high-end equipment. Late 70s, early 80s, that's when that stuff started rolling. And you started seeing audiophile stuff hit the market. Okay, here we go. I got Dick's Picks Volume 19, The Grateful Dead, $99.99. $99.99. A 6 LP, $99.99 for Dick's Picks Volume 19. And then, ooh, Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same. The Super Deluxe, 4 LPs, 2 CDs, 3 DVDs, the book. How much? Wow, great price. $149.99 on Led Zeppelin. Sealed, The Song Remains the Same. Let's see what I've missed over here. I have Nas at 35, Nas at 40, Pearl Jam at 70, Nas 41, Pearl Jam 75. Roxy says Simple Dreams was released as Summer Series. Okay, I didn't know that. That must be a few years back because I don't remember that one. Nas 45, Pearl Jam 80. I'm sure some viewers get caught mouth, but not from what I'm talking about. Chad, would you take 120 for Tesla? Sold. 120 for Tesla. To Bubba, 77775. He got Tesla. Shakedown on Grateful Dead, Dick's Picks, TSO Houston on Led Zeppelin. Now, at any time, I can order you Led Zeppelin 1, 2, 3, 4, House the Holy, Physical Graffiti, Presence, In Through the Outdoor, Coda. Song Remains the Same has never been reissued. The new Jimmy Page remasters, he only did it as a box set and a deluxe box set. This is the Super Deluxe. A deluxe and a Super Deluxe. Now, you know how it originally came out in 1976 as a gate? They never did reissue that as a gatefold. So you can get all the Led Zeppelins except this one. And the last time I checked, this is out of print. So I can't order new copies of Song Remains the Same. I'm hoping one day they'll do that as like a 3 LP, maybe. Or maybe just keep it in print as the box. But who knows? That'll be up to Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. Sometimes I guess they call John Paul Jones, but he's probably like, yeah, I don't care. Go ahead. Just send me the money. We have Grateful Dead, Europe 72. Grateful Dead is $84.99. Europe 72. Wow, that's the... so this is the, like, classic Europe 72, the one that came out back in the day, right? This is the full show. The complete show available for the first time. Wow. $84.99. Okay, we need more auctions. Nazareth. Nazareth is sold to Intergroove. Well, let me make sure Joe DeGaulle. Okay, he did. Sold to Intergroove Distortion for $45. And then Pearl Jam, Jerry Conklin, $85. Charlie DeFrank, you're out. $85 of Jerry Conklin. And Shakedown gets another Grateful Dead. Wow. There's not going to be much left in here. Of course, it's all box sets. And then we're going to go in through the standard lower crate. But before we do that, I got Linkin Park Meteora. Numb. Aqua Blue Vinyl, a Record Store Day edition. A 2021 Blue Vinyl Linkin Park Meteora. A $55 start. Next is Styx Pieces of 8. Styx Pieces of 8, a 1980 US half-speed master audiophile, a $25 start. Styx Pieces of 8, a $25 start. Next, what do we have? Van Halen, the studio albums and rarities. That is the Hagar era. 5150, OU812 for lawful carnal knowledge, balance, and then rarities. $200. Not $199.99. Pearl Jam still getting bids. There's Linkin Park and that. And yes, we'll do the other Tesla in just a second. And the last is another Grateful Dead. Hey, that's that same one we had last night. $274. This one was pricey. Like the last one sold for like $400, and then the one before that $450. $274.99 on the Grateful Dead. That leaves Van Halen and the Grateful Dead. That's the only two left in there, okay? I'm going to put those with the other box sets. Anybody else? Dead, Buffalo, New York, and then Van Halen, the complete Hagar collection, $199. Now, since then, all those have come out individually except the studio rarities. And 5150 is up for pre-order right now. If you want to pre-order 5150, it is up for pre-order in a whole lot of records. That's the green vinyl deluxe of that. I have ordered all the pre-orders and like 20 extras. Okay, let's go through this other crate. And then we're going to have a ton of new vintage stuff. John's Mark III crates. I think Patrick, that just started here today, I don't know if he actually marked anything today. Let me see what's over here. I need to remind him if there is anything marked to figure out where it is. I think he was just working on sorting and cleaning. Yeah, I think he's just, you know, first day at the new job, you're just trying to get used to things. I think he's been over here sorting and cleaning. So, yep, there's that. And there's a lot of stuff over here. We need to do a lot of digging, it looks like. I'm going to, as soon as we get through everything new tonight and we knock out CDs, I've got to stay up all night to go to the bank in the morning. And because of that, I'm going to just try to end as soon as possible. We will be going late because we got CDs to go through again. But I got a lot of cleaning up around here to do. This place is almost got out of hand, and it happens quickly. Okay, if I didn't do anything Sunday in here, and so it's pretty much got out of hand again. It gets out of hand quickly in here. If you don't stay on top of this stuff, it's like, holy moly, this place is a disaster. It happens fast around here. All right, let's update all these auctions and let's see what's going on, okay? So, first thing is this. We had Pearl Jam at 90, Pearl Jam at 95, and then Linkin Park. What is the bid on Linkin Park? Linkin Park does not have a bid. We're looking for a $55 start. Oh, $55 start on blue vinyl. I haven't drunk enough water. My leg just went like that. Holy moly. Hoping that doesn't happen again. If I scream out, it's because I'm having a cramp. Linkin Park, Meteora, does have a bid for 55 final call. Now, we can't give some of these too much time, so we got to go ahead and sell them. Sticks is a no bid, $25 on Sticks. That's pieces of 8, $25 if anybody wants it, okay? This is new stuff Laura just marked. Check condition. Check condition. So these are priced as marked, no more, no less, okay? Priced as marked, no more, no less. How much is John Lennon? John Lennon is $249.99. A 2023 record store day, $249. Kristen Starr, all you got to do is say, I'll take it. What a great price on that. Tom Kelly gets Sticks for $25. Pearl Jam still getting bids. Linkin Park is sold to Joe Delgado for $55. Brian Stern second on Sticks. Our next auction is Blind Melon and then Tesla. Blind Melon's a 2018 first time on vinyl. That has a promo sticker. Wow, look at that. It has a not for resale sticker over the analog spark hop sticker. $75 start on that. Back to the Turntable said he bid $25 on Sticks. Back to the Turntable said they bid $25 on Sticks. That unfortunately did not ever hit my screen. That unfortunately did never hit my screen. And I think I said it didn't have a bid. Make sure you hear me call out your bid because that never did hit my screen. I will go back one more time and look, but I don't think that ever came through. I mean, if anything, we can just put it up again for one more chance. I mean, way up here is the Pearl Jam Black Crows. I'll look one more time. Live, Nas, Pearl Jam, Nas, Grateful Dead, Led Zeppelin, Grateful Dead, Tesla, Pearl Jam, Grateful Dead, Linkin Park, Pearl Jam, Sticks. Okay, we got to put this back up for bid. So Sticks is pieces of 8, a 1980 US half-speed master VG Plus condition. Go ahead and bid again. Two things. Make sure you always hear me call it out, and always make sure you see it pop over here on Restream, because that did not ever hit my monitor at all. $25 start on Sticks. Blind Melon has bids for $75. Pearl Jam is sold to Charlie DeFrank for $100. So now, Blind Melon has bids for $75, $77. And now Sticks is at $25. Make sure if you want to bid, you bid right now, because I'm going to sell it quickly. If he bids and nobody else does, we're going to do that quickly. We got Brian Stern on the Van Halen box, sold to Brian Stern, $199.99. Right now, there's no bid on Sticks, looking for a $25 start. Okay, now the first thing we got to do is look up, I forgot almost about the, what's that guy's name? Jeff Buckley over here. And Jeff Buckley over here, there was 3 people on a waiting list. Jerry Stone, Chris Knapp, and Danae De La O. Let me go ahead and get these knocked out. I forgot about these. Jerry Stone, Chris Knapp, and Danae De La O. This is the Jeff Buckley. Let me make sure that's what this all is. Yeah, these are the 4LP for $99.99. And I'm going to leave these in the shipping box for them in case they want to use this. And then let me open one up and show you what you're talking about. So these are in Jerry Stone and Chris Knapp and Danae, your Jeff Buckley live at Sani, or however that's pronounced. These are in whoever's tagging. I'm going to lay those right over here. And then let me open one up. I almost forgot about it. Sorry, it was mixed in over here with this other stuff. And let me show you what this is. This has always been highly desirable, and it's typically been out of print. And this is Jeff Buckley. They're $99.99. Let me open this up and show it to you here. And I got two still right here, new in the shipping box, of course. And Jeff Buckley. Let me show you what that looks like here. This right here, if this rings a bell now. Okay, that is Jeff Buckley. And we have two left. They're $99.99. And those are new for last Friday. Yeah, I think last Friday. And I almost missed it, but I'm glad we ordered them because now we've sold about a dozen of them. $99.99. Michael Butler wants one. There's one left. Anybody else? I got one more over there in the shipping box. We'll tag this one for Michael Butler. Anybody else on Jeff Buckley? Those three over there was a waiting list. Thank y'all. Now we can get started on this crate. Blind Melon is at 81 with Matthew Hendon. Sticks is tied. Back to the Turntable has it for 25. Tom Kelly, you're out. So Back to the Turntable has essentially had it twice now for $25. I've got to sell it really quickly to him if nobody else bids more than 25. First thing is Tesla reel to reel, the first one. Red vinyl, record store day, a $200 start. Tesla reel to reel, $200 start, now up for bid. These are sticker price, no more, no less. Upstairs at United, all analog, recorded live, direct to tape. Jeff the Brotherhood, EX condition, $12.99. The club name, Sani, often spelled with the accent as Sani, is pronounced Shanae. Thank you. It's pronounced Shanae. Live at Shanae. Sticks has a new bid. We officially have an auction going on Sticks. Tom Kelly's at 26. Chris and Star, I think you've missed all of the Stevie Ray Vaughns. There's one over here of Jimmy Vaughn, but I think all the other ones have sold. I will look because you've asked 2 or 3 times. I think there are 0 Stevie Ray Vaughan bootlegs left. They have all sold. We still got some incredible stuff, but all the Stevie Ray Vaughns are gone, plus some ones that wasn't even advertised. Got pretty orders for Buckley. Chris Knapp, I've already tagged you for one. You was on a waiting list. Yeah, you've already been tagged for one. Intergroove Distortion, you've been outbid. The Linda Ronstadt. Jerry, I think that was a record store day only. So I think that is a record store day only. I can try to find out very quickly, but I think Linda, and unless it's been reissued another time, I'll find out. Luckily, I'm logged in over here to see if these Jeff Buckleys are still in stock. A couple people have asked about Japanese. Let me give you an update on that. You're not the only person. We had 2 huge orders on their way from Japan. When DHL was about to deliver them, you know what happened? They said, you owe duty. And we said, no, we don't pay duty. You're not supposed to pay duty on media like that. It had to go all the way back to Japan and then all the way back to us. So they just got back to Japan, and now they're all the way back, heading back to us. Whenever all that shows up, it's going to be a back order of about 4 orders. But tonight, no Japanese, possibly no Japanese tomorrow, possibly none this week at all. There could be some tomorrow. Jerry Stone, I cannot order Linda Ronstadt. It's blocked on one account, and the other account is out of stock. Okay, so here we go. I think we're done. I'm ready to finally start showing this crate. I've answered a lot of concerns, but not before we go to the top cam over here. But no, Jerry, I cannot get that. I just looked. Blind Melon, Nealon Black, $82. Matthew Hendon, you've been outbid. Okay? Over here. Sticks, Tom Kelly, 31. Back to the Turntable, you're out. That's the Nautilus Half-Speed Master. Tesla, $200 start, sealed red vinyl. No one has bid yet. Now, I think we can finally get started on this crate. Jeff the Brotherhood, EX $12.99. And then we had She and Him, Volume 3. She and Him is in VG condition, $9.99. The Beatles, Now and Then. Wow, they put the hop sticker on there sideways. Now and Then, and Love Me Do. Their first single and their last single. EX $14.99. The Beatles and the Brotherhood of Light. That is Jeff the Brotherhood, EX edition, $14.99. Jerry Stone says, I better go ahead and get that thing. Let's go ahead and give him the Linda Ronstadt. It is sealed. It has a tear in the shrink wrap up here, if that's okay. That's the only flaw. It's brand new and sealed from Record Store Day, $74.99. That is sold to the one and only Jerry Stone. That's done. And then Jason Forterat's like, dang, I should have just went ahead and bought it. Kelly Vlodarchek on She and Him. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And then Sticks has a bid for $35. This is Reel to Reel 1, the highly desirable one. Only 1,500 were made. We're about to sell it. Blind Melon, I've lost a couple people. When I come back, I'm going to sell it to Neil and Black for $82. We have Saint Luther, We Are the Reformation, EX $9.99. Laura says, I straight up could not find this album or band on Discogs or with Google's visual search. Wow. What was it? How was this made then? Like just in a basement somewhere? Holy crap. That's not on Google, not on Discogs. That's bizarre. $9.99 on that. Tesla has a bid for $250. Chris Knapp wants the second Jeff the Brotherhood. He wants this one. Or maybe he meant two like he wants both of them. All right, now let me swap out crates. That's what I was going to say. When I swap out crates, I'll come back and finish up some of these auctions because we still got more to get to. And when I say more, I mean millions. And when I say millions, I say billions. And if you ever hear me say billions, that means I mean trillions. And if I say trillions, I mean hundreds of trillions of auctions to sell. Whew, we're going to be here a while. Okay? So Tesla, $250, final call. Saint is sold to Michael Butler. That's interesting. Blind Melon is sold then. Neil and Black, $82. Now we have finally found the right person for Sticks. Back to the turntable, $35. John LeBeatty, your bid on Blind Melon just came in late. Dang. Sorry, I've already sold it. Then Matthew Hendon's still bidding too. Sorry, already sold it. And then over here, Tesla. This is a final call. Tesla is a final call, $250, reel to reel. Man, I would love for y'all to keep bidding on Blind Melon, but it's set back there forever with Nealon. I was like begging somebody else to bid again. Never did happen. I was begging at one point. I literally said, folks, I'm begging. We have Page and Plant and Metallica. Whoops, I accidentally picked some of my favorites. Metallica, Helping Hands, live and acoustic at the Masonic. Metallica is a 2019 2LP Blue Marble vinyl, $175 start on that, $175. Page and Plant, Page on Plant, Horizonte. Page and Plant is a 2024 unofficial 3LP orange vinyl, a $75 start. That is Page and Plant. John LeBeatty, your bid came in late, and so did Matthew Hendon. They came in late, I promise you. I promise you they came in late. If they were on time, I would have took them. They came in late, I promise you. Next is Mike Kokendall, half present, present pending, half past, present pending. Indie Rock, EX $12.99. Luther Vandross, Never Too Much, VG Plus $17.99. Tesla sold to Alex Miller for $250. There's Metallica, there's Page and Plant. Wow, those are now up for bid. We have Zone, Jeff the Brotherhood, EX $12.99. And we have Snoop Dogg, Doggy Style, a 2002 VG $19.99 for Snoop. Next auction is The Sword. The Sword is Age of Winters, a 2015 US. This is a limited edition 750 on purple marble vinyl, a $35 start, a Newberry Comics exclusive. I would go ahead and check your lag. There's a good way to know how far and how up to date you are on your lag. Okay, and if you just send 3 dots, that's what you see people do sometimes, right? They'll send 3 dots, or you can just put test, click a stopwatch, and whenever you see it pop up on Restream, that's when it's hit my phone over here. And then you'll know if you're live, and you'll know how bad your connection is. So if you like hit test or send 3 dots and then start timing it, you'll know. And that way you know you're live
or if you need to refresh, or if you need to call your internet provider and chew out somebody's butt, and they're probably just some poor customer service representative, and then you're over there chewing their butt out because your internet sucks. And then you're over there and they're like, golly, man, this guy called me today. He chewed my butt out for 30 minutes over his internet. I'm just a receptionist. And then over here we have Tesla. Alex, you got it for $250. Kelly Vlodarchek, the Luther Vandross is never too much. 2016 35th anniversary edition, VG Plus, $17.99. Darren Johnson wants Now and Then. I Need You. That's Darren Johnson on the Beatles. Devious John on Snoop Dogg. That's sold. And then over here we have this. We have the Black Keys, Attack and Release. The Black Keys is EX, $22.99. The Black Keys, Attack and Release. Let's go over here. You said I'm going to sell this when I get back. I bid, and you never left, though. I walked over there and swapped out crates. Then I come back, and then I sold it, and then your bid popped in. That's how far your feed was behind. You was a good 2 or 3 minutes behind, probably. I think you're back up, but whatever happened, your feed was severely delayed. This does not have a bid. It's a final call to lock in a bid, $175. A final chance, a 2019 official Metallica Helping Hands. Steve Weaver has it for $175. That will sell, final chance to bid. Now you got to go through Steve Weaver. Page and Plant, Travis Woods has it for $75. That's going once, going twice. And the Sword is a $35 star. So Page and Plant has a bid. Now Metallica has a bid. And now we have new arrivals. Okay? A lot of people, like, as they're actively bidding on something, I'll see them like constantly checking their lag too. Or when you're bidding, you can check your lag. You can like bid and then see how long it takes before it pops up. That way you know you're live and everything's rolling. Otherwise, you might be 2 or 3 minutes behind and not even realize it. A couple bad clicks on YouTube and you can accidentally rewind and you're watching maybe 60 seconds behind. Then you're lag and then you're like really screwed. But I think everybody's caught up now that was bidding on that last lot. Heavy Days, another Jeff the Brotherhood, VG Plus lot $9.99. Secret Samadhi already sold for $150. That already sold. One bid, $150. It's gone. M Ward is in VG condition, $9.99. And Soul Asylum, Delayed Reaction. Soul Asylum is in VG Plus, $19.99. Because the dots show up at the same time up here on my monitor where y'all can't see it, and over here on my phone. See, it all shows up like pretty much instantaneously. If you look here how it's matched. So that's how a lot of people see how Patrick's comments popped up at the same time as the embedded feed. Those are almost synced exactly. And that's what I go by over here. And if it doesn't show up here, where y'all can see it, then I can't see it over here either. Chris Knapp on Jeff the Brotherhood. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Also, we have Jason Isbell Southeastern. That's EX $17.99 for Isbell. And that was the last check condition. TT Quick has not sold yet. No. Metallica, Steve Weaver, $185. Alex Miller out. Page and Plant, Travis Woods, $85. Cindy Yarborough, you're done. Or you're out. And nobody bid on the Sword. This is a buy now for $35. The Sword is a $35 buy now, and Mark Stanley all over it. He gets that for $35. Something just fell out of it. Probably the download card. What just fell out of it here? Yep, the download card. There we go. So thank you, Mark Stanley. That is sold to you, okay? Now, the rest of these records are either sealed or EX Plus near mint minus. The check condition stuff, we still got Jason Isbell, Soul Asylum, M Ward, the Black Keys, Luther Vandross, Zone. This one was Mike Kokendall, and then we still got another Jeff the Brotherhood. Next is this, Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix Experience is a 8 LP box, $149.99. The Jimi Hendrix 8 LP box set sealed, $149.99. And Laura even put some no peeking stickers up here so you couldn't see. So you actually get a rare, now discontinued Laura crate sticker with that one. Jimi Hendrix, this $149. What a great price on that. Metallica still getting bids. Page and Plant still getting bids. And now TT Quick. TT Quick is an 84 USOG VG Plus, a $25 start for TT Quick. Now what forbid, a $25 start. Matthew Hendon on Jimi Hendrix. Yes, nice set there. I own that myself. Excuse me, Stephen A. Young. Stephen A. Young got Jimi Hendrix, not Matthew Hendon. Stephen A. Young first on that one. Then Matthew Hendon was second. And then over here, we have Page and Plant at 110. We have the Black Crows, 3 snakes and 1 charm. The Black Crows is $29.99. We have Sonic Flower. Sonic Flower is a psych album out of Japan, $24.99. Black Crows sold to Jeremy Rourke. Secret Samadhi's already sold, Mark. You stepped away. That's a #1 no-no here. If you step away, you will miss stuff. Amanda Shires, To the Sunset. Amanda Shires is a 2018 USOG Deluxe Edition. Signed cover, purple marble vinyl, $59.99. But to be fair, we did sell that like 2 hours ago. Secret Samadhi sold like 2 hours ago. Sturgill Simpson, Modern Sounds in Country and Western Music. Sturgill, $24.99. What about Metallica? Alex Miller out. Sold to Steve Weaver for $200. Metallica sold for $200. Page and Plant, $125. Cindy Yarborough out. Now TT Quick, one bid with Doug for $25. And that is the Black Keys, Cholahoma. The Black Keys is $24.99. Okay, next auction from the Boonus Crate. And believe me, we love some bonuses. We have over here from the Bonus Crate, Tom Petty facing the crowd. Tom Petty live in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, 1989. This is a 2016 unofficial on Parachute. Now unavailable, a $95 start on that. Nealon Black on Sturgill Simpson. That is sold to Nealon Black. Sturgill Simpson sold. Slave, the band Slave. Stellar Funk, the best of Slave, featuring Steve Arrington. Red vinyl, $24.99. And then we have Led Zeppelin. Anybody ever listen to this? I don't know this album. $29.99 for Physical Graffiti. $29.99. Page and Plant out. Sold to Travis Woods for $125. TT Quick, $27. TT Quick, $30. Tom Petty, a $95 start. Next auction is going up when? Next auction is going up where? Next auction is Def Leppard, going up now. Def Leppard, Pyromania. Def Leppard is a 2024 Euro Deluxe Edition, blue and yellow, 40th anniversary. This is on blue and yellow, $55 start on Def Leppard. Next is Sweet, level-headed alternate mixes and demos. Sweet is a record store day on blue vinyl, $19.99 for Sweet. Sweet. And there's Jack White Blunderbuss. Jack White is $24.99. And we have Soundgarden down on the upside, 2016 with a newly remastered analog tapes hype sticker, $32.99, no condition notes. TT Quick is sold to Doug Reeder for $30. Final chance to bid on Tom Petty at $95. And now the Def Leppard, a 2LP Pyromania, a $55 start for Pyromania. How much? A $55 start. Our next auction is David Bowie, Station to Station. An OG pressing, that's the tan RCA label. OG VG Plus, a $25 start on David Bowie. Station to Station. Soundgarden is sold to Devious John. Alice in Chains Dirt, Them Bones. Sealed for $29.99 on Alice in Chains. Sebastian Bach, Forever Wild. Sebastian Bach is a 2019 Record Store Day exclusive on white and red vinyl. That is sealed for $29.99. And the Black Keys Magic Potion. The Black Keys is a 2006 USOG, $34.99 for the Black Keys Magic Potion. Okay, now the first thing I have is Tom Petty's, a no bid. That's live in Chapel Hill. That's $95 on that. $95 on that. Tom Petty, that's live in Chapel Hill, a no bid, $95. I'm going to give Def Leppard one more chance. And then over here, Def Leppard, final chance, and then there's David Bowie. Let's go through this lower crate one more time. A lot of Black Keys in there. We haven't done a single kind of vintage LP bin yet tonight. I'm also going to go ahead and condense these box sets that Laura marked in here as well. So it's all together here in one crate. Actually, I like it in this green crate, so I'll show those. Actually, yeah, let's put them together right quick. Give me 1 second. I like it when everything's in a... The way I keep it separate is the stuff that they mark, I try to keep in bright colored crates. And then I tried for the longest to keep them color-coded, but just kind of hard to do. That way, like, we need to get enough purple crates where Laura's stuff can exclusively be in purple crates. That way I'm like, hey, purple crate, Laura. But we did order a bunch the other day. All right, let me get that one off the table. Oh, I just rammed that into my gut accidentally. That didn't feel good. Okay. A lot of Red Hot Chili Peppers auctions still over here, still to be done if you collect those color variants. And here we go. So Tom Petty's a no bid, $95. Def Leppard is a no bid, $55. Wow. All of a sudden, a bunch of no bids. And then David Bowie, a no bid, $25. $25 on that one. Okay. There's that and there's that. Now, first thing is all these in here, I've got to keep sticker price. Now, Shakedown's offering a Grateful Dead box that we sold for the same price last night. Now, that's a little bit different situation because we did sell one last night for that exact same price. Here's what I do with Laura stuff, okay? What I've been doing with the Laura stuff is I have been showing it, and then at night, later at night, if we have time, I go through it again and we take offers before I post it in the mornings. So here's what I'll do. I'll say, if you want something, this is your chance at sticker. And I probably could make an exception for this Grateful Dead since it's a duplicate that we sold last night. We did sell one just like it last night. Or you could wait a little bit later, maybe when we recap, and I have been taking offers on stuff. But because it's brand new stuff, and I honestly think most of it's fairly priced, I usually go ahead and say they're no more, no less. Now, for those that like making offers, that's what the next couple crates are about to be, actually, the next few crates. But everything else in here, I'll have to keep sticker price at the moment. Because that might keep it fair across the board, okay? That might keep it fair across the board. Because that's what we did sell one last night for. But here we go. I'm about to put up all new auctions. John LeBeatty offered $75 for Tom Petty. Sold. Thank you. I'll take it. Now, I still got David Bowie, OG, and I got the colored vinyl Def Leppard. And Jim B's trying to outbid Shakedown. We should just put that thing up for auction tonight. I mean, it's at a steal of a price. But here we go. Yeah, we still got some sweet stuff over here. As far as audiophile, yeah, here's the classic High Infidelity. Oh, man, here we go. This is REO Speedwagon High Infidelity, near mint, 1980 half-speed master, $45 start. REO Speedwagon High Infidelity, $45 start, okay? So out of all the 3 crates priced, including the box sets, here's what we got. The Bob's Burgers music album, sealed, $124.99, 2017, 3 LP, red, yellow, green, $124.99. We have one Grateful Dead left, Dick's Picks Volume 1, and that's sealed $124.99. And then here's the Grateful Dead we're talking about, $274.99. Now, that's a duplicate. If I knew we would have had one, I would have went ahead and sold it last night, $274.99 for Buffalo, New York. And this is the one right here we're talking about. So let me figure out what I need to do on that. But Michael Butler wants Dick's Picks Volume 1. That's sold. REO Speedwagon's now up for bid. And then let's do this Rush box set. Oh, man. This is only a $95 start. Rush. This is Vapor Trails, Feedback, Snakes and Arrows, and Clockwork. Wow. Just a $95 start. $95 start. 4 albums, 7 LPs, $95 start on that one. So there is that one. And let's go ahead and tag this one to Shakedown for $260, okay? Let's go ahead and tag that one to Shakedown before I forget about it. $260. Thank you. And then we have Jeff the Brotherhood, EX $12.99, upstairs at United. And then we have Mike Kokendall, half present, present pending, EX $12.99. Zone, Jeff the Brotherhood, EX $12.99, EX $12.99. Also, Luther Vandross, Never Too Much, VG Plus $17.99. Next was the Black Keys Attack and Release. This one's EX $22.99 for the Black Crows Attack and Release. M. Ward, VG $9.99. VG $9.99. Also, Soul Asylum, Delayed Reaction. Soul Asylum is VG Plus $19.99. Jason Isbell, Southeastern, EX $17.99. Also, Sonic Flower was a Psych album from Japan, $24.99. We have Amanda Shires To the Sunset. Amanda Shires is a 2018 deluxe edition signed, $59.99. Sundays on Jason Isbell. The Black Keys Cholahoma is $24.99. Slave is on red and red vinyl, double LP, $24.99. No one else has bid on REO Speedwagon since Tom Kelly bid $45. Amenities bid $95 on Rush. That's a final call. Physical Graffitis, $29.99. We had Sweet sealed for $19.99. Level-headed alternate mixes and demos. Jack White Blunderbuss was $24.99. Alice in Chains Dirt sealed $29.99, about $7 below list. Sebastian Bach is sealed for $29.99. Sebastian Bach from Skid Row and the Black Keys Magic Potion, $34.99. Tennessee Tone Man is in on REO at $48. Tom Kelly, you're out. We're about to sell the Rush box for just $95. Wow. And let's go ahead and add a third auction from the bonus crate. I got one Jeff Buckley left live at Shanae, and I went ahead and took that out of the shipping box so I could put that over here with new vinyl so we can perhaps recap some of that here later. But it's time to get into some vintage OG stuff. If you change your mind, you're like, Chad, you know what? I want to go ahead and buy the rest of those out of Laura. There'll be a second chance tonight, possibly at best offer. But if you want some now, I'd get them now. And yes, we will do the Van Halen lights. Yes, we will do the Van Halen lights. A lot of cool stuff in today. Tons of new vinyl. Laura's priced all kinds of stuff. John's priced all kinds of stuff over here. Yeah, we have a lot. We have a lot. Let me stack that right there. We'll be doing discount stuff tonight, and then we're going to finish up these CDs. We have to, because I did a deal with Solarplex. I still owe him an air horn. I was going to wait till we hit the magic number, though. And the air horn was, he bought 500 CDs for $1,000. That was our agreement. He said, I will buy $1,000 worth of CDs if you give me 500 of them. And I was like, I bet we can come up with those kind of numbers. So we got to go through the rest of the CDs tonight, $6.99. And then if you want them, I would grab them because all the leftovers are essentially sold. Okay. Next thing is what? Let's open up Facebook. Let's try to find that pre-order for that. Rush is getting new bids. Okay. And let's open up this. Whole lot of records. Aerosmith. Okay. What time CDs? 11:30. Probably by 11, I'll start mixing them in. 11:30, we might be exclusively CDs. I've got about another good hour and a half to go through all these new vintage arrivals and then knock out some nonsense. I'm throwing a bunch of empty boxes by the back door right quick. Yeah, I've already counted out 200 over here. It's quite the pile. Tony, he's going to have a bunch of CDs go out to him. All right, here we go. All righty. First vintage stuff crate of the night. So no telling what's over here. Let's see what we got, okay? And these are all going to be sticker price, okay? I think. Yeah, let's do the check condition stuff sticker price. Yeah, let's do the check condition stuff sticker price, okay? All right, let's do that. Let's do the check condition stuff sticker price. All righty. So he'll have $8 shipping. Yes. REO Speedwagon. Tennessee Tone Man's at $53. Tom Kelly, you're out. And Rush is at $100. So REO is at $53. Tom Kelly, you're out. And Rush is at $100. Amenities has it. Jim B and Brent Robley, y'all are out. Okay. This is new check condition stuff sticker price. We have Boston, Don't Look Back, EX Condition, $32.99. Jeff Beck Truth, VG $9.99. VG $9.99. That is Jeff Beck Truth, Rod Stewart on vocals. We'll do these sticker price on the check condition ones, okay? Bob Seger Night Moves, VG plus $17.99 on Night Moves, and Bob Seger's Stranger in Town. Back-to-back Segers. This is VG Plus $17.99. Amenities on Boston, Don't Look Back. We also have an audiophile pressing of that one coming. Bruce Springsteen, VG Plus $9.99 for Born in the USA. So the Rush box set is up to Brent Robley. Amenities bid came in first, Brent, at 100. You're out. I'm going to make sure Tom Kelly's done on REO Speedwagon, and let's put up another auction. And that one is for Pearl Jam Unplugged. You heard me correctly. We still got 2 Pearl Jam bootlegs plus this one. Unplugged is the 2019 Record Store Day official. $45 start on Pearl Jam Unplugged. Also, ZZ Top Deguelo, VG $14.99. Frank Zappa Apostrophe, a VG copy, $19.99 on Frank Zappa Apostrophe. We got ZZ Top Tres Hombres, that's VG Plus $24.99. And Bob Seger, Like a Rock. Seger is VG Plus $17.99. ZZ Top Rio Grande Mud, VG $14.99 for Rio Grande Mud, ZZ Top. And also the Yardbirds Favorites. That is VG Plus $14.99. Well, dang it. I lost Brent on the Rush. Never mind. 105. Brent Robley. Boy, that was close. Brent Robley on Rush at 105. Amenities, you've been outbid. Pearl Jam is at 50, and that's with Josh Brown. And then we have DJ on Deguelo. Who is that? That's G. That might be a new buyer. I'm trying to figure out how to call your handle. How about I call you DJ? DJ over on YouTube on the ZZ Top Deguelo, okay? So thank you. And if you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer. Pearl Jam has a bid for 50. Now, I did lose Tom Kelly on REO. It's been a while. Tennessee Tone Man's had it for 5 minutes. I lost Tom Kelly on that one. This is sold to Tennessee Tone Man, and that's sold for $53. I lost Tom Kelly for a good 5 minutes. I almost lost Brent for 4 minutes, but he's back. And Brent, you've been outbid on Rush. It's at 109, okay? So there's that, and there's Pearl Jam. That's Kerry Adams. Okay, is that the same Kerry Adams from Facebook? Are you a regular buyer? Let me just confirm if you're a regular buyer, and if you are, we'll get you tagged, but if you're new, then we need to get you registered, okay? Just let me know either way. Let me know either way on that one. Oh, man, I just opened my emails. I have a lot of work to do. Whew. Okay, let me get focused here. Aerosmith lights. I was also about to work on those. Aerosmith lights. Sorry, I hadn't forgot about you. Aerosmith lights. We got 17 that came in. We got 17 on hand. Aerosmith lights. Aerosmith lights. We got Jeremy Rourke, George Jones, John LaBeatty, Stacey Brown, Tony McDaniel, Levi Hilton, Terry Gearhart, Rob Fordham, Sean Sam, Patrick Lear, Tracy McFadden, Cynthia Herdron, Christina Curtis. Okay, so that's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I should have 4 Aerosmith lights left. 4 Aerosmith lights left. Let me show you what they look like, and let's get one plugged up. Should be 4 Aerosmith lights. Here is the grand unveiling of the newest light that came in today, and that is Aerosmith, okay? $59.99. There we have it. Now, there is that, and let's get this thing plugged up. If anybody else wants one, Aerosmith lights are $59.99. I've lost Brent Robley again on Rush. Final call again to amenities, okay? If anybody wants a Rolling Stones light, those are $59.99. That's the one I'm unplugging right now. And let me show you Aerosmith. Boy, is it a cool one. It is a sweet one, it looks like. I'm going to put Rolling Stones over here with the others. If you want one, they're $59. I've actually got lots in stock, which is actually a rarity around here. We got Stones, Metallica, Saxon, Led Zeppelin, and Iron Maiden. Those are the current ones I have in stock. All right, give me 1 second. Sorry, the lights kind of paused the show for just about 60 more seconds until I get this swapped out over here. And there should be 4 extras, and I'm going to pull those out, and then I'm going to set the sold ones over here on the table. Okay, awesome. And this thing is on, and now there it is. I don't know if it'll stretch. If I might have to move the camera, if anything, but it's plugged up and rolling now. There it is. Awesome. Okay. All right. So 17, and let me count those one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. There's 4 extra Aerosmiths. Yeah. Okay. There we have it. Let me pull those out. I'm going to set those over here next to me. And that means everything in the box is sold. If anybody else wants one, they're $59.99. I've got the same thing. There's Aerosmith. I got the same thing over here from Metallica, Saxon, Iron Maiden, and Led Zeppelin. I've got all the extra Aerosmiths right here next to me. Okay, sorry for the pause. Sorry for the pause. We have Rush with amenities at $109. That's the high bid right now. Amenities has this Rush box. Brent Robley, your dial-up connection has linked in. I'm with you now. Brent has this for, Amenities has this for $109. I'm waiting for your move. Pearl Jam, the last bid was Jason Fortenrat at $55. 3 people have asked the details for it. It is Pearl Jam Unplugged, the 2019 Record Store Day. This is sealed, a 2019 Record Store Day, Pearl Jam Unplugged. The high bid on Pearl Jam is Jason Fortenrat at $55. Donna Bertram wants a Led Zeppelin light. I have 1 Led Zeppelin light remaining. Just like Aerosmith, they change colors, they light up, and they actually can be even synced to music. So to Donna Bertram. Thank you, Donna. That's so to you. Now, the crate we're going through are new check condition records, sticker price, no more, no less. Brent, you've been outbid on Rush. Final chance on Pearl Jam. Next is Jim Croce's Greatest Hits. VG Plus condition, $9.99. Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle. Steve Miller Band is VG Plus, $14.99. Olay ELO, Electrolyte Orchestra, VG Plus, $9.99. Billy Joel, The Bridge. Billy Joel is EX condition, $12.99. This does have the original inner sleeve with it. Billy Joel is EX, $12.99. Devious John on Jim Croce. So to Devious John. Yes, Fragile, VG Plus, $14.99. Yes, Fragile, a 5-digit, which is a 70, probably a mid-70s or late 70s press, but it is pressed at Monarch, $14.99. Devious John also on Billy Joel. Jason Fortenrat, you get Pearl Jam. Thank you, and this is so to Jason Fortenrat for $50. I was making sure Charlie DeFrank didn't want to bid. I'm assuming he doesn't, because he didn't, and now it's gone. Now our next auction is another vintage bootleg, or I should say it's another bootleg from the Red Hot Chili Peppers and Del Mar, California, 1991. It's a live unofficial from the Red Hot Chili Peppers, a $45 start. Now Rush is at $118. Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy, Saturday Night Special. VG condition, $14.99. Great titles in here at great prices. We have George Thorogood and the Destroyers Maverick, VG Plus, $14.99. George Thorogood and Destroyers Maverick. Cyndi Lauper, Change of Heart. Cyndi Lauper's VG Plus, $9.99. Stevie Wonder, Hotter Than July. Stevie Wonder's EX, $22.99. Nina Simone, To Love Somebody. A 69 Rockaway press, $49.99. No condition notes on that one. I think it got slipped in the wrong bin. Nina Simone, To Love Somebody, $49.99. Joe Delgado and Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy. Sold. Michael Thrower next. Rush, $125, $125, and $126. Red Hot Chili Peppers is a $45 start. No bid yet. Going once, going twice. Next auction is The Weeknd. The Weeknd is a 2020 USOG on limited edition gold vinyl with red splatter. And the weekend after hours is a $35 start. First is 421 Bartman. Can you confirm who you are? I got you down for Olay ELO, a classic compilation of Electric Orchestra music. Danae on this beautiful Nina Simone. Didn't expect to see that in there. Red Hot Chili Peppers does have a bid for 45. And Brent, you're outbid on Rush. That is Wayne Bartow. Bobby Caldwell, VG 1999. Bobby Caldwell. This has the big hit. What's the one on here? Sirens Outside. Bobby Caldwell, 1999. Rush outsold 126 to Amenities. Thank you. That sold to Amenities for $126. Now, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Jason Fortner, 45 bucks. Jason Fortner, final call the weekend, a $35 start. 421 Bartman's Wayne Bartow. Thank you. These are all new vintage record sticker price. Cat Stevens is VG plus $9.99, and Saturday Night Fever is VG plus $14.99. The only two no bids tonight are David Bowie Station to Station and Def Leppard. Def Leppard's on blue and yellow vinyl, a 40th anniversary, $55, and David Bowie is OG tan label, VG plus $25. Public Image has not sold. Let's do it right now. PIL, Public Image Limited. I still got some of these audiophile pressings over here too. Here is album, PIL, Public Image Ltd, a 1986 US specialty OG and VG condition. That is now going up for a $20 start. Donna Bertram on Bobby Caldwell. That sold to Donna Bertram. Thank you on that one. Sold. Next is Gunfighter Ballads, the classic Marty Robbins here. VG condition, $9.99 for Marty Robbins. Also, we have Charlie Daniels, Million Mile Reflection, Shrink Wrap, and Hop Sticker. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. VG Plus, $17.99. The Urban Cowboy soundtrack, VG $9.99. Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees, VG condition, $12.99. And Bob Dylan, Bringing It All Back Home. A 65 Pittman press, VG Plus, Bob Dylan, $49.99. Foreigner, self-titled. Foreigner's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Foreigner, self-titled, and Steve Perry Street Talk, VG Plus $14.99. The Best of Procol Harum, VG Plus $17.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers sold to Jason Fortner for $45. The Weekend didn't get a bid, a $35 bite now on the Weekend after hours. And PIL has a bid for $20 and now has another bid for $20. Chad, your bid came in second. First person was Charlie DeFrank. Next auction is Boston, Don't Look Back, a CBS Masters sound, and Styx Paradise Theater. So here is Boston, a half-speed master, a 1981 half-speed master. Unfortunately, it's VG minus, but the lowest this has ever sold for was $20 on Discogs, which was another low-grade copy in VG minus, or that one was graded VG. This is VG minus. Boston is a $20 start. Styx Paradise Theater, that's an 81 Canadian half-speed master, near mint minus. $45 start on that. Next is Jim B. If you want the Weekend, it's $35. If not, it's sold to Jason Fortner. You can say sold or pass. Dynabra on BC, and BC for Dynabra was for I don't know. What was BC for? And then Jason Fortner gets the Weekend for $35. That was for Bobby Caldwell. That's already been claimed. PIL 27, Styx is at $45. Donna Bertram already bought the Bobby. A lot of sirens tonight. Sorry, I'm stretching right quick. Oh, wow. About time for another energy drink. Up on my feet. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Bad knees. This old age is getting to me. We have Fleetwood Mac, Then Play On, VG condition, $12.99. Foreigner 4, classic album, Jute, Box, Hero, VG plus $14.99. Talking Heads, Stop Making Sense, and Allied Press, VG plus $34.99. Jim Croce, You Don't Mess Around with Jim, VG plus condition, $14.99. A classic, Time in a Bottle, VG plus $14.99. And Ted Nugent, Amboy Dukes, Call of the Wild, Ted Nugent's in VG Plus condition, $9.99, okay? PIL was sold to Chad Smith for $27. That's done. Final chance to get a bid on Boston for 20. It is VG minus, but it is the half-speed master. And Sticks is at 50 with Intergroove Distortion. Next, coming from the bonus crate is another Pearl Jam. And this is Pearl Jam live at the Civic Center in Pensacola, Florida, March 9th, 1994. It's a 2 LP full show, Pearl Jam 1994, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Mark Chesler wants Fleetwood Mac then. Play on. That is so to Mark Chesler. Thank you on that one. Ted Nugent's Ambroy Dukes. That's called Tooth, Fang, and Claw. VG $12.99 on that one. And Ted Nugent, a Wizard, a True Star. That one's VG plus $12.99 on Ted Nugent. Also, UFO Lights Out. That's VG plus $19.99 on UFO. And ZZ Top El Loco, VG plus $24.99 on that one. The last bid on Boston that came in was nothing. $20 buy now on Boston. Sticks is at $52 with amenities. Intergroove Distortion, you've been outbid. And now the Pearl Jam that I just introduced, it's also up for bid now. Pearl Jam alert, Pearl Jam alert. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is, let's see what's going on with this record here. It's one of the other ones in the high-end tab I don't know a lot about. TV OTR, who exactly is this? TV on the radio, there we go. TV on the radio Seeds. TV on the Radio is a 2014 USOG limited edition colored vinyl. It's on pink and green and blue and yellow swirl with 2 books and an insert that makes the front and back cover look animated when you move the insert around. Wow. TV on the Radio is a $95 start. $95 start. Over here, Pearl Jam 35 Boston is sold for $20 to amenities. Let's go ahead and tag that for amenities. He's out on Sticks. That's a final call to amenities for $52. And Johnny Cash of San Quentin. I love the A Boy Named Sue Hop sticker on this one. VG $14.99 on that one. And then over here, Mr. Welcome to the Real World. Mr. is in VG condition, $14.99. This is Mr. Welcome to the World. Also about a VG cover on that one. When you grade an album VG, how does the vinyl look? I have not graded any of these. I think these were either graded today by John or Patrick. I can show it to you, but I do not do any of the pricing or grading. A VG record here is going to have probably, a VG record is going to have 5 or more scuffs on either side probably. It's going to have marks, not just a couple. It's going to have several or more. But it's not going to be anything fillable that affects playback. It's just going to have light noise, but most of them are scuffs, nothing obviously deep or that's going to affect back playback. But any of these grades, this crate was either done by Patrick or John today, okay? And then over here, Neil and Black on Johnny Cash. All right, thank you on that one. Let's tag that away. I claim Bobby Caldwell first, be fair. You were actually second, and it wasn't actually not where, it was nowhere even close, just to be honest. The Bobby Caldwell, when I showed that, Donna Bertram put Bobby Caldwell right here at 22-21-35, and then yours came in almost 2 minutes later. So there's Donna for Bobby, and then there's yours almost 2 minutes later. And then you commented again, 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 and then you told me to be fair. But I am being fair. It wasn't even close on that one. We have Jackson Brown, self-titled, with Dr. My Eyes, VG Plus, that's $17.99. And we have UFO Mechanics. UFO is in VG condition, $19.99. Sticks over here, the last bid on this is amenities at $52. Intergroove Distortion went out. That sold for $52. Pearl Jam did not get a bid. This Pearl Jam bootleg can be bought for $35. And I just introduced TV on the Radio. TV on the Radio is a $95 start, going once, going twice, okay? Let's go ahead and swap out crates and put up another one, or put up another empty crate, I should say. And, yeah, we're moving right along. So there's that. Hope nobody's getting sleepy. We got 2 more crates of vintage stuff to do. Probably do those best offer over here. And do you still have Mr. CD? The Japanese Mr. CDs? I believe I do. Yes, I got some metal CDs to tag too. There's another Johnny Cash at San Quentin. That's a strong VG, $24.99. Charlie DeFrank bid Pearl Jam $35. He did. Sorry, that was when I was up here asking questions about Bobby Caldwell and the condition. I got distracted. Sorry, I get distracted when there's flags being thrown or people challenging what I'm saying. People love to challenge me. They're like, Chad, I love to challenge you, buddy. I love to make sure that you're not making any mistakes. Charlotte Frank gets Pearl Jam for $35. Then John LeBeatty said 4 PJ. Do we have a flag on Pearl Jam over here? I don't think there was any bids on Pearl Jam except Charlie DeFrank, which was $35. He bid, and then he recognized it first, so we got to go ahead and sell it to him. We have the best of Richie Valens. This is VG Plus $15.99 on Richie Valens. Also, Whitney Houston. That's VG Plus $19.99. And Ted Nugent Free For All, VG Plus $9.99 on Ted Nugent. TV on the radio is a $95 buy it now. No bid on that. Let's put up some more auctions, okay? More auctions are going up right now. Curtis Harding Soul Power. Curtis Harding Soul Power is a 2014 USOG limited edition white vinyl with insert. The top seam is split. A $25 start. Curtis Harding, a $25 start. Curtis Harding Soul Power. The top seam does have a split. This is an R&B soul album. $25 start on that. Now, Jim B's offered $80 on TV on the radio. So this record is anywhere between $200 and $300 on any given Tuesday. Tonight, just nobody wants it. Should I sell it to Jim B for $80 or should I put it on Discogs for $350 best offer and get $300 for it? Or should we let Jim B sell it for $300 on Discogs? I'll let y'all decide. He's offered $80. The name of the band is Talking Heads. This is a 1982 Winchester OG with the original on her sleeve. EX condition. The name of the band is Talking Heads. A $30 start on that. An 82 US Winchester OG, $30 start. The name of the band is Talking Heads. Also, Lou Reed, the Blue Mask. Lou Reed is EX condition, $39.99 for Lou Reed, the Blue Mask. Haven't seen that one in a while. John Lee Hooker, Never Get Out of These Blues Alive, EX $49.99. There you go. Shakedown. Shakedown giving you a taste of your own medicine, Jim B. He's trying to bump you like you did him earlier. He's like, take that, Jim B. Taste of your own medicine there. And then we have another Pearl Jam bootleg going up. This is Pearl Jam Acoustic Mountain View, California. This is a 2020 unofficial limited edition of 500 sealed, a $35 start. Acoustic in Mountain View, $35 start on that. And Curtis Mayfield is the original OG Sonic Press in VG Plus condition. Wow, $64.99. Haven't seen that in a while. Those are all sticker price. Probably could have sold half more out of there if I would have took some offers, but I think most of them were priced very, 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 very fairly. Danae DeLeo, how much was John Lee Hooker? John Lee Hooker was EX, $49.99, an ABC original in shrink wrap, okay? So first thing over here is the people have spoke. Yeah, Craig said Discogs. And then somebody said Jim B, Karakaro Nation. I don't know who that is. And then Discogs, Hooker, and then Pearl Jam 35. Okay? And then over here, Pearl Jam has a bid for 35. Let me repeat that out loud. Pearl Jam has a bid for $35. If you want to bid, you better bid right now. Charlie DeFrank has it for $35. I would start typing Pearl Jam $45 send. I'm not missing out on this one. Do not wait to the last minute. You're not going to be able to snipe it. You're not going to grab it any cheaper. You're going to have to bid more than $35. There's been like 5 people miss out on Pearl Jams. They're like, gosh, Chad, I can't believe somebody bid on that. I was waiting to snipe it. I'm like, what are you doing? You've been here all night. You're waiting to miss out on it. You got to bid. You got to bid. John Lee Hooker is sold to Danae DeLeo. Thank you. Let's sell Jim B this TV on the radio. We just lost $500 on this record, but that's okay. Sell to Jim B. That'll probably be the last thing I sell them tonight. Curtis Harding, Soul Power. Curtis Harding is a buy it now for $25 if anybody wants it. Curtis Harding, Soul Power. A buy it now for $25 if anybody wants it. And then Talking Heads did not get a bid. It's a buy it now for $30. Talking Heads is a buy it now. No bid for $30. A lot of people have fell asleep on me. Over here, we have Pearl Jam at $45. Now we got a bidding war that's about to go between who? Jason Forterat and Charlie DeFrank Let the games begin. How much was the other Jim Croce? The other Jim Croce that was in here was VG Plus, $14.99. I cannot believe the quality of records, the titles that still remain in this crate. I'm just going to browse through them one more time, and if you need a price, let me know. Otherwise, you're going to see a lot of these evaporate. The next time I do this crate best offer, you're going to be seeing stuff just fly right between your fingers, and you're going to be like, gosh, why didn't I go ahead and pay $2 extra and just go ahead and get it? I can't believe I'm doing this to myself again. Here I am just beating myself up. You're like Patrick on that episode of SpongeBob when he was beating himself up. It's going to be happening over and over. Alice in Chains Sap. Sap is a 2020 record store day, sealed. It does have a seam split up here. $150 start on that one. Devious John does get the Jim Croce. Let's go ahead and tag him for that. The Jim Croce was right in here. And then amenities on Mr. Mister. That is sold to amenities, Mr. Mister. And then over here we have Jim Croce. You don't mess around with Jim, sold to Devious John. Pearl Jam's at $60, and then Alice in Chains is $150 start. We had to ask about some Japanese CDs earlier. Yep, let me go ahead and flash some of them over here. We have the Police Zenyatta Mandata. The Police Zenyatta Mandata is sealed, $24.99. ZZ Top's Greatest Hits, $24.99. Steal It and Aja, $29.99 for Aja. $29.99 for Can't Buy a Thrill. That's some Japanese CDs there. Here's what's left in here. First, we got Josh Brown on Ted Nugent Free For All. Meatloaf on vocals for that one. Jim B would love, absolutely love to have this Curtis Mayfield, but all he's got to do is step up the plate. This is almost an auction-worthy record. I can't believe some of y'all hadn't bought it. It's VG Plus, an original OG Sonic press. VG Plus, $64.99 for Curtis Mayfield. Jeff Beck Truth. If you need a price, let me know. Jeff Beck Truth, Bob Seger Night Moves, Bob Seger Stranger in Town, Bruce Springsteen Born in USA, Frank Zappa Apostrophe, ZZ Top Tres Hombres, Bob Seger Like a Rock, ZZ Top Rio Grande Mud, Yardbirds Favorites, and Steve Miller, Fly Like an Eagle. Fly Like an Eagle. Over here, we have the following. The following is we have Amenities gets the Police CD for $24.99. He gets Aja for $29.99. Now Pearl Jam's at $65. And he said, no, that was the no bid over here for $20. Another $100 record for $20. So did Jim B. He's just racking up. Everybody else is sleeping, has no clue what's going on. Everybody's disoriented. He's just snapping these up. His kids are running around the living room right now, literally screaming and crying with jubilation. Mudhoney, a 1998 USOG with the insert and the original Mudhoney sticker. Mudhoney's EX, a $35 start. Next is Yes Fragile, George Thorogood Maverick, Cyndi Lauper Change of Heart, Stevie Wonder Hotter Than July, Cat Stevens Teaser and the Firecat, Saturday Night Fever, Gunfighter Ballads, Charlie Daniels Band, Urban Cowboy Soundtrack, Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees, Bob Dylan Bringing It All Back Home, Foreigner, Steve Perry, and the best of Procol Harum. Over here is Sap Open. Sap is sealed. It does have a seam split right up here. It's a 2020 record store day, $150. No one has bid. Final chance. Pearl Jam is sold to Charlie DeFrank for $65. Look at this. It's a download card for something. Curtis Harding. We better give that to Jim B or he'll have a conniption fit. That's only $5 extra. There's Alice in Chains Final Chance, and there's Mudhoney, okay? Let's go through. How much is Curtis Mayfield? Curtis Mayfield is VG Plus, $64.99. Mudhoney 35, Mudhoney 35. Where's Aja Gold Stamp? And then Mudhoney 37, Marty Robbins. Marty Robbins is VG $9.99. The cover has a little bit of damage on it. That is the original 6i Columbia label. Mudhoney has a new bid, 35, 35, 37. Final chance on Alice in Chains. Here's our next CDs. Our next CDs are the following. We got Portishead Dummy, a Japanese CD, $24.99. The Best of the Eagles, $24.99 on The Best of the Eagles. Eric Clapton's $24.99. The Best of Morrissey, $24.99. And Taylor Swift, The Life of a Showgirl. That one doesn't have a price. Price check, please. Price check. I think it's $19.99. It's not Japanese, though. not Japanese. All those are Japanese CDs sealed. Next question is price on ZZ Top Rio Grande Mud. That is VG $14.99. Jason Forterat bid $40 on Mud Honey. Next, Chris Knapp on Marty Robbins. John LeBeatty put MU. Nobody bid on Allison Chains. That's a $150 buy it now. Let's put that right over there. Mud Honey. Next is Foreigner 4. This is just a recap. Talking Heads, Ted Nugent, Todd Rundgren, UFO, ZZ Top, Jackson Brown, UFO, Johnny Cash, Richie Valens, Whitney Houston, and Lou Reed. Okay, let's go through another crate. And if this next crate is EX Plus or better stuff, we'll go ahead and make it buy it now or best offer. Yeah, that's buy it now or best offer. All those Japanese I just showed are available. Amenity says he'll take the best of the Eagles. That is $24.99. Sealed Japanese CD. There's one left if anybody else wants one. Okay. All righty. Here we go. This next crate is going to be buy it now or best offer. Okay? Buy it now or best offer. Everything in here. Buy it now or best offer. Everything in here. Next is this. We're going to do this right now. Chad, did you give the Bobby to Donnabra? I did not. Mud Honey's at $40, and then 420 Bartman is how much is Steve Miller? Steve Miller, that was Fly Like an Eagle. Steve Miller on Fly Like an Eagle. I'm going to leave it tagged to your name, okay, if that's all right. VG Plus, $14.99. Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle. VG Plus, $14.99. And then that is available if you want it. And that is, who asked about that? Barto, VG Plus, $14.99. The last bit on Mud Honey was Jason Forterat at $40. Next auction is this. This is Survivor. The best of Survivor. I didn't know this even existed. 2020, first time on vinyl from Friday Music. It's definitely out of print. It's either on black and blue swirl or orange and red swirl. This is Survivor, the best of, an RTI pressing. Didn't know that even existed. It's official, $35 start. We got Styx Paradise Theater, $24.99 for Styx Paradise Theater. Styx Crystal Ball, shrink wrap, hop sticker. And then this is $24.99. Styx Crystal Ball. Styx Equinox is in shrink as well, $24.99. And then Styx, $34.99. And this is the gold vinyl. Wow. This is the Canadian gold vinyl. This is $34.99. So 3 beautiful looking Styx records there. Those are all available. We have UFO Obsession, $25.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. UFO No Place to Run, that one's also $25.99. And UFO No Making Contact, that's also $25.99. Mud Honey is sold to Jason Forterat for $40. Next thing over here is Survivor, final chance on this, $35 start. Donna, it's not whoever, the comments come in order in which they were first. So it depends on who's first. You wasn't first. If you were first, I would have gave it to you. But it all depends on who's first. It doesn't matter if it's YouTube. Her comment still came in before yours, okay? Now, we have Tears for Fears. That one's $29.99, Songs from the Big Chair. We have Talking Heads, $24.99. The Beach Boys is $24. Foreigner is $24. And Nightwish. Those are all Japanese CDs, $24.99. Maybe one of your fellow colleagues in the chat can explain to you how the comments work. You're not the first person that gets easily confused or mad or frustrated or wants to shoot me with what's going on with the comments. But also, there is a problem tonight on Facebook, which I think is nationwide. Todd Saw wants ZZ Top. If you're trying to watch on YouTube tonight, you're at a major disadvantage. It normally isn't like this, but there is pretty much a disadvantage across YouTube tonight. All right, first thing is this. This is sold to Todd Saw. He said yes, he said on this, but it never did pop up. If you're watching on YouTube tonight, you're at a major disadvantage. You probably need to go to YouTube or Twitch, or you need to go to Facebook or Twitch. If you don't have Facebook or Twitch, then you're probably going to be at a disadvantage all night long, okay? Don't see any of the comments. Right here where my hand is going up and down. Can you see my hand? Right here, all this embedded. This is on the exact same screen for everybody that's watching. Right there on the right, you're looking at your YouTube chat. You're making mistake number 101 that everybody makes every night. You're looking at your YouTube chat. That is an incorrect chat. I wouldn't pay any attention to what's popping up on YouTube. If you're on Facebook, I wouldn't pay any attention to what's popping up on Facebook. If you're on Twitch, you might can see everything. That's the advantage of Twitch. But you're probably looking at the Facebook chat and not what's embedded on the screen. Whatever's over there embedded on the screen, that's what everybody can see, and it's the same for everybody's device. And even if you go rewatch this next week, that chat will be the exact same, embedded. It's being recorded and saved right now for archive of the future. Everything you see right there. Amenities gets the Tears for Fears CD for $29.99. This is sold to Amenities for $29.99. Okay, this is $29.99, and this is sold to Amenities. Okay, now Amenities, you also made an offer on sticks. I will need $30 for sticks. It was marked $34.99. I will do $30 on that. Survivor 35, Survivor 36. Any metal CDs going up tonight? Doubtful. Just whatever's in these crates behind me. Amenities got Tears for Fear, Survivor 40, Survivor 45. Stephen Douglas got UFO Making Contact for $20. That is this one right here. That is sold for $20 to Stephen Douglas. Survivor has a new bid for $50. And we have Montrose Jump on it. That's a sealed copy. Montrose $24.99. This sticks is sold to Amenities for $29. Little Feet, Time Loves the Hero. Little Feet is $24.99. I need to make a couple notes over here. Let's see here. We need different direction and 19, 24, no 25, no 26. Try to keep that same. Okay. All right. Now over here. We have Aha Hunting High and Low. Aha is $29.99. Elton John Honky Chateau. Elton John is $29.99. And Jay Giles Band Sanctuary. Jay Giles is $14.99. Survivor, the last bid on this came in was Mike Quadrini, and that was $50. Who else was bidding? It was Travis went out, right? And yeah, Mike Quadrini gets that for $50. Now, next thing over here is Steve Miller Band Abracadabra. Steve Miller Band is $19.99. Bruce Hornsby in the range. That's just the way it is, $24.99. And Ted Nugent, Amber and Dukes, Marriage on the Rocks, Rock Bottom, $24.99. More auctions going up right now. And this is gone. We will be going through CDs, whatever's back here behind me. I'm going to start those off and on here in about 20 minutes on that. This is Gaunt, a 1994 USOG, has 2 inserts, VG+. Gaunt is Garage Lo-Fi Punk, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. There's the inserts. Gaunt is a $20 start on that one. Gaunt's a $20 start. So then don't bother bidding then, right? I can't help you any further. I've tried. Next auction's Red Hot Chili Peppers, I'm With You. Red Hot Chili Peppers is a 2016 sealed, a $35 start. That is Red Hot Chili Peppers, I'm With You, sealed, OG and Hype sticker, $35 start on that. Ted Nugent Penetrator. Ted Nugent is $14.99. These have all been cleaned today. They're very nice, very good to go. Ted Nugent, Little Miss Dangerous, in shrink wrap, $14.99. And ZZ Top Eliminator. That's in shrink, $34.99 on ZZ Top. Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy. That is a classic, $34.99. Lawyers, Guns, and Money. Werewolves of London. Fine Young Cannibals, $9.99. Johnny Come Home, $9.99 on that one. Brian Call on Ted Nugent Penetrator. Red Hot Chili Peppers does have a bid for $35. We have ELO Discovery. ELO is $19.99. Adam Ant, Friend or Foe. Adam Ant, Friend or Foe, is $9.99. These are all new arrivals, everything EX Plus, 2 Numeric Minus. They've been clean checked, etc., and ready to go. Brian Call on Fine Young Cannibals. This is sold to Brian Call. Fine Young Cannibals, that's sold. Over here, so let me try to show. So if you're watching on a mobile device, here's how I think a lot of people get confused. Okay? See all this down here? If you're watching this chat, none of this down here matters. Like if you're watching on your YouTube phone, if you're watching on your YouTube app, I mean, you can see what people on YouTube are saying. But over here, when you go live screen, the stuff that's actually embedded on the screen, That's how you see Twitch. That's how you see Facebook. That gets a lot of people confused every night when they're new. They look down here and they're like, why don't I see all these other people he's talking about? Like, no one's commented on YouTube since Josh Brown just did. So over here, you have to look at this, what's on the screen. So when you go full screen, it's what's over here, and you actually close out the YouTube chat right down there. And so the only way you can really see it, because see, this says 79 people watching. Right now, there's actually 233 people watching. That's people on Facebook that you can't see. That's people on Twitch you can't see. And maybe over on X, that says there's 5 people watching over on X. A lot of people get on there and watch while they're scrolling through X, reading news, but they might not be accidentally bidding or active. There's not many people that comment over on X. That's what happens, okay? So that's for anybody new that's on YouTube. Same thing on Facebook. If you get on your Facebook app and just all the chat down there at the bottom. So the best way to watch is a lot of people just have to hear me, or you got it on a big iPad or something. Some people watch on an iPad, or they put it up on their TV. They use YouTube app on their TV, and then they use their phone kind of like it for their remote, and they can comment on their phone. Now if you do that, you're probably gonna have a significant lag, but some people can't see the small print. That's the only way you can watch. You got to either watch what's on the screen, or you can just listen to me. I'm going to tell you who's first. I'm going to tell you who's second. If you think I'm wrong, I'll go back and review it. Next is Allison Chain. Give me 1 second. Brian Call got Adamant. Robin Glenn is second. And then what was the other Ted Nugent? There's several. This one's Little Miss Dangerous. It was $14.99, and the other one's one of his early albums. It's $24.99. And didn't I have the first Fine Young Cannibals? James Rayner offered 5 on Fine Young Cannibals. Yes. If you want it, it is yours, but it will be $9.99. Sorry. I'm getting very distracted tonight. I have a lot of people that have asked me to review almost every claim and bid, and then when I do that, I start messing up other stuff. I promise you, I don't make many mistakes doing this. Maybe a few out of the thousands every night of comments I read out. But if I start having to review stuff, then I miss other people's comments, and then it causes a bad chain reaction, just like I did with James Rayner. So, yes, James, you have it, but it will be sticker price. Red Hot Chili Peppers is sold for $35, and this is sold to John LeBeatty. But yeah, I do make mistakes all throughout the night, but and usually when I recall, then I have to go through and then something else happens. It's a lot to keep up with, I promise you. We'll get it figured out, though. The Pretenders is $9.99. It does have a little bit of some damage up here on top of it. The Pretenders is $9.99. Jackson Brown Lives in the Balance, $14.99 on that one. And we have the Association Live. That's a 2 LP, $14.99. Josh Brown on Ted Nugent, Little Miss Dangerous for $10. That is sold, and nobody bid on Gaunt. Gaunt is a $20 buy it now. VG Plus, let's put that right over here. Alice in Chains is the official sealed record store day of SAP, $150. Sealed record store day of SAP, and that is $150. $150. James Rayner takes Fine Young Cannibals at full price. That is $9.99. So did James Rayner. Brian Call, I'll do 7 on the Pretenders. 7 on the Pretenders, and the Billy Joel, The Stranger. Billy Joel's in shrink wrap and hop sticker, $14.99 for Billy Joel, The Stranger. Next auction is the Rolling Stones, and this is Hot Rocks. Hot Rocks is the 2 LP yellow vinyl. This is the official yellow vinyl. It is the 2021 Record Store Day, $45 start on that. $45 start on the Rolling Stones. And then next is Brian Call gets the Pretenders for 7. Mike Cadrini on this very nice copy of Billy Joel. And Victor Guerra gets the Gaunt for $15. That's sold to him. So this is an official reissue, yellow vinyl remastered, kind of a deluxe edition of Hot Rocks, a $45 start. Yellow vinyl to boot. Not a boot. To boot. Chad needs some water before he passes out. This is new vintage stuff. Do not hesitate to make offers. We got this crate, then we got another crate, and then we'll start doing some reviewing, some CDs, some whatever else we can get into, okay? All righty. So, First thing is this. I have Billy Joel Piano Man. Billy Joel is $19.99. Cream, goodbye. Cream is a England import. UK $39.99 for UK. That is Cream, goodbye. And then over here we have Stephen Douglas on UFO Obsession for 15 sold. JB for 10. Billy Joel or JB? JB Jackson Brown. You're probably talking about Lives in the Balance. Is that right? If so, that's sold to Wayne Bartow for $10. Okay, $10 on that one. Next over here is also from the bonus crate. I have, let's see here. Let's see what's going on with this Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses, the ultra rare tracks. I've had that before. Sealed 2LP red vinyl, and I think they do not. This is $75 start. Guns N' Roses, the Ultra Tracks. And I think the last time I went to order this, I couldn't anymore. Sealed red vinyl, a $75 start. Guns N' Roses, ultra rare tracks. Next is Ted Nugent, the best of Ted Nugent, Great Gonzo. And this is $14.99. $14.99. Ted Nugent Free for All. Ted Nugent is $14.99. There's another copy of Free for All. Also over here, we have Rosalind Collins Band. Anytime, any place, anywhere. $24.99 for Rosalind Collins Band. ABBA, the album. ABBA is $19.99. The Best of Foghat. Boy, I don't recall seeing that one before. Rhino, 1989. That's why. $39.99. The Best of Foghat, $19.89. ABBA Super Trooper, $19.99 on ABBA. And Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual, $19.99. The Rolling Stones Hot Rocks is a buy it now for $45. Hot Rocks, $45. Guns N' Roses, a $75 start on that one. Next auction is Family Style, which is Stevie Ray Vaughan and his brother Jimmy Vaughan. And this is a 1990 USOG EX condition, the Vaughan Brothers, a $30 start on the Vaughan Brothers. Next is the Mystic Moods Orchestra. That's actually a MoFi pressing of Stormy Weekend, $14.99 on that. This is Doc at the Radar Station, Captain Beefheart, $39.99. That's pretty cool to see. $39.99 for Captain Beefheart. The Shrams Walk into Delphi. That is $19.99. Spin Cycle Vinyl on the Mystic Moods Orchestra. Thank you, that's sold to you. Waterloo, that's ABBA, $19.99 for ABBA. ABBA Revival is $19.99. Lou Reed Berlin, $44.99 on Berlin. And we have Zuvuki Moo, and that is $19.99. Nobody bid on Guns N' Roses. That's a $75 buy it now. Final chance on Jimmy Ray Vaughan and Stevie Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Jimmy Vaughan. The Vaughan Brothers Family Style, $30 start. Here's a Nautilus Half-Speed Master Super Disc of the Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream. This is a 1981 US Half-Speed Master near mint, a $25 start. $25 start, the Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream. It does have the insert booklet, a Half-Speed Master near mint, $25 start on that one. Okay. Next is Chad's going to touch his toes. Oh, gosh. That was a relief. Okay, and then we got Styx Equinox. Styx Equinox. This is a 1980 Canadian Half-Speed Master, $45 start on that. Okay, there we have it. Just going to read through those again. If anybody else wants a price on anything, just let me know. Okay, if you want a price on anything, let me know. I know what I need to do. I need to let him know. Okay. All right, yeah, let me read through these tiles. If anybody wants a price, let me know. Okay, then we're going to go right into the other crate as well. Probably here in just a second, while I'm doing this last crate of vintage, I'll start showing the first batch of CDs over here. We'll start reading through the rest of that collection at $6.99. And evidently, there's more around here somewhere, but I have yet to find them. But let me move these Aerosmith lights that are sold over here. And that was the newest light that came in tonight. So that was the first thing we sold tonight, miscellaneous, was this Zeppelin light. There's the Aerosmith lights. I'm going to leave those in the box for whoever's tagging. And then let me jump over here. I need to clean up all that mess. But before I clean up all that mess, let me move these Japanese CDs that sold over here. Any Aussie cassettes, zero Aussie cassettes that I'm aware of. Could there be some in this building? I would almost bet money on it. Could I go find them right now? Probably not if you held a gun to my head. Next is Piano Man price and condition. Okay. Over here, let's find that Piano Man. That was Billy Joel mixed in right in here somewhere. Billy Joel is no condition notes, $19.99. Not barcoded either. Should be an earlier, if not first press of that one. $19.99 on that one. I don't want to watch Twitch. I want it to be fair on all platforms. Well, it's not going to work that way. Stevie Ray Vaughan is a buy it now for $30. Family Style Vaughan Brothers, $30 if anybody wants that. That's a $30 buy it now. Moody Blues is a $25 start. That is on the threshold of a dream. No bid yet. And over here, Sticks is a final chance. $45 on that. Wayne Bartow got Billy Joel. That's $15. Mick Jagger wrote a song about that. Mick Jagger wrote a song about that. Sticks, if anybody wants to make an offer on any of these are best offer. Sticks, Paradise Theater. Sticks, Crystal Ball. Sticks, Equinox. UFO, No Place to Run. Montrose, Jump on It. We have Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero. Aha, Hunting High and Low. Elton John, Honky Chateau. Jay Giles Band, Sanctuary. Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra. Bruce Hornsby and the Range. That's just the way it is. Bruce Hornsby wrote a song about that. That's just the way it is. Ted Nugent, Hemorrhoid Dukes. ZZ Top, Eliminator. Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy. ELO, Discovery. The Association Live. Cream, Goodbye. Ted Nugent, Great Gonzo. Ted Nugent, Free for All. Rosenton Collins Band. ABBA, the album. The Best of Foghat. The Best of Foghat. Also, we have Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual. Doc at the Radar Station, Captain Beefheart. Shrams. ABBA, Waterloo. ABBA, Arrival. Lou Reed, Berlin. And Zuki Moo. Okay? So the first thing, the Montrose was sealed. Jump on it. Unopened. $24.99. $24.99. Sealed original. Unopened. And then the Foghat over here was the Best of Foghat. And that is $39.99. That is the Best of Foghat. $39.99. Sticks Auction. Near mint minus. Near mint minus. Final chance. It's beautiful. Sticks Equinox, $45 on that. Montrose is sold to Brian Call for $20. And then Edwin Blom wants to know the details on the Shrams. The Shrams is called Walk to Delphi. This is $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. And then Beefheart over here. Captain Beefheart. Doc at the Radar Station. Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band. And this is $39.99. Captain Beefheart, Doc at the radio station, $39.99. That is no condition notes on that. What year is the Shrams? The Shrams is from Rough Trade. That puts it as definitely maybe into the 90s or 2000s. Probably 90s on this one. It looks like 90s. I don't have an exact year listed. Rough Trade started, well, they actually started in the 80s, but it's going to be 80s or 90s on that one, I'd say. Is I Just Want to Make Love on Foghat. Well, Roxy just bought it. Yes, it's very nice. I'll do a visual inspection for you over here. But yeah, like Amenity said, it's not like we have a button turned on that says other platforms are faster than others. You need to revert all these claims to your I don't know who you revert them to. You probably need to email the company OBS. You need to send an email to Restream. Then you need to send an email to Facebook, Meta Incorporated. Then send a Facebook, an email to Alphabet, aka Google, who also owns YouTube. And then you probably gonna have to send an email to Facebook, Meta. I've already said that. Send one to Twitch. And then maybe you could figure that out at the end of the day after all that, because that's who controls all this, not Collecco. And then we have Moody Blues. This is a no bid. Moody Blues is $25. It's a Nautilus Super Disc on the threshold of a dream. $25 on that one. $25. Amazon owns Twitch. Wow, you're going to have a lot of big companies to talk to. Holy moly. Okay, and then we have the best of Foghat. the best of Foghat is Soda Roxy. That is very, very nice. Okay, Sticks is a no bid, and Sticks is a buy it now for $45. Let's go through all the no bids. There's quite the pile over here now. Let me get all these Japanese CDs off the table. There's quite the no bids over here. For that, we're going to stop talking about lag. The discussion on that is officially over. And hopefully, maybe, if anything, we've educated some new viewers that's like, oh, that's how that works. I understand. Otherwise, then there's nothing else I can do. And the conversation has ceased. The meeting is over. And we're moving on to a different item, which is no bids, and then we're going to go through some more vintage stuff. There is a stack of no bids over here, okay? There is a stack of no bids over here. Here we go. We have the name of the band is Talking Heads. The name of the band is Talking Heads. Is a 1982 U.S. Winchester OG. It's in EX condition. It's $30. Talking Heads, $30 on that one. Over here, we have Station to Station. This is a 1976 OG VG Plus, $25 on David Bowie. Station to Station. Def Leppard Pyromania is on blue and yellow vinyl, sealed for a $55 start or $55 buy it now. And then over here is Sticks Audiophile, Sticks Equinox. This is an audiophile press, 1980 Canadian half-speed master, $45 on Sticks. The Moody Blues on the threshold of a dream. The Moody Blues was just $25. Another half-speed master, Nautilus Super Disc, $25 on that one. Stevie Ray Vaughan and the Vaughan Brothers Family Style, a 1990 USOG EX edition, $30 on the Vaughan Brothers. The Guns N' Roses Ultra Rare Tracks, that's a 2020 unofficial on red vinyl. That is $75. Then we had the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks 2 LP yellow vinyl, $45 on that. And then Alice in Chains Sap, and that's $150. And that is a Sap EP, $150 on Sap. Okay. Now that was all the no bids for tonight. That was all the no bids. Okay. And then if you have any serious claims, if you have any serious complaints, you can call here and ask for Julie, which is my mother, in the morning. And if you have a serious complaint, boy, you can take it up with her. And all I got to say is good luck when you're talking to Mama Julie. Oh my gosh. Whew. If you have you might want to just you might just want to send an email. Def Leppard Pyromania. Def Leppard, I will do it for $45, Mike. That's $10 off. I'll do it for $45, okay? Before I add up any more, let's try to knock some of these out. Don't hesitate to make offers. Talking Heads is $30. We have David Bowie. We have Sticks. Also, Moody Blues, the Vaughan Brothers, GNR, the Rolling Stones, and Alice in Chains, okay? Alice in Chains. That's our no bid for tonight. Mike Adrini says he'll do Def Leppard for $45. Let's go through another vintage crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Moody Blues. Man, I think I'll sell it to you for $20. Any less than that, I have to make sure mine's that nice. That's a great present to have. I love the Moody Blues myself. I'll do $20 on that. Sticks at $39. What do I have on it? $45. That's sold to Amenities for $39. Now we're chipping away. Still got Talking Heads, David Bowie. Hopefully we're about to sell the Moody Blues for $20. Chaz says he'll take it for $20. Yeah, don't hesitate to make offers, even on the pricier stuff. Some of these I've got quite a bit. I mean, this is just suggested starting bids. They'll be reduced or or I'll take an offer now at a certain point. Talking Heads, Bowie, Vaughn, GNR, Stones, and Alice in Chains. All right, let's keep going. So John's first 2 crates, or I think actually Patrick might have worked, or maybe they collaborated together. I think we got a new pricer, Patrick. You might be hearing me say some of him. We might have a new crate, a new Patrick crate before long. I might be saying this is a Patrick crate. Best deal on guns. Sap at 60, Talking Heads 20, Alice in Chains 115. Can we call Mom Claim Hunters Rarities? Yeah. See how well that goes over. See how well that goes over. Oh my gosh. Tell me how that turns out for you. Oh my gosh, Chris. I would be very careful. I would be very careful on that. Holy moly. Okay. Over here, Guns N' Roses, I'll sell it to $60. $60 on Guns N' Roses. $60 on that. $60 on that. And then Talking Heads, Charlie Frank, 24. That's supposed to be a starting bid for 30 and go up, Charlie. I'll do it for 24. No bid yet on Bowie. How much on Heads? I just told him. Okay, let's go over Guns N' Roses right quick. Guns N' Roses. Did you know wrong? Featuring Steve Jones. Free Falling with Tom Petty. Chinese Democracy, Madagascar. Sentimental Movie with Duff on vocals. Herod's Song with Meatloaf. Whole Lotta Rosie, Sweet Child of Mine. Mama Ken with Aerosmith. The Bless, Oh My God, Anxious Disease. Riyadh in the what? And then Come Together with Bruce Springsteen. Under My Wheels with Alice Cooper. 5150 with Van Halen. Just Another Sunday and White Christmas. Okay. And then that's the Guns N' Roses, $60 on that. And then Bowie, Matthew, the Bowie was OG 1976, $25. Talking Heads sold to Charlie DeFrank for $24. I think some of these are live. Yeah, it's rare, live rarities and obscurities and oddities. So like, I think a couple of these are like maybe Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and where they played with Aerosmith. But yeah, some of it's live, and I'm sure some of that's studio. It was a $75 start 60. David Bowie. That was for Matthew. There's the Vaughn brothers again for 30. And then Hot Rocks. Hot Rocks is a 2021, the record store day yellow vinyl, which cost $59.99 at record store day. We've got it for $45. Guns N' Roses is sold to Edwin Blom for $60. And the only one remaining is Alice in Chains, which was SAP, a 2020 U.S. record store day, $150. Jim Beast offered $110, but he said if I counter, then he would decline. So I'm just going to decline that you're going to decline my counter, okay? $150, I'm looking for an offer. We have an offer for $110. I'm looking for much more than $110, but not much more. And I'll sell it to somebody. It does have a seam split on top of it. Okay. Hot Rocks was sealed. Alice in Chains was sealed, $150. It does have a seam split. We've got an offer for $110. Stones is sealed. Vaughn Brothers EX and David Bowie VG Plus. Okay? All right. I think we're finally caught up. I'm going to take my breath for a second. Deep breaths. About time for another Monster Energy drink. Okay. Now we begin. Another crate of new vintage, never shown before. Buy it now, best offer. Sap is sold to Jason Fornerat for $125. Sold to Jason Fornerat for $125. Hot Rocks sold to Mike Pierce for $40. And I have another one. Who else wants one? I have another one I'll do for $40. Okay? I have another one. So I'm going to put that one over there too. So all of a sudden, there's another one. Another Hot Rocks. Here comes our next auction. It is John Lennon and Smashing Pumpkins. Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream. A 2025 record store day on Red Smoke. A record store day essential, I should say. $55 start. Hot Rocks, sold to Kelly Vladicek, another one for $40. And John Lennon Mind Games EP, a 2024 record store day glow in the dark, John Lennon, $75. Okay? Buy it now, best offer. Here we go. Yes, 9012 Live, the solos. Yes is $19.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. New vintage LPs, never shown. Buy it now, best offer. Another yes. Big Generator, $19.99. Supertramp Crisis. What Crisis? Supertramp is $19.99. David and David Boomtown. Shrink Wrap, $19.99. And Thompson Twins. This one is Quick Step and Sidekick. This must be foreign because I don't recognize. Yeah, $24.99. This is a German press. This is a German press. $24.99. Yes, 14. Topographic for Big Generator or for 9012 the solos. Let me know which one. Alan Parsons Project, the best of Alan Parsons Project, $19.99. And Guadalcanal Diary, $24.99. Topographic on solo, sold for $14. $14 on that one. Also, we have Survivor Eye of the Tiger, rising up, back on the street. Nice, $24.99 for Survivor. Also, we have Stevie Wonder, Inner Visions. Nice copy. Is this OG? Beautiful looking. $24.99 for Stevie Wonder, Inner Visions. $24.99. Some nights are tougher than others. Sorry, Jim B. This is an equal opportunity selling. I got for legal purposes, this is an equal opportunity selling platform, okay? We, no discrimination from one platform to the other. Van Halen Balance, a orange vinyl unofficial. Orange vinyl unofficial, that was the very popular bootleg before it got officially repressed. A $55 start. Donald Fagen, the Nightfly, Shrink Wrap Hop Sticker. Donald Fagen, $34.99 from Steely Dan. Twisted Sister, Under the Blade. Twisted Sister, $24.99. Wow, that should have been auctioned. Original Winter Sleeve. Twisted Sister, $24. Meatloaf Picture Disc, Bat Out of Hell. $59.99 for the OG picture disc of Meatloaf. Donald Fagen has an offer for $25. White Light, White Heat, The Velvet Underground, 2002 white vinyl. 2002 white vinyl on the Velvet Underground, $39.99. And we have Donald Fagen sold for $25 to John McPatriot. Twisted Sister is sold to Hoopy. Thank you on that one. And then Hank Williams, Lost Highway, December 1948 to March 1949. It's a 2LP Polydor, $29.99. Is the Smashing Pumpkin Siamese Dream on red smoke colored vinyl. This is the Smashing Pumpkin Siamese Dream 2LP red smoke colored vinyl, a record store day reissue essential, sealed $55. No one's bid on it, final chance. John Lennon Mind Games is a 2024 glow in the dark. That's sealed for $75. And of course, Van Halen just got introduced. Final call on that, or they're about to be boom, 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 buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. And then I'll put up some more. Okay, Hank Williams, I Ain't Got Nothing But Time. That's December of 1946 to August of 1947. That's $29.99. Pumpkins has a bid for $55. Jason Fornerat strikes first. Going once, going twice. Steve Kilby, Earthed. Steve Kilby's an 87 on clear vinyl. Interesting. $24.99. Neil Young Harvest. $34.99 on Neil Young Harvest. And Neil Young, Comes a Time. Neil Young, $34.99. and UFO 1. UFO is at 82 UK. Don't get that one very often. $34.99. Van Halen's a no bid, $55. John Lennon's a no bid, $75. And Smashing Pumpkins has a high bid with Mark Chesler for $56. And I present to you the first handful of CDs as I begin to show the rest of this collection. These are all $6.99. No more, no less. We're going to start knocking out some of these in handfuls right over here. Hopefully everybody's ready to claim. And let me go ahead and be getting the first couple handfuls over here a little bit closer. It's that time. I actually promised them about 20 minutes ago, but, you know, things happen. Things do happen. Life happens. It happens. Remember on Forrest Gump, it happens. And then these are all $6.99. And Jim B's getting really excited. He made a fortune last night watching this sale. I lost track of how many house payments he made, so maybe somebody else will be heads up and just paying close attention to what's going on. So first is Kilby 2, and then sticker price. So Matthew Hendon, you got first dibs, but it will be sticker price, okay? If you're good with that, it's 24. If not, it's Chris Knapp. Van Halen 40. And we have Charlie Sexton, $9.99. Topographic needs to put back yes. No problems. You must have a lot of Yes albums like me. He's like, dang, I've already got 3 copies of that. Yes is $14. It was marked $19.99 if anybody wants it. Smashing Pumpkins is at $60. Mark Chesler, you're out. Just a FYI, okay? Just FYI. Next is Spooky Tooth the Mirror. Spooky Tooth is $19.99. Matthew Hendon does get the Steve Kilby as sticker. Thank you. And then another Spooky Tooth. This is the old Last Puff. This is the Last Puff, $19.99. Chad, when's the next store-wide sale? Probably sometime this spring. Okay, here we go. $6.99 CDs. Everlast, Whitey Ford Sings the Blues. Donald Fagen, The Night Fly, 2 of them. Falco, Greatest Hits. Fastball, All the Money Pain Can Buy. Filter, Short Bus, Expose, Exposure, Extreme 2, Porno Graffiti, Extreme 3, 3 Sides Every Story, 2 of them, and Fabulous Thunderbirds, Tough Enough. These are all $6.99. Smashing Pumpkins, waiting for Mark Chesler. The last bid on that one was $60. Also, Mike Cadrini got Van Halen for $55. This is sold to Mike Cadrini for $55. Almost missed that. And then Spin Cycle Vinyl got John Lennon for $60. Okay, John McPatriot gets Spooky Tooth the Mirror for $13. Yes is an OG copy. No, it's an OG copy of 90125. Analog Productions. You're thinking about 90125, the album. This is 902, the solos. Now, this is in print with Music on Vinyl. Music on Vinyl's done I think a numbered, colored, you know how they do their pressings. But no, this is the standard OG, $19.99 on that one. Donald Fagen is sold for $6.99, The Night Fly. And this is sold to Amenities for $6.99, The Night Fly. $6.99, okay? All those still available. Some good titles in there. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. $14.99. These are all new vintage stuff. Buy it now, best offer. Bob Seger, Against the Wind. $24.99 on Bob Seger. Also, Billy Squier, Don't Say No. A classic. There are a couple pieces of tape across the top. $19.99 on that. Everybody, have you heard? Smashing Pumpkins out. This is sold then for $60 to Jason Fornerat. Thank you on that one. And let's jump over here for another auction. The Rolling Stones Metamorphosis. The Rolling Stones Metamorphosis. And this is a Record Store Day exclusive. The official re-release of the 1975 Stones Rarity Collection that originally came out in the UK. Then it was pressed in the United States, I'm pretty sure, later. Green vinyl. It is $25 start. $25 start on that one, okay? Now, over here we have Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. Hey, hey, my. Johnny Rodden, $34.99 on Neil Young. UFO, $25. Sell that to Gerald Whitworth for $25. Patti Smith Group, Radio Ethiopia. Patti Smith, $24. Zebra, No Telling Lies. Promo sticker and gold stamp. Hadn't seen that in a while. $27 on Zebra. $27. Let's jump over here and grab another handful of CDs. These are all $6.99. $6.99 on these CDs. Now, I have a deal cut with somebody. Essentially, none of these CDs that sell are already sold. I need 300 more. I only had 200 I got together for him last night. So I need 300 more CDs. And the stacks over here are pretty massive. But I've got a deal cut with somebody. They're pretty much buying every leftover CD at a bundle guaranteed price. So I need 300 extra CDs to make this bundle happen, up to 500. So if they're not claimed, of course, I'll read through them. You can buy them at any time for $6.99 until the show is over. When I say good night, anything that's left on this table is sold, okay? There was only 200 left over last night, actually 198, and I went up front and picked out a couple more rock that didn't sell from the last bunch and put them in with his bundle. So I had an even number, so I knew where I left off. So if you don't grab these now, it's not like this isn't some parlor trick, some kind of willy-nilly like deal I'm doing for some kind of scam. They're all sold for a lesser price, but if you want first pick individually, I would grab them right now. Marvin Gaye, 20 Greatest Hits, Compact Performances. That is $6.99. Larry Gatlin, the Gatlin Brothers. We have The Temptations, All Directions, and Psychedelic Shack. Those are $6.99, 2 and 1. Tenacious D, self-titled. And look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Teslas, The Great Radio Controversy. Now, surely we'll sell those for $6.99. I can't believe no one got Extreme or Fastball from that last stack. That was surprising. $6.99 on all those. Yeah, hey, there it is. 90125. Now, this should be mastered by Bob Lugwood to be an original. This is $19.99. Yes, 90125. This one is no RL in the dead wax. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a reissue. It's just that some are mastered by Bob Lugwig. I don't see RL on this one, unfortunately. But, boy, it's nice, though. $19.99 for Yes, 90125. Of course, this has Owner of a Lonely Heart. Owner of a lonely heart. Much more than owner of a broken heart. When I tell people, especially my age, that I like Yes, they're like, what is Yes? Now, most of my friends, of course, are well versed in Yes now because they've had to be around me for the last decade. But I usually have to tell people, you know the song Owner of a Lonely Heart. But then that hurts my gut because that's not really the true definition of Yes. You know, that's more of their radio hit. Over here, we have John LaBadie, MG and the Temptations. So we got Marvin Gaye, so did Burt Jordan. He also got the Temptations 2 and 1. John LaBadie gets a Tesla. Ken Roning next on the Temptations. And Joey got Tenacious D. Not that I don't like that song, but that's not really how Yes is supposed to sound, right? I mean, it is, but y'all get what I'm saying. The fans know what I'm talking about. Seals and Croft, Greatest Hits, $9.99. The Yes I Love sounds nothing like Owner of a Lonely Heart. Seals and Croft's Greatest Hits in shrink wrap, $9. This also has the insert with it, $9.99 on that. And Stephen Stills 2, $19.99. Stephen Stills 2, all these are buy it now or best offer. Starship, we built this city on rock and roll. $14.99 on Starship. The Rolling Stones is a buy it now, no bid, green vinyl, $25 on that. Bob Dylan at Budokan, that's a double LP. That one's $49.99. Hadn't seen that in a while. And then there's his album Self Portrait, also $49.99. Some nice Dylans there. These are all buy it now or best offer. Let's see, over here in the auction bin, I have left Red Hot Chili Peppers, another one, and a Metallica. Now, this Metallica we recently just had in print. It's a live bootleg. Steve Weaver asked earlier if I have any more. Yes, but we've already had that one. Now, what I'm going to do on these Red Hot Chili Peppers is I'm thinking about showing them and just making them buy it nows for the minimum bid, okay? I'm going to show them and just make them a buy it now for the minimum bid. So here's the first one. This is Love Unlimited on red vinyl from Target, $20. The 2022 Target red vinyl, buy it now on Red Hot Chili Peppers for $20. Okay, Starship 10 is Starship just this one song. No, it's the full album, but I'm going to go ahead and sell it to John LeBeatty for 10. Solarplex Studio on Zebra for 20. I was just talking about you. I was talking about your CD bundle over here. We have Zebra sold to Solarplex for $20. Thank you, Solarplex. We have Nazareth, Expect No Mercy. Nazareth is $19.99. Nazareth, Malice in Wonderland, $19.99. And then John Fogerty, Center Field, $24.99. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play today, Center Field. And then we have purple and gold vinyl, Los Angeles Lakers. Of course, you know, they're big Lakers fans. $20 on that. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Lakers edition, purple and gold, $20 on that one. Okay? Now, whatever we have going on over here, Tesla City, please, had to check, see which one, okay? So, Patty, $6.99, did you mention Extreme? I've got Extreme Pornography on CD and Extreme 3 sides every story on this CD. X-Wing on the Lakers. That is sold for $20 to X-Wing. John LeBeatty was next. Little River Band Diamantina Cocktail, $9.99 on Little River Band. Focus Moving Waves. Focus is $19.99. Foreigner Double Vision, $19.99 on Foreigner. So I still got the Love Unlimited. And then from this particular album, I've got two more. I've got the Urban Outfitters, which is $25. This is Urban Outfitters on Light Blue. That's another one, $25 on Red Hot Chili Peppers. Next is Allman Brothers Win, Lose, or Draw for $24.99. Let's go get some more CDs. Don't let me forget about these. Trying to get through all the vinyl tonight. We still got some crates after this. But right now, we're also starting our $6.99 CDs. Yep, I've already done a couple handfuls. These are all $6.99. $6.99. Let's see what Solarplex said. I bet having problems getting my account online because compacts, whatever's going on with YouTube. Yep. And then over here, we got Firehouse 3, Firehouse, self-titled, The Firm, self-titled. We've got two of those. And then we got The Fix's Greatest Hits, Softly, with these songs, the best of Roberta Flack, Rumors, Fleetwood Mac, Fleming and John, The Way We Are, Flim and the BB's Tricycle, and we got two of those. Larry Gonzalez said, can I have the other? You can. This is sold to you for $20. And I think John LeBeatty wants the Urban Outfitters, right, John LeBeatty? You want the Urban Outfitters for $25. Josh Brown gets Foreigner for $15. Those CDs I just showed are $6.99 each, which are Firehouse, The Firm, The Fix, Roberta Flack, Fleetwood Mac, Fleming and John, and Flem and the BBs, which, as y'all can see, are all a bunch of Fs. That's all a bunch of F titles there. Red Hot Chili Peppers, here's another one. This is the Record Store Day Silver Vinyl, Limited Edition 5000, $25, with a silver foil cover. Another Red Hot Chili Peppers. Wow, is that what it cost at Record Store Day? $58. Golly. $25 on Red Hot Chili Peppers. $25 on that. Boston, Third Stage. Boston's $34.99. And Styx, The Grand Illusion, the Canadian press on gold vinyl. The Canadian press on gold vinyl. Grand Illusion. Come sail away. Come sail away with me. Nobody on those CDs? Okay, moving on. John LeBeatty wants Red Hot Chili Peppers Record Store Day, sold $25. Okay, now we're going to change up albums. Now I've got the return of the Dream Canteen. I've got the return of the Dream Canteen. And we have two of these on neon pink, $20 a piece. They're both sealed. That's Black Friday, Record Store Day, return of the Dream Canteen. Exclusive cover, poster, and limited edition neon pink vinyl. I've got two of those, a different album, $20 and $20. Y'all can tell this is from that guy's collection that got obsessive with variants. He loved the Black Crowes. He had everything ever made by the Black Crowes on every color and every pressing, including foreign stuff, it seemed like. And he loved the Red Hot Chili Peppers, so he got most of those albums on all the different colors. I forgot how many they made total on those, but there's a lot. Hold on a minute. I got to stretch. Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. Okay. There's that. And while I'm over here, I'm going to grab a handful of CDs. All right. And these are all $6.99. Oh, man. We've hit the Dan Fogelberg stash. Here we go. More Fs for Fogelberg. These are $6.99. $6.99. And I have the following. We have Dan Fogelberg Exiles, Dan Fogelberg Greatest Hits, Dan Fogelberg Greatest Hits, Fogelberg and Weisberg, twin sons of different mothers, another Greatest Hits, High Country Snows, another Greatest Hits, Foo Fighters, self-titled, Foreigner Agent Provocateur, or as I used to call it, Agent Provocator. And then somebody was like, Chad, that's not Provocator, that's Provocateur. And then Foreigner Records, a.k.a. Greatest Hits. And then over here we have Larry Gonzalez and John LeBeatty got both of these. $20 and $20. So did Larry Gonzalez and so did John LeBeatty. $20 and $20 on that. And then Styx was $39.99. The Canadian press on gold vinyl. Nielsen, son of Schmielsen. Nielsen, son of Schmielsen here. $19.99 on that one. And then Nazareth, this one's called Exercises. Nazareth, $29.99. And Loverboy, Get Lucky. Everybody's working for the weekend. Also, Loverboy, loving every minute of it. $19.99. Loverboy self-titled, $19.99 with Turn Me Loose. That's a good one. Loverboy again, Wild Side, $19.99 shrink wrapped. And the very best of Poco, that's a 2 LP, the best of Poco, $14.99. All right, I got some more Red Hot Chili Peppers. These CDs are $6.99. $6.99, okay? And then here is, we'll do these one at a time because they're different. This is Red Hot Chili Peppers, another Dream Canteen, gold vinyl, $20 buy it now. I mean, I'm making these buy it nows for the minimum bid because I didn't want to go through these one at a time, over and over, wait for bids, and then, you know, I figured let's just make these buy it nows for the minimum bid. Red Hot Chili Peppers, gold vinyl, $20 on that one. That's a different one. That's a different one. We got Billy Joe 52nd Street in shrink, $14.99. And we have Seasons in the Sun, Terry Jack. We had fun. We had Seasons in the Sun. Terry Jack's is $19.99. Not done with that, but I'm going to go ahead and grab another handful of CDs. And let's do these. These are $6.99. No more, no less. Individually here, I would grab them while you can. Otherwise, they're going to get sold. Solarplex is going to buy them, and then you're going to be like, oh, no, why didn't I buy those CDs when I had a chance? You got to be kidding me, Chad. We have Jonathan Edwards, Sunshine, Go Away Today. Olay, ELO, Greatest Hits. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Black Moon. Melissa Etheridge, self-titled. Enigma, MCMXCAD. Eurythmics, that's an earlier one there. Is that Japanese? Yeah, Made in Japan. Eurythmics, Be Yourself Tonight. And then Exiles, Greatest Hits. All right, Dream Canteen Gold, that's sold to John LeBeatty, and that's sold to him for $20. Thank you. And then Condition of Poco. Poco's a gatefold 2 LP. I would grade the cover VG Plus with minimum ring wear, and the vinyl is nice. Vinyl's nice. First disc is nice. Let's look at the other disc. Poco, the very best. I'm looking at the other one, clean. Got some dust. John just cleaned it, but it looks like the inner sleeves. Probably need some new inner sleeves. There's still some dust on it, but it's nice. $14.99. Everything in here is Buy It Now Best Offer. Little Feet, Feets Don't Fail Me Now. Little Feet's $24.99. Little River Band is $9.99. Little River Band is $9.99. And we have Fleetwood Mac, Future Games, $24.99. Still not done with this crate, but I'm going to go ahead and tag Roxy for the best of Poco. Thank you on that one. And we have the best of Poco. And then we have Ken Roning on the Eurythmics. Yeah, typically that right there, I showed that last night. Some of y'all might have remembered that when CDs first started coming out. A lot of them were made in Japan. And that was one reason they weren't cheap whatsoever. It's not like they were Japanese. I mean, they were made in Japan, but it's not like those Japanese CDs we had earlier. They were just expensive. I mean, when some of the first CDs started hitting the shelf in today's dollars, adjusted for inflation, they would have been what? Like $100 a piece, $150 a piece. Some of the first ones that were hitting the shelf, they were, of course, not cheap, just like with any new technology. Okay, this one's a $40 buy it now. Another Red Hot Chili Peppers, Return of the Dream Canteen. And I think that was an import. Yeah, that was a UK edition. So $40 on that purple vinyl. Foreigner Greatest Hits. That's still available. Records right here. There's an old sticker on the jewel case. Foreigner. It's called Records, a.k.a. Greatest Hits. $6.99 on that one. Joey says he'll take it. So did Joey Sorge. Okay? All these are $6.99. All right, and there's the next Red Hot Chili Peppers. I've got like 3 more over here. Not done with these. And then I've still got a couple things to auction, but I wanted to knock all this stuff out right now. Yeah, there's 4 more Red Hot Chili Peppers. Oh, man. Crazy. All right. I'm sure John LaBeatty, hopefully John LaBeatty buys most of them. Okay, and then the last few records in here was Fabulous Thunderbirds' Tough Enough, $19.99. The Fabulous Thunderbirds' Butt Rockin' was $19.99. And Spyro Gyra Alternating Currents, $9.99 for Spyro Gyra. Okay, well, it's that time of the night where I have to do 2 things. I got to get everybody woke up, and I got to turn the cell around, because here's what's happened. Everybody's nearly asleep, or they're already asleep, or they're about to be asleep, or they're wishing they were asleep, and they're sleeping through CDs. There's been almost no claims on CDs. We're going through great titles, too, in my opinion. This crate only had a few offers, all this great new vintage stuff. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to get woke up. I'm going to fix me a new drink. And so I'm going to do this. I'm going to ask everybody to comment where they're watching from. Okay, that's what I want everybody to do. That'll get the chat woke up. Hopefully John LaBeatty claims this Dream Theater. I haven't seen anything yet on that. I think they just got me that sticky note, okay? I need heavy participation. There's evidently 153 people watching, but it feels like 10. Okay, there's evidently 153 people watching, but it feels like 10 right now. So I need everybody woke up. I'm going to go pour out my drink. I'm going to go get me some more ice. I'm going to get me a fresh Monster energy drink. And that way everybody in the chat can see where everybody's watching from. Pay attention to the screen. You'll see locations pop up from all over the world. And when I come back, I'm going to just breeze through these again. And then we're going to find our next crate, probably of discount, even though that was already discount. We can go through the new vinyl again. We can go through we'll have at least one probably half-off crate. I know we do. I think we have 2 half-off crates. Let me pour out my drink in here in the bathroom. Yes, I'm in the bathroom right now. I'm going to get that tea, those tea particles. These monsters, like tea, like the black stuff in tea. When these monsters are poured out, there's like black tea in the bottom of these, because that's what they're made from. I've told y'all some of them taste differently. It depends on how well they made the brew that day. Sometimes I've had some and they messed up the tea and it just doesn't taste good. I'm like, ooh, this doesn't taste good. So here we go. Got to get everybody woke up. Everybody got lethargic. That's your word of the day, lethargic. L-A-T-H-E-R-G-I-C-K-C-K-T-T. Lethargic. I did win my spelling bee in 6th grade or 5th grade. 5th grade. If you don't believe me, ask my mom. Okay? It was over at the Board of Education in Smith County. You can ask Vicky. She's from Smith County. She'll say he did. I won the spelling bee. I promise sometimes I'm a lot smarter than I sound, okay? I could start talking about my accomplishments in academics. Y'all would probably think I'm lying, so I'm not even going to go there. I promise I am a lot smarter than I sound. Some people still think I wear a corn cob, a coonskin hat, and have a corn cob pop. Vicky's like, I don't know if this kid won the spelling bee or not. Does anybody want to guess where they think I ended up in my graduating high school class? I wonder if anybody can guess. Michael Butler thinks I finished 17th. 17th? Higher. Oh, Craig's close. Shakedown and Craig's close. I was 5th. And I didn't really go to school the last 2 years. I was running a business in high school. If I would have battened down the hatches, I could have been. But could have beens don't count, right? I was 5th in my class. I could have locked it down, but I was running a business my last 2 years of high school, so I let some stuff slide. But I didn't really ever have to study. It was just like always like it's just like a headache for me. It was a huge headache. I was like, gosh, I just wanted to go open my store every day and like I would come in late. I'd not go to school to go do deals, and then yeah. So I don't know. I didn't really focus those last couple of years. I was trying to build this business that y'all see here today. So 25-year-old senior, yeah. Well, what happened was, in our county, there's like other elementary schools, of course. So there was like in Gordonsville Elementary School, it was like, I was like, oh, this is gonna be a breeze. I'll be valedictorian, like no problem. But then like there was a couple other really smart kids that came from some other elementary schools when we all got together for high school. So like through grade school and up through junior high, I was like, oh man, like I'll be valedictorian, no problem, because it's like I didn't have to put in a lot of effort. Everything was like pretty natural, math, science, just cake. But then some other kids showed up and they were focused on being top of their class like I was focused on comic books and records and toys. And so that's what beat me out. I was like, dang, they're a little bit more focused than I am. I was trying to make money. I was like, man, I am wanting to make some money. Get me out of here. Okay, Rock Icons. This is sold to Jeff Brent RTO. Thank you, Jeff Brent RTO. That is sold to him. Thank you. And I have another Lemmy statue if anybody's interested. That's sold to Jeff Brent. Make sure that goes in for let me confirm, 240 or 270. Let me go confirm on that one. Okay. Let me go confirm over here on that price. So that statue was sold to Jeff Brent. And that was, hold on, let me find it, 274. Yeah, 274 on the Lemmy figure, okay? 274. Okay, sorry for the timeout. I've got a monster. I ate half of a chocolate chip cookie, which I haven't had in a while, and I feel a lot better. And hopefully y'all are a lot better. And we're about to go through some crates and do some CDs, and thank you for hearing about my childhood. Seems pretty recent to me. Probably some of y'all seems like a long time ago. Now, I think there was a few offers when I stepped away. And Red Hot Chili Peppers. Okay, now did this last one get claimed? I don't think it did, right? John LeBeatty didn't buy this one. Mark Weiss offered $13 for Butt Rockin'. Let's sell this to Mark Weiss for $13. Thank you, Mark. Okay, people watching from all over. People watching from all over. Mark Weiss, I got your offer. And then overalls and no shirt. And then there we go. Calling us old. Yeah, that was meant to wake some of y'all up. Okay, we have Red Hot Chili Peppers. That was the purple vinyl for $40. Return of the Dream Canteen. All right. Now, if anybody wanted a price out of here, let me know. There's a lot, so we can't spend a lot of time in here. And I'll go ahead and find another auction. This is back to normal selling mode now. This is the Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers. And I think this is an unofficial. Either way, it's really cool. It's the Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers, and that's a $25 start. I think that's an unofficial. Last time I had one like this, it was an unofficial. But either way, very cool. Sticky Fingers. It's HRSS 591-0-A. $25 start on that. $25 start on Sticky Fingers. I'll put that in a sleeve and a bag and a board here in just a second. Okay? This crate is full. That's our 8th full crate tonight. Let me go ahead and swap those out on that. Hardest test I ever took in my life was the law school admissions test. And, of course, I didn't study for it one bit. I was like, okay, I'm going to go in and take the first one without even looking at a test question, a sample question. Everybody was like, dude, you're insane. You're supposed to study for this for months. And I was like, study? I got records to sell, buddy. I got to go to the flea market. What are you talking about? Okay. Yes, Big Generator. Supertramp Crisis, What Crisis? David and David Boomtown. Thompson Twins. Over here, Alan Parsons, Best Of, Guadalcanal Diary, Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, Stevie Wonder, Intervisions, Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell, White Light, White Heat on White Vinyl, Hank Williams Sr., These are comps they put together of, they're in like chronological order, 46, 47, 48, 49, and it has a lot of information. I think the gatefolds have a lot of information as well. I mean, yeah, really cool. All kinds of early information here about, or information about early Hank Williams. I mean, we're talking 40s. That's some of his first recorded music when he was doing 78s. Pretty much the only way his music was released originally. Cameron Davis is at 25 on the Stones. And then Neil Young Harvest, Neil Young Comes a Time, Charlie Sexton, Spooky Tooth Last Puff, Yes 9012, Bruce Springsteen, Bob Seger Against the Wind, Billy Squier Don't Say No, Neil Young Rust Never Sleeps, Patti Smith Group, Yes 90125, Seals and Croft Greatest Hits, Stephen Stills 2, Bob Dylan Budokan, Bob Dylan Self-Portrait, Don't Hesitate to Ask Price, Don't Hesitate to Make an Offer, Nazareth Expect No Mercy, Nazareth Malice in Wonderland, John Fogerty Center Field, Little River Band, Not Little River or Little Liver, not your liver, this is your river, your little river, $9.99 on that, Focus Moving Waves, and then Hank Williams, Allman Brothers 24. Hank, those are $29.99 each. Of course, this is Buy It Now Best Offer. Boston Third Stage, Styx Grand Illusion, Nielsen Son of Schmilson, Nazareth, Loverboy, 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 Billy Joel, Seasons in the Sun, Little Feat, Another Little River, Fleetwood Mac, Fabulous Thunderbirds, and Spyro Gyra. Okay, Cameron, thank you on the Stones. That's sold to you for $25. Now, what I usually do with these to make them a little bit more sturdy is I take them and then I put them in a sleeve here and I put them right over here. Okay, and that's sold to Cameron for $25. Thank you on that. And then Harvest Moon sold to Catherine Lutz. That was $34.99, a classic. And Jason, don't hesitate to make offers on those. Okay, so let's do a vintage crate, best offer. I mean, a half off. But first, let me, let me figure out what I want to do here. We might need to, let's like I normally do, speed run through the new vinyl one more time because there was so much stuff and so many great titles. A lot of y'all might have missed it. And then we're going to do not a best offer. We're going to do a half off crate. A half off crate over here, some vintage. Okay, that's coming up. So here we go. Let's do a speed run of crate 1 of 2 of tonight's newest arrivals that came in. Okay, just a speed run. That's where we go boom, 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 boom. And then I'm going to keep showing CDs. Okay, Hank 2525, and that's what Jason offered. He had first dibs. So yeah, let's go ahead and sell them to Jason. He asked first, and then Michael Butler was second. Okay, so to Jason Fortner 2525 CDs recap. I'm actually about to start showing more. I will show what's already on the table quickly, but we've got crates over here of new ones to get to. So 2 crates of vintage. We sold a whole crate because they did have 3. So we sold a whole crate of vintage. That's excellent. And yeah, I'm about to start showing more CDs. And I do plan on going through that Laura crate best offer. Okay. So let's go ahead and show a couple more. And I'll keep them separate. That way we can recap those. When I'm done with this crate, I'll go ahead and recap what's on the table too, because there's some that I can't believe hadn't sold. All CDs are $6.99, okay? All CDs are $6.99. We have Triumph Thunder 7. We have 2 of those. Earth, Wind, and Fire, That's the Way of the World. Dishwalla, Pet Your Friends. I think that one has Counting Blue Cars. Yeah, that's a good one. Counting Blue Cars is on that one. Dishwalla. Thomas Dolby, The Flat Earth. Christmas with Placido Domingo, and the classic Dire Straits. And that is Brothers in Arms. We have 3 of those. $6.99 each on those, okay? So, very quickly, here's some of the newest stuff that came in tonight, including a ton of new releases. First, Jeff Buckley live at Shanae. That is back in print. It's been previously unavailable, $99.99. And from what I understand, is he went in and recorded this, like, as you can see, it's like in a coffee house or something. And I think that's a real photograph. And then it's been regarded now as like one of the best live recordings ever. Jeff Buckley, $99.99. So that's pretty cool to see back in print. I think it's been pretty pricey. This is a new anniversary pressing of Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? That's on red vinyl. Exclusive Dapper Dan red, bonafide gatefold jacket. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. So Javi Soto on Triumph sold, and Javi Soto on Dishwalla sold. All right, and Dishwalla is not available on vinyl, as in print. It might be some kind of pressing out there, but you can't get Dishwalla on vinyl right now. It's not in print. Some new Clips reissues came in that Laura ordered. This is Clips Till the Casket Drops, white vinyl for $29. Clips Lord Willin', 2 LP silver vinyl, $34. And Clips Hell Hath No Fury for $34. Rush 2112 remastered, $36. Ozzy No More Tears 2 LP remastered, $39. AC/DC Rock or Bust, really cool lenticular cover, $29.99 on AC/DC. Dream Theater Alive Unofficial, Dying to Live Forever, 1993. Dream Theater's $29. And Cake Fashion Nugget. Cake is $29.99. He's going the distance. The guitarist for that band recently just passed away. There's another Dire Straits Brothers in Arms, and then Dire Straits on Every Street, and Dire Straits Making Movies. There's 2 more Dire Straits. So several different options there for Dire Straits. All those CDs you see are $6.99. And yes, more Red Hot Chili Peppers. Now, these hadn't been researched, so I'm going to go ahead and just roll the dice. And I'm going to actually put these up for auction because I haven't had time to check them. Or Seth or Laura. So here we go. Red vinyl, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Love Unlimited, $20 start. I do have some I need to run because I haven't had time to scan them. If I have time, I'll scan them and price them. But right now, $20 start on Red Hot Chili Peppers, Love Unlimited, red vinyl, okay? And then finishing up this crate, we have Kings of Leon, Only by the Night, $44.99. Ozzy, Nameless Grave, Ozzy, live in Kansas City, 1986, $29.99 for Ozzy. We got several of those. Gwar is $39.99. That is Scumdogs of the Universe. This is the new Peaches, No Lube, So Rude, blue vinyl, $34.99 on Peaches. And then Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero, $39.99 for Megadeth. Pussifer, Normal Isn't. Pussifer is on Orange Swirl for $49. And this new Adam and the Ants, the Singles Collection, a 2 LP, $39.99. Jane Remover, Revenge Seeker. That's an indie exclusive orange vinyl with screen print, $39.99. And then Jeff Beck, Mick Jagger, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Legends Live, original radio transmissions, 1987, 1989, and that's a live and official. And I think that's where they actually all did play together 2 different times. Evidently, they played together in 87 and 89, all 3 of them on stage, 2 different times. We got one of those left for $29. Now, there's 144 people watching. Y'all know my rules. Shirley, and yes, I'm calling you Shirley, one person wants 1 record out of there. That's all it takes. That's the ticket to continue the sailing. And that's not sailing, that's sailing. I'm going to go over here on a ship and sail away. Here's your chance. I need 1 person on 1 record. Red Hot Chili Peppers has 1 bid for $20. Final call on that. Darren Johnson. 1 person on 1 record out of here. The Beck, the Jagger, Stevie Ray Vaughan, the Jane Remover, the Adam Ants, the Pussifer, the Megadeth, the Peaches, the Gwar, several Ozzy bootlegs. Surely somebody needs that one. Kings of Leon, Kate, a Dream Theater Live Unofficial, AC/DC, Ozzy again, Rush, the Clips reissues, the new Oh Brother Art Thou, and then the Jeff Buckley. The Fugitive is ready to go. Or Seinfeld. Seinfeld's playing on my TV right now in my house. I could go home, pop up my feet, and watch some Seinfeld and eat my turkey sandwich, and then probably pass out. Wayne Bartow wants Dire Straits Making Movies. Let's sell him a Dire Straits Making Movies. And then Darren Johnson, congratulations. You just punched the ticket. I got you for an Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? And I'm also going to go ahead and sell you the Red Hot Chili Peppers for $20. Thank you. Let's do another handful of CDs. Javi's ready for some more CDs. A lot of people are, including me. All right, I hope to sell a bunch. Now, if you didn't hear my announcement, all the leftovers are sold. So if you want them, grab them now. There's not going to be a second chance in the morning. There's not going to be, Seth's not going to come knock on your door in the middle of the night and try to solicit these to you. No, sir. $6.99. Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms, $6.99. Duran Duran Decade, $6.99. We got 2 of those. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, Eagles' Greatest Hits, Steve Earle and the Dukes, Exit O, Fats Domino, When I'm Walking. We got 2 of those. The Dream Academy, Life in a Northern Town, is technically self-titled. Driving and Crying Smoke, and Duran Duran, 10 Great Songs. Those are all $6.99. No More Tears price, $39.99. Mama, I'm Coming Home. Mr. Tinker Train, $39.99. All right, that's going right over here. Now, let's do a half-off vintage, and then I'll do that other crate of new vinyl, and I'll force somebody to buy something out there or threaten to end the show. Everybody's like, oh, gosh, I better buy something out of here. He's threatening. He's making threats again to end the show. Oh, no, he's making threats again to end the show. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Yep, this is the one. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. That's what we're about to do right now. You heard me correctly. You can buy these now. You can pass on them. But they're going to be half off, and they're going to be no more and no less. That's what it takes. Wayne Bartow on the Eagles, sold. And then, Robin, do you want Duran Duran 10 Great Songs or Decade? I think Decade is also a hits comp as well. Just let me know. 10 Great Songs or Decade, or maybe you want both of them. I am being a bully. I've had to get mean to a couple people tonight. Hey, sometimes life isn't all flowers. I've had to get mean to a couple people tonight. Had to make threats, I mean, make sure you're paying your invoices. You definitely want to make sure you're paying your invoices. Otherwise, that's what's going to bust through your window in the middle of the night. If you're not paying your invoices, all of a sudden this might happen. and you don't want that to happen. She's going to take one of each of the Duran Durans, okay? Thank you and thank you. All right, half off crate. I'm confused. What if I want to pay more than half off? I will decline. I will decline. Big Waku. That is VG Plus, $5. These are half off, no more, and definitely no less. But if you try to offer more, I'm going to pass. Not happening. If you try to say, Chad, no way you're going to sell me Jim Hall for $12.50. I would like to pay $12.50 for the Art Farmer. I would like to pay full price for the Art Farmer Quartet. I'm going to say, no, it is $12.50. That's the half off price. Live at the half note, the Art Farmer Quartet featuring Jim Hall, $12.50. $12.50 on that one, okay? Now, are they duplicate tracks? I'm sure there's some kind of spillover. The Reflex. Can we get a Planet Earth? Okay, this one doesn't have Planet Earth. They both have Girls on Film, Rio. They're different tracks. I mean, there's some spillover, but there's definitely different tracks. Okay, there's some spillover, but there's definitely different tracks. Adam Bernardi on Jim Hall. That sold to him for $12.50. Moving on. Buddy Evans sings Bob Wills, $7.50. The Great Little Soul Band in the Land, arrangements and vocabulary by J.J. Jackson, $12.50. Frankie Miller, A Perfect Fit, $7.50 on Frankie Miller. Super Shrink, Alan Robin, that is $7.50. What an interesting cover that is, $7.50. I like his turtleneck sweater there. All right, let's put up another Red Hot Chili Peppers. And this is Love Unlimited Red Hot Chili Peppers. And this is yellow, I'm assuming. Another one. And this one is sealed Red Hot Chili Peppers, Love Unlimited, a $25 start. Good luck bidding. Good luck bidding. Boy, we need more CDs. I need to get this crate closer to me. I keep forgetting about compact disc over here. Can't forget about the compacts. No compact discrimination here. Compact discrimination. CD. All right. These are $6.99. Okay, we got to get the 500 leftovers anyway, or 300 leftovers anyway. Dan Fogelberg, High Country Snows. We have Fluid Glue. No, it's called Fluid Glue and Roadmouth. We have Four Tops, Keeper of the Castle, Nature Planet. That's a 2-in-1. Aretha, Who's Zooming Who? Aretha. Again, Glenn Fry, The All-Nighter, and then 3 copies of Janie Freaky's 17 Greatest Hits. Those are all $16.99. Dizzy Gillespie, New Wave. Dizzy is $10. Mercury Wing Label. Sky, that's the name of the band. Sailor's Delight. Sky is $7.50. The legendary Jimmy Rogers, Volume 1. Jimmy Rogers is $7.50. And Prelude, Back Into the Light. Prelude is $5. Over here, we have Victor Guerra on the Fluid CD. That is sold to Victor for $6.99. And Jim B is pounding on his keyboard right now because he missed out on that one. That's sold to Victor Guerra for $6.99. AC/DC is still available. Yes, Rock or Bust is still available. Also, the half-off bin is Graham Parker and the Rumor, Stick It To Me. $5 on Graham Parker and the Rumor. We have Moving Hearts, Dark End of the Street. Moving Hearts is $10. And Mary Kay Place, $5. Just $5 on that. Delbert McClinton, $5 on Delbert McClinton. And we have Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, Now Is the Time, $7.50. $7.50. Moving on. Nobody been on Red Hot Chili Peppers, a $20 buy now. That's for Love Unlimited, I think yellow vinyl. Love Unlimited. That is yellow vinyl, $20 on that one, okay? Let's put that over here. Let's put that right over there with the other one, all right? And then Josh Brown on AC/DC. A whole lot of Rosie. Dun, dun. There's one left if anybody else wants it. This, of course, is Sticker Price. Awesome cover, lenticular. I could stare at it all day. It looks like literally a TV screen that's moving. And that is sold over here to Josh Brown. And then Larry Gonzalez on Red Hot Chili Peppers for 20. Thank you, Jim B, for that informational grab. That's yellow lemonade limited to 2,000, FYI. Thank you. Here's our next one. This is a $20 start. It unfortunately has a seam split. It does have a seam split. Clear vinyl, Red Hot Chili Peppers, a $20 start. There's another one, $20 start. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Them Powens and things, Mason Williams, $10 on Mason Williams. KT, that's Kathy Tricoli. Stubborn Love, Kathy is $7.50. We got Harlan County, that's at Jim Ford. Wow, half off of $74.99. That's $37.50. Jim Ford, Harlan County, $37.50 on that one. $37.50. There goes Mark. There goes Mark on Delbert McClinton. And then Graham Parker. These are both sold at There Goes Mark. Thank you and thank you. Jim B is all over the Jim Ford. And his kids are celebrating with jubilation. We have 10-wheel drive. 10-wheel drive, $10 on that one. And we have Brian Auger and Julie Tippett's Encore, $7.50. Time for another handful. This is the last handful out of this crate. These are all $6.99. No more, no less on these compact discs. We have Dan Fogelberg, High Country Snows. We have Exile's Greatest Hits. Larry Gatlin and the Gatlin Brothers. Peter Gabriel, So In Your Eyes. Another one, another one, another one. Garbage, Bleed Like Me, Garbage self-titled, and Garbage self-titled. Those are all $6.99. Also on the half-off crate, we have the Jordanaires Monster Maker. The Jordanaires is $7.50. And Pete Seeger's Greatest Hits. Pete Seeger's $5. This one's a clear vinyl press. Clear vinyl, Red Hot Chili Peppers, $20 start. The only copy of Dream Canteen I have left is this one, which is purple vinyl for $40. That's the only one left I have on that one. And then Iron City House Rockers is $5. Robin on Exile. This is sold to Robin Glenn. I'll give you this one from the last stack that hadn't been even tagged yet. That's sold to Robin Glenn for $6.99. And that means Donna Bertram on Garbage, both. So I'm assuming you want a copy of that one and this one. And that leaves one self-titled Garbage. And then Topographic on Peter Gabriel, So. I'll give you this one right here. It looks pretty dang nice. I usually, some of these that I've got extras of, I'm going to take one extra look and make sure you are getting a perfect one. Paul said all these were going to be beautiful, and so far they have been. So thank you, and I've got 3 more Peter Gabriels if anybody wants one. My stack's getting a little willy-wobby over here. And, okay, what's next? More half off. And then we're going to do a bundle. This is $5. This is $5, and this is Willie Mitchell. $5 on Willie Mitchell, and that one's called Willie Mitchell Listen Dance. Topographic, are you going to be here at 10 o'clock in the morning? Anybody watching right now going to be here at 10 o'clock in the morning to take advantage of $1 items? I've made sure all the biggest buyers I can think of. We keep a little list of people who like literally come in here and buy hundreds and hundreds of them. I think I've let 2 of them know they're probably going to be here at 10. Some people come in and like start literally grabbing piles of them. And so hopefully we sell a bunch of stuff tomorrow. We have AC/DC. Oh, so this is Rock or Bust. Lenticular cover, $29.99. $29.99. Donna's going to be there in the morning. Topographics going to be there in the morning. See, y'all are buying now and y'all are going to be buying again in the morning. Great. Yeah, I need to text my mom and we got to change out all the signs and heck, I might, if I can do what I want to tonight and can dig through some stuff in the back, I'm probably going to throw a bunch of stuff out there and just say, hey, y'all have at it. We have Aztec 2-Step. This is $6.50, Aztec 2-Step. We have It's a Beautiful Day, $5 on It's a Beautiful Day. That's a UK copy. Roosevelt Sykes and Little Brother Montgomery. Roosevelt Sykes is $15. Walter Jackson, Feeling Good. $5 on Walter Jackson. If anybody wants Red Hot Chili Peppers, it's a $20 buy it now. It does have a seam split at the top. $20 buy it now on clear vinyl. $20 on that. $20 on that. Sorry about the caps. That's okay. I just thought you were as excited. And then Oso Adventure does want the other AC/DC Rock or Bust lenticular. Okay, let's tag that. Now we're sold out. Let's start a waiting list, or if y'all could just make me a note. Actually, don't make me a note because Me and Jeremy, the way we do that now, me and him will just order more this morning, okay? And then over here we have Bertha who $7.50 on this. This is Bertha Bell Brown, $7.50 on that. Lamont Cranston Band is sealed, $10. And String Driven Thing, the machine that cried, String Driven Thing is $17.50. $17.50 on that. Michael, what we're doing, and for anybody else local that's listening in, so, you know, we've been putting out new $2 stuff every day. They put out new $2 stuff every day, day after day, $2 stuff, $2 stuff, right? Well, we're cutting off. No more new stuff starting tomorrow. No more new stuff starting tomorrow. For the rest of February, everything up front is $1. So we're cutting the price in half. $1 for everything that's up there. So I'm sure a lot of people may have passed on some stuff, or maybe you haven't been here since they put out new. But John, Paul, Laura, and now Patrick, they add $2 records out there every day. That's stuff that doesn't make the cut for this. That does not leave the cut for this, okay? That goes out in our store. It could be because of grade, it could be because of the title, or it could be just the fact we got way too many Olivia Newton-John albums, or way too many John Denvers, and we just throw them out for $2, or too many compilations, etc., etc. So now for the next 2 months, the next 2 weeks, we're not really going to put anything new out. We're going to try to sell all this stuff off down for $1. And then the first Wednesday in March, that's when we'll have a whole new drop of new stuff. So come back in 2 weeks, and I'm thinking right here, let me pull up a calendar. I'm thinking right here, that's when we'll open back up in March, because we're closed on Sunday the 1st, and I'm going to have my cousin come get everything. And then on Wednesday, we'll be opening up at 10 with a whole new batch. So basically, everything's $1 for the next 2 weeks. Whatever's left, we're getting rid of, and then we're going to restock the entire thing. Because by then, for 2 more weeks, we'll have thousands more to put out for $2. Okay? There's that. All right? Now, Larry Gonzalez, I'll do this Red Hot Chili Peppers for $15. We'll meet in the middle. I'm about to bundle these for John Barry or whoever claims them first. If no one, then we're going to go right into another half-off crate. But so final chance on these. Let me grab a new handful of CDs over here. And these are all $6.99, okay? We're about to do some more. More $6.99 CDs. Here we go. $6.99. $6.99 CDs. We got to get the 300 leftovers for this bundle. We got Sting Soul Cages. Sting Dream of the Blue Turtles. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. Sting Nothing Like the Sun. Stone Temple Pilots Core. Stone Sour Come Whatever May. I wish that was available on vinyl, in print. And George Strait Right or Wrong. Those are all $6.99. Larry Gonzalez gets Red Hot Chili Peppers for $15. So to Larry Gonzalez. All those CDs I just showed were $6.99. Sting, Sting, Sting. Stone Temple Pilots, Stone Sour, and George Strait. Okay, bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. There's 27 in here. 27, and whoever claims it, here we go. Bundle price, drum roll. I'm going to ask 105. 27, 105 divided by 27 is $3.88 each. Hoopy on Stone Sour for $6.99. Camera next on Stone Sour. Sting, Nothing, and All. Nothing Like the Sun. Right? You want just Nothing Like the Sun. And then Robin Glenn got George Strait. And I still got Sting Soul Cages, Sting Dream of the Blue Turtles, and Stone Temple Pilots Core. This bundle is officially sold to John Barry for $90. Let's see. Sleeves, different direction. There was one more thing. Oh, yeah, mix up.
Mix up duplicate artist. I'm making notes here for our new pricer. Some things I need changed. He did a great job though. I think him and John collaborated together. All right. Okay, and then these sold to John Berry for 90. All right, awesome. There's that. And there's that. I'll probably be awake when everybody's showing up here in the morning, but I won't be here. I've got to be at the bank in Smith County and like when they open to do a wire, and I got to do it in person. I still bank 45 minutes from here, 30 minutes from here, which is unfortunate when I have to do official big stuff like wire out of my personal account. And I can't believe it. They won't do it over the phone. I was like, oh, okay, are you kidding me? All this time. The two stings that are left are Dream of the Blue Turtles and the Soul Cages. Yeah. Okay, I was about to say you probably wanted Soul Cages. Yeah. That's sold to Donna. Hey, that was a pretty good stack. All right. And let's bring over, I think this was my next crate I had designed for half off. Yes. Okay, so let's do this one, and then I'm going to probably go through that other crate of new vinyl arrivals, and then definitely the final chance on the Laura stuff, because it's probably going to get mixed in the video like I have been doing in the morning. Okay? With that being said, here's another half-off crate. Half-off Ola. Half-off Ola. I think tomorrow, Paul will be back here again tomorrow, Mark and Jazz, and I need to let everybody know Paul, Mark, and new Jazz stuff might make a great night tomorrow for doing more of that stuff best offer, some of the leftovers. Because right now, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's 7 Paul crates of Jazz and soundtracks left over that have not sold. And those 7, they've only been shown once and not best offer. Here is one of the last Red Hot Chili Peppers that I know of, other than the one over there that didn't sell. This one, unfortunately, also has a seam split. Look what it costs new. $75. Blue vinyl, $20 start. I think that's just blue vinyl. I'm going to prop it up right there, actually, because I'm running out of space. $20 on Red Hot Chili Peppers, okay? And that's the last unlimited, Love Unlimited that I have, or Unlimited Love, whichever way they want that read. So no more variants of that I know of, unless there's more around here that I don't know of. So there's your chance. I do plan on taking this sale till up about 1 a.m. Okay? So y'all still have some time to buy some stuff. Here we go. Half off crate, no more, no less. Let's get started. The fabulous Gladys Knight and the Pips, which is a hits comp. It's a Tamla UK. It's a Tamla UK Music for Pleasure. $5 on that. That's the only Red Hot Chili Peppers. Just those two right there. Nope. That's it, and that's all the bonus stuff we have went through. Yep, we've sold out another whole bonus crate of auctions tonight. And Seth said he might have some ready tonight. I think he's going to stop by at like 5 a.m. He might have some more. If not, it might be until Thursday night metal night. But Laura's already got great auctions pulled for tomorrow. No more Metallica helping hands that I know of. Of course, I'm speaking of like what's next here, what's next to me over here, but no. I've only got a few more stray auctions to try on vinyl and then probably done for auctions for the night. Randy Newman, good old boys. Randy Newman is $7.50. If I don't mention grade, these are EX Plus near mint minus. Willie Alexander Solo Loco. Willie Alexander, $7.50. Willie Alexander in the pink, that is $6.50. Stack Ridge Friendliness. Stack Ridge is $10. Stephen Forbert, Alive on Arrival. Stephen Forbert is $5. Mark Jordan, Mannequin. Mark Jordan is $5. Also, Buck Acre. Buck Acre is $7.50. Four Tops, Indestructible. Four Tops is $5. And B.W. Stevenson, Lead-Free, $5 on that. Red Hot Chili Peppers is a buy it now for $20. Blue Vinyl originally cost $75. It does have a seam split, $20 on that one. Okay, CDs. Let's grab another handful here. Next handful of CDs. These are all $6.99.
We have Sponge, Rotting Pinata. Seth is unreliable, just a little. Rick Springfield, Tao, T-A-O. That looks one of those Japanese, yeah. Made in Japan. Stacy Q, Hard Machine. Starship, No Protection. Starship's Greatest Hits, 1979, 1991. The Best of the Statler Brothers, A Decade of Steely Dan, and Gwen Stefani, The Sweet Escape. Those are all $6.99. Mark Weiss on Randy Newman title. I think it was The Good Old Boys. Yep. Good Old Boys, no condition notes, $7.50. We're talking about the same guy who did the song from Toy Story. $7.50. Mike Quadrini got Red Hot Chili Peppers for $20. That is sold for $20. That's sold to Mike Quadrini for $20. Thank you on that one. Larry Gonzalez was a close second. Now, if anybody wants to make an offer on the other one we had over there, the Return of the Dream Canteen, that's one of the few auctions left for tonight. Okay, and we have It Was So Simple, Long Dancer. That was $10. It Was So Simple, Long Dancer. Fool's Gold, Mr. Lucky, $5 on that. And then Harper's Bazaar, As Time Goes By. Harper's Bazaar, $7.50. David Bedford, The Odyssey. David Bedford is $7.50. This is Van Leer, Thizges, Van Leer, Introspection, $5. How the heck do you say that first name? Philanthropy. This is Philanthropy. This is John Martin. John Martin is $6.50. I'd like to see the other one you have for auction before I call tonight. Which are you referring to? You are referring to what? The Metallica or, and then Robin Glenn on RS. RS was probably for the Rick Springfield CD. That sold to Robin Glenn for $6.99. And then Chad on that Steve Forward album. What condition is it? Does it have the songs Romeo's Tune on it? Let's go back over and find that. Stephen Forward, Alive on Arrival. This does not have the song Romeo's Tune on it. No condition notes, $5 on this one. White label promo. Mark Weiss, Randy Newman is $7.50. I will take no more and no less than the half off title. Randy Newman, Good Old Boys, $7.50. Half off, no more, no less. Burton Cummings, Sweet Sweet. Burton Cummings is $5. And Back Where I Belong, the Four Tops. $5 on the Four Tops. Henry Gross Release, $5. Even if you try to offer me more, I'm not going to take it. Definitely not going to take less. But even if you try to offer me more, I'm going to be like, no, no, no. Half off, no more, no less. Willie Alexander, Meanwhile Back in the States. Willie Alexander, $7.50. Trans Harmonic Nights, Peter Baumann. 79 UK, that's under themes. There's another one. Randy Newman, Land of Dreams, $10 on that one. Mark Weiss on the Randy Newman. Thank you. That's sold to you for $7.50. Joe Castillo on PB. And PB was for what was PB for? Let's go through another handful of CDs right quick. $6.99 CDs. All of a sudden, my Sean Connery accent came out. Next was, seems like there was the Metallica. Yeah, this was tagged for auction, but I seriously think we have a waiting list. This is in print. Damage in Japan, Nagoya, 1986. If you want it, I'll sell it to you right now for $55. Buy it now. Otherwise, I think literally we have a waiting list, and I'll have to check. But it, probably, when those bootlegs are in print, they're at great prices if you ever can buy them out of our crates. If they ever become out of print, man, they get expensive. Peter Baumann. Why can't I find that in here? It must be like one of the first records. Am I insane? Is that for a CD? Randy Newman. Oh, right here, Peter Baumann. Sorry. That's sold to Joe Castillo. Duh. Rick Nelson and the Stone Canyon Band. Rick Nelson is $5. $5. We have Chris Darrow, Artist Proof. This is Chris Darrow, Artist Proof. 1972, $20 on Chris Darrow. Any other Randy Newman? Back here that I've already shown, just that one. What's coming up? We're about to find out. Sharks, Jab It in Your Eye. Sharks is $5. Sierra is $7.50. Another Chris Darrow, A Southern California Drive, $6.50. T-Bone Burnett, The Talking Animals, $5 on T-Bone Burnett. Gladys Knight and the Pips, Silk and Soul, $5 on Gladys Knight and the Pips. Melba Moore Live, $7.50. Latin Quarter, and this is Latin Quarter Modern Times, $5. Thank you for the Lemmy figure. I've already got you tagged. It's over here on our miscellaneous table. I've already took it off the sales floor so nobody walks in tomorrow and buys it. And then Reflections of a Legend, Gladys Knight and the Pips, $7.50 on that one. Randy Newman is sold to Mark Weiss. That one was $10. That one was $10. Let me grab another handful of compact disc over here. These are all $6.99. $6.99. We have the following. Gwen Stefani, Love Angel Music Baby. Rod Stewart, Atlantic Crossing. Rod Stewart, Every Picture Tells a Story. This one is Stephen Steele, Steals Alone. I don't think that's on vinyl. If it is, a 1991, I mean, I've never seen that if it is. Steals Alone. George Strait, number 7. The System, Don't Disturb This Groove, and George Strait, Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's got some good ones on it. Nobody in his right mind would have left her. Next, we have Dennis DeYoung, Desert Moon, $5 on Dennis DeYoung. The Best of Lobo for $5. And Loggins and Messina, Native Sons. Loggins and Messina, $5. Steels sold for $6.99 to Michael Butler, 90257. Those are all $6.99. Nobody in his right mind would have left her. That's George Strait. Also covered by Chad Williams. Boxer, Below the Belt. Boxer is $5. We have If. If is sealed for $13.50. If is $13.50. Lens Farn, Back and Forth. Lens Farn is $7.50. Lens Farn, Back and Forth. Carla DeVito. This is a Cool World or What? Carla DeVito, $5. And we have Treasures of Love, sold out, $5. Treasures of Love, $5. And we have Mark Allman. Mark Allman is $7.50. C.W. McCall Wilderness, $5 on C.W. McCall. We have the Rockettes, Robert Hazard, The Mood, and Robert Ellis Oral, $10 on that one. It's kind of like a 4-artist compilation. The Technos is $5. And Real Life Flame. And Real Life is $10. What's the difference between that Metallica Japan, the ones you've had for $40? I don't think there's anything different. Unless this one's colored vinyl, I don't think there's anything different. Probably, I mean, what happens is, let's say there's a bootleg in print, and we can get them wholesale where we can sell them for $39.99, and then we get one in a collection, and then they go to try to figure out what to start it for, and they're trying to scan it and look it up. Well, sometimes you might see them selling for a lot more. This one's actually available on Discogs. Yeah, you can actually buy this one on Discogs, even though it's an unofficial. They start, though, at, well, there is one in stock, and that's why it's, yeah, $39 now. So yeah, we had ours for $39.99, but if you scroll through here and kind of look, that's a great price, and that's the ones we have a wait list for. I don't think there is a difference. I think that's just one that should have been tagged for auction, which it was, but yeah, I don't think there is. That's why I didn't show it tonight. That's why I didn't show it. There's no difference. I've had that happen before. You know, there's a bootleg that's in print, and then when it goes out of print, you start trying to find them. You start seeing $50, $60, $70 to be the same ones we had for $39 or $34. So yeah, that's why I said I think there's literally a wait list for this. And tonight, if there is, I'm going to give it to the next person for that same price. That's the ones that we've been ordering on a regular basis. Okay. All right, we're about to do another heck of a bundle here. We sold 3 out of there. Tough crowd tonight. Really tough crowd tonight. All right, let's do another handful of CDs here. These are $6.99. Okay. George Strait Something Special with promo sticker. George Strait Oceanfront Property. The Stranglers Dreamtime. Barbara Streisand Memories. The Christmas Album. Greatest Hits 2. And Barbara Streisand Emotion. Those are all $6.99. Rough crate. I guess. Forbert. Right up John Barry's alley, though. Stephen Forbert. That was back here for There Goes Mark. Right. Anybody else? If he was waiting, now's the time. There goes Mark. Yeah, John Barry's like right up my alley, man. He wants his stuff that he's never heard of or all new listening experiences for him. Oh, man. I am stretching right now before I count this bundle because counting bundles require a lot of power and focus. Oh, gosh. A lot of power and focus. Okay. Whew. I think I'm good to go. That Nagoya concert from Metallica, that's been pressed. That's why I say some bootlegs, you got to pay attention not to the cover, actually where the show's from. Some of these Aussie bootlegs, I have seen pressed a dozen different times with different titles, covers, and sometimes the same bootleg label, almost like mixing them up with covers and just like repackaging them. Because, you know, some artists, there's certain concerts that just sound great. You know, everybody had probably a great night. Probably some of those Metallica concerts, they walked off the stage and was probably like, dude, we just killed that. And then those are the ones that people bootleg because it's like the best live recording. They did the best versions. They were clicking that night. And then you see people just constantly, you know, bootlegging them. There was only those two Randy Newman. There might have been one in that last bundle, but there's none left behind. There's none left behind. You've got all of them so far, except there could have been one he got earlier, but yeah, there's none left behind. There's none in here. All right, let's count these right quick. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 40, 41. I counted 41 in that one. All right. 155. That puts them at $378 each. Let's grab another handful of CDs in the meantime. These are all going to be $6.99. Nobody in his right mind would have left her. We have Bonnie Raitt, self-titled, $6.99. Matthew Sweet, 100% Fun. Andy Taylor, Thunder. James Taylor, October Road. James Taylor, October Road. Tears for Fears, The Seeds of Love. Tears for Fears, Elemental. And Queensryche Empire. Queensryche Empire, $6.99. Sold to John Barry for $125. Ken Roning just made 2 claims. Ken, I've got you a fraction late. These are already all been counted and tagged to John Barry for $125. Very unfortunate. And whoever's tagging, this is going to spill over into an additional crate, okay? These are going to spill over into an additional crate. Let's take a few more. All right, and then whoever's tagging the next crate is going to have the rest of this 41-piece Chicken McNugget bundle. Chicken McNuggets. Haven't had those in a while. Probably a good thing, but man, do I love me some chicken McNuggets. Dip it in that spicy honey mustard they have. Might have to go over to the old McDonald's after this and get me some chicken McNuggets. Done. All right. Sold. And Scott Oman gets Queens Rock Empire. $6.99. Thank you. Okay. John Barry's done. Well, the good thing is that was the 2 half-off crates I had allocated for tonight. The next crate is going to be the stuff I told everybody about, 4 hours ago. I said, if you want to make an offer for something out of the lower crate, you're going to have to stick around for 3-4 more hours. You may be able to grab it. Somebody might grab it before you. Hopefully everybody's ready. We're going to go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. This is everything she marked today. Technically 3 crates. 2 of them were full of box sets. So we actually got 1 crate full of stuff. But we did sell most of the box sets, and those are pricey. We've been officially live right now for 5 hours and 42 minutes. And let's go through this crate. Buy it now or best offer, okay? Here we go. And we have the best of Bob's Burgers. And this is sealed, $124.99. Red, yellow, green, sealed, $124.99. And Mark V's has patiently waited 5.5 hours for a discount on the 3 Black Keys albums. Jeff the Brotherhood, upstairs at United. This is EX edition, $12.99 on Jeff the Brotherhood. We have Mike Kokendall, half past present pending, Indie Rock, EX $12.99. Jim B's offered 100 for Bob's Burgers, which is marked $124.99. And he's offered 200 for John Lennon, which is marked $250. Wow, you're asking for a significant, you're asking me to give you $75 off. If you put it that way, that's a lot, Jim B. Holy crap, $75 off. Zone, Jeff the Brotherhood. Where's Chris Knapp at? He's bought almost all these Jeff the Brotherhoods. There's 2 more. Come on, Chris Knapp, you've been summoned. Luther Vandross, never too much. Luther's VG Plus, $17.99. The Black Keys, Attack and Release. Let's lay that right over there. Let's lay that right over there for Mark V's. M. Ward is VG $9.99. Luther Vandross. I will sell this to you for $14. $14 on that one. We have Soul Asylum, Delayed Reaction. Soul Asylum is VG Plus, $19.99 for Soul Asylum. Next is Sonic Flower, which is a psych record from Japan, $24.99. Also, we have this, Amanda Shires, To the Sunset. Amanda Shires is autographed. It's purple marble vinyl, $59.99. We have the Black Keys Chillahoma. That one's $24.99. Let's lay that right over there. Slave is on red vinyl, $24.99. Soul Asylum 14. Soul Asylum 16. I'm giving y'all your $2 bumps here. 16. I guess I gave Patrick a $4 bump. Physical Graffiti is $29.99. Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. Sweet Level-Headed Mixes and Demos, $19.99. I'll say the psych record for $20. That's another $2 bump. I got to pay for some of my monsters somehow tonight. That's sold for $20 to Chris Knapp if he wants it. And he says he wants the Jeff the Brotherhoods as well. Those are sold to Chris Knapp and Chris Knapp, the Jeff the Brotherhoods. We got Jack White Blunderbuss for $24.99. Allison Chains and Dirt sealed $29.99. Josh Brown says he'll take Soul Asylum for $16 if Victor doesn't. Victor, your call, $16 on that one. Led Zeppelin is the newest Jimmy Page remaster. Yeah. 2015, $29.99. Sebastian Bach, Forever Wild, sealed for $29.99. And the Black Keys Magic Potion, $34.99. Now, this one is, I'll do these for 20, 22, and 30. So 20 and 30 is 50, and 22 is $72. $72 on those. Okay? $72 on that. Okay? He says he doesn't want the upstairs. Okay? So this one's going back, Jeff the Brotherhood. Next is Victor Guerra said he will take the Soul Asylum for $16. Allison Chains is sold to Mark Stanley for $24. Patty on Bach, Sebastian Bach for $29.99. I will do this for $26. Sebastian Bach, $26. Mark Weiss has waited 5 hours for this discount. Sell these to him for $20, $22, and $30. Okay? Done. Whew, he's probably a sigh of relief. He's been staring at the screen nonstop, waiting for that moment. We have Sebastian Bach at 26, like I said, Patty. And then we still got upstairs at Eric. We got Led Zeppelin. Sell that Sebastian to Patty. Whatever price I said first, I think I said 26. And then Zeppelin still available, Jack White. And then Chris Knapp. Did you want this for 20, the Japanese psych record? And then, was there offers on anything else? Luther Vandross. Patrick, we're so close. Give me one more bump on price and I'll sell it to you. Oh, yeah, Jim B. So let's see what's going on with these. Let's see what's going on with these. If Jim B is making an offer, I'm immediately throwing a red flag. I am throwing a major red flag. I'm throwing flags all over the field. I am throwing flags. So this John Lennon box set, they start for sale right now at $325. They last sold sealed for $400 and $350. Laura's got it marked for $250. She's got that marked $100 below what they've been selling for. And no one's buying it for $249.99. Crazy. I'm going to pass. I'll keep it if we don't get $249 for it. You know, I am a Beatles fan. Chris Knapp on the psych record for $20. Patrick's first leer on Luther was $10, and then he said $12. Let's do it for $12. That's sold to Patrick Lear for $12. And then we have JW, Jack White for $18. I'll do Jack White for $20. Blunderbuss for $20. And then Led Zeppelin for $25. Now, these new would cost $44.99. This is lightly used, but near mint. $25 on that. John Lennon is Gimme Some Truth, the 2023 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 1,500 numbered box sets, 9 10-inch on white vinyl, and evidently this has high sound quality. That was the notes from Laura. It's got like a 4.93 rating on Discogs. They start right now at $325, and I don't know if that's sealed or not. And yeah, so the cheapest one for sale right now is $325. We've got ours at $250. Should just be an instant grab for somebody. X-Wing on Led Zeppelin for $25. That's sold to X-Wing. And then Bob's Burgers was the other offer. Let's see how much she's got this one well marked under market. I mean, she's got to have this thing well under market at $124. I remember when these came out, they were a couple $100 new retail, I'm pretty sure. So this here, let's check over here. Let's see what Jim B's scheming up over here. So this, the cheapest one for sale after shipping would be sealed $170. She's got this one marked $124.99. Jim B's offered 100 smackers for it. Now, X-Wing got that. Lewis Kulik, let me know if you want Jack White for 20. Jim B, you've got the first dibs on John Lennon. If you pass, then it's sold to Michael Butler, since my counter offer is sticker price. That's going to be my counter, sticker price. I have Tears for Fears Elemental at $6.99. Now, your offer on Bob's Burgers was $100. It's marked $125, which is $50 below market, cheapest match in that one. And then the last two open so for 110 and 160, and then 100, and then the last complete 200. So yeah, this is like, these are like steals. That's why when Laura's marking this stuff, I mean, she's taking it to a different level. She's basically saying, okay, well, you can go buy this online right now for $300, or you can come buy it for us for $100. And I think that's why there's like 3 records left in here. I exaggerated. There's 5. But Lewis Kulik is chipping away at him at 20. Okay? I highly doubt GMB's going to say he'll take this, even though it's still like ridiculously underpriced. It's pending. And then Bob's Burgers, I will say this, since I don't see any other interest, right? I'll take $110 for it. That's $15 off. GMB's punching walls. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. He's madder than a gosh, he's mad right now, I bet. Oh, he's mad. He's madder than a, there's something he's mad. We got to find an analogy. He's madder than a, he's madder than a, you know, anybody else. Up Jeff the Brotherhood, Sweet, Slave, Amanda Shires, M. Ward, and this one, which was a very odd name, Mike Kuykendall. Let's do another handful of CDs right quick. And those are going to go up right now for $6.99. $6.99 CDs. We have Semisonic, The Great Divide, The Best of Carly Simon, Paul Simon, Graceland, Steve Slagle, Rio High Life, Slaughter, The Wildlife, Smithereens, Specially for You, Smithereens, Specially for You, Blown to Smithereens, Best of Smithereens, and Patty Smythe. And these are all $6.99. Okay. Michael Butler gets the John Lennon box. Sold to Michael Butler. I lost Jim B. He must have turned off his computer, clicked off his light, and said, kids, it's time for bed. Kids, it's time for bed. Nothing's going to be happening here tonight. It's time for bed, kids. No. But we haven't met our quota, Father. How can you have any meat if you don't eat your pudding? How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? That's what's going on right now at Jim B's house. But Father, we haven't met our quota. Scott Oman on S. Scott, that's for a lot. There's a lot of S's here, my friend. Patty Smythe, the Smithereens, Slaughter, Steve Slagle, Simon, and Semisonic. Josh Brown, you did not get Soul Asylum. No. He wanted Slaughter. Okay. A lot of these in alphabetical order. You threw me a curveball there. I was like, man, there's a lot of S's there. Slaughter, so did Scott Oman. You did not get Soul Asylum. No, Victor Guerra ended up taking it for your counter. The only thing you succeeded at is making Victor Guerra pay more money. And I'm sure he did not appreciate that. But your offer was going to be my counter anyway, so, or whatever happened there. All right, here comes some more CDs for $6.99. We have Rob Thomas, Jay Stanley, Brian Yale, John Goff, Paul Doucette, composers. Decca presents Art Tatum. Styx, Cornerstone. The Best of Styx. That looks like it's a Japanese one. Yeah, there's that. And then we have Subway. Subway. Good Times. $6.99. Henry Lee, Summer. Supertramp, Breakfast in America, and Survivor, Vital Signs. Michael Butler wants the Blown to Smithereens, best of, for $6.99. All right. All those CDs I just showed are $6.99. Nobody else. Bob's Burgers. Come on, GMB. You know you want that delicious Bob's Burgers. Every time I say that, it makes me want a big... You know, I haven't ate at our new In-N-Out burger here. I have not ate at our new In-N-Out burger. Sad but true. You're the one. You're the one who takes me there. You. You do the dirty work. Scapegoat. You. Okay. All right, let's condense the other lore stuff from the other night. All right, let's see what else we can show. I'm going to try to get through this last crate of CDs. And I did say I was going to stop at around 1 Ola. Probably going to have to go a little bit later tonight, finish this crate. Here was the lore stuff left from the other night. And then I might can put it all together. And then there's that. Okay. So what else could we show? I mean, I still got the other crate of new vinyl for a recap. And then I could make a threat and convince somebody to buy something out of there. Or I could stop the show. That's usually my strategy. Start making threats and, you know, start handing out threats. Okay, there's some more $6.99ers. $6.99ers. ZZ Top's Greatest Hits. ZZ Top Afterburner, 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 World Trade, and XTC Skylarking. Okay? $6.99 on those. Mark Chesler. I'm going to have to bring out my air horn. You must have a really bad connection. Mark Chesler. I'm going to confirm your eyes are on the screen before I take these back down. I've got 2 Tears for Fears CDs, Elemental and the Seeds of Love. I got to make sure Mark Chesler is connected. I wish I had a way for him to give me a green light right now. Mark Chesler, Tears for Fears and Elemental. They are available, and all you got to do is say, I'll take both of them, or I'll take Seeds of Love, or I'll take Elemental. There we go. Gotcha. Now, I'm sure right then his internet just dropped. His internet just dropped. And what the heck is wrong in 2025 where we can't get people internet? What is going on? I was talking about that with Tanner. I was like, man, so many of our customers just don't have internet. I'm like, that should be available everywhere on Earth. Like everywhere. Somebody would have lightning fast internet. That shouldn't be a problem at all. I mean, SpaceX is launching satellites. There's Starlink. There's stuff going up into space every half hour. ZZ Top is sold to Leslie Holt. Michael Butler on XTC. And then Ken Roning wants the best of sticks over here. I was like, we could double our sales if everybody had more internet. Yeah, it's 2026. See? 2026. And some people live where they still have to get dial-up. This one guy told me the other day, if he's on the internet, he can't get phone calls still. I was like, golly, where do you live? Like West Virginia, up there in like where it's like the Great Smoky Mountains National Park or something? Do you live up there in East Tennessee where there's like hundreds of miles of forested land? Where some of y'all live at? I'm very confused. You need to look into fiber and then Starlink. Fiber and then Starlink. Okay, here's our first stack of sold CDs. Wow, awesome. Let's put those right in here. But also some of y'all would have probably spent Some of y'all would what? Spend 2,000 or 3,000 extra a week if you had even better internet. Okay, here we go. Let's grab this and this and this. Now, Leslie, you're the second person who's asked for a recap of CDs. I need to stack these a lot better, so what I'll do is I'll go ahead and fly through everything that's on this table, and that way I can restack them and we can get them a little bit nicer over here, okay? So here we go. I have the following. Quick, everybody, Mark Chesler, I need you green light. Don't try to swap off. Don't go feed your dog. Here we go. Flim and the BB's tricycle. We've got 2 of them. Fleming and John, The Way We Are. Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Roberta Flack, The Best Of. Softly with these songs. The Fix, Greatest Hits. The Firm, self-titled. We've got 2 of them. Firehouse, self-titled. Firehouse 3. Tesla, we're down to 3 copies of The Great Radio Controversy. These are all $6.99. I would get these now. All leftovers are spoken for. Anything you see not being sold right now are spoken for. Larry Gatlin and the Gatlin Brothers. Fabulous Thunderbirds, Tough Enough. Extreme 3, 3 Sides to Every Story. Extreme 2, Porno Graffiti. Expose, Exposure. Filter, Short Bus. Fastball, All the Pain Money Can Buy. Falco's Greatest Hits. Donald Fagen, The Nightfly. And Everlast, Whitey Ford Sings the Blue. Those are all $6.99. Leslie wants Fleming. That was Flim and the BBs, or was that something else? Fleming was Fleming and John. That's so to Leslie. We still got Flim and the BBs tricycle. Let's put those right over there. And then we have the second Firehouse, which is technically called Firehouse Third, right? Firehouse Third is right. What happened to it? Oh, it's over here. Firehouse 3. He says Firehouse Second, but he was meaning the second one, which is called Firehouse 3. And then Mark Weiss on Expose, Exposure. So to Mark Weiss. Okay, there's those. Over here, that's starting our new stack. Next is Enigma, MCMXCAD, Melissa Etheridge, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Black Moon, ELO's Greatest Hits, Olay ELO, Jonathan Edwards self-titled, Foreigner, Agent Provocateur, and Foo Fighters self-titled. That was Enigma, Melissa Etheridge, ELP, ELO, Jonathan Edwards, Foreigner, and Foo Fighters. $6.99. And then we have quite the Dan Fogelberg collection here. Fogelberg Greatest Hits, Fogelberg High Country Snows. Another Greatest Hits, Tim Weisberg, Twin Sum. Another Greatest Hits, and then Exile. Those are all $6.99. Leslie wants ELO's Greatest Hits. So to Leslie, $6.99. And then over here, this is the most recent stack I just showed. That was ZZ Top Afterburner, another one, World Trade, Survivor Vital Signs, Supertramp Breakfast in America, Henry Lee, Summer, and then Subway, Good Times. Those are all $6.99. And then we had Styx, we had Decca Presents Art Tatum, and then we have Tabitha's Secret, Rob Thomas, Jay Stanley, Brian Yale, etc. All those are $6.99. No more, no less. No more, no less. Okay, there's that. And then here in a second, like right now, I'm going to start showing some of the newest new stuff that came in for tonight. Last call on some of this. Let's go ahead and knock out this quick recap. We have Tears for Fears, The Seeds of Love, Semisonic, The Great Divide, The Best of Carly Simon, Paul Simon, Graceland, Steve Slagle, Rio High Life, The Smithereens, especially for you, 2 of them, Patty Smythe, James Taylor, October Road, and Andy Taylor, Thunder. Mark Weiss on Supertramp, Breakfast in America. That was over here in this stack. Where did I just see that at? Oh, that must be right over here. Supertramp, Breakfast in America. Right here, sold to Mark Weiss. Got it. It's in the sold stack. And then Mark Vise also gets Tears for Fears, Seeds of Love. Okay, that's done. And then I have Matthew Sweet, 100% Fun, Bonnie Raitt, self-titled, Barbara Streisand, Emotion, Greatest Hits Volume 2 by Streisand, her Christmas album, the album Memories by Streisand, Stranglers, Dreamtime, George Strait, Oceanfront Property, and George Strait, Something Special. Those are all $6.99. Okay, very quickly, some vinyl right quick. The Velvet Underground Loaded, that's $29.99. We have Coldplay Parachutes for $38.99. A Tribe Called Quest, the anthology, $33.99. Deftones, Diamond Eyes, $33.99. This is Velvet Underground and Nico, $36.99 on that one. Weezer, the Green Album, is $33. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind, is $33. A Tribe Called Quest, Hits, Rarities, and Remixes, that's $33.99. And then Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, 40th Anniversary, Blue Vinyl, $29.99. Here's some more CDs. George Strait's Greatest Hits Volume 2, The System, Don't Disturb This Groove, George Strait #7, Rod Stewart, Every Picture Tells a Story, Rod Stewart, Atlantic Crossing, Gwen Stefani, Love Angel, Music Baby, Gwen Stefani, The Great Escape, Steely Dan, A Decade of Steely Dan, The Best of the Statler Brothers, and Starship, Greatest Hits, 10 Years and Change, 1979 to 1991. Those are all $6.99. Starship, Statlers, Steely, Gwen, Rod, George, System, George. $6.99 each on those. Over here for $6.99, we have Starship, No Protection, Stacy Q, Hard Machine, Sponge, Rotting Pinata, Stone Temple Pilots Core, Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles. Another one, and another one. Those are all $6.99. Coldplay, Viva La Vida, $38.99. The Cult, Dreamtime, Red Vinyl, $33.99. The Damned, Not Like Everybody Else, $36.99. Coldplay of Rush of Blood to the Head, $38.99. Chris Christopherson, Orange Vinyl, new from Music on Vinyl, $38.99. A Tribe Called Quest, Beats, Rhymes, and Life, Tribe, $33.99. Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures, $29.99. The Low End Theory, Tribe Called Quest, $36.99. Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill, $29.99. And then Blur Leisure, $33.99. Miles Davis, Bitches Brew, $34.99. Deftones, Adrenaline is $33.99. Weezer, The Blue Album, $33. Kiss, Self-Titled, $33.99 on that one. Kiss, Rock and Roll Over is $33.99. Paramore, All We Know Is Falling, Silver Vinyl, $29. Deftones, Saturday Night Rest is $33. Sublime is $39.99. Tribe Called Quest, Midnight Marauders, that's $29. Kiss is $36. Also, Birth of the Cool, Miles Davis is $33. And Weezer, Pinkerton was $33.99. Donna, these are $29.99. Alanis Morissette is $29.99. These are new arrivals, new stuff. Sorry, sticker price. She's like, you've got to be kidding me. We got over here for $6.99. Garbage, Peter Gabriel So, Larry Gatlin, the Gatlin Brothers, Exiles, Greatest Hits, another Fogelberg, High Country Snows, another one. Janie Freaky's Greatest Hits, another one. Those are all $6.99. All those CDs you just see me show and tell you right there. How much, Chad? They're just $6.99. Glenn Fry, The All-Nighter, Aretha, Who's Zooming Who, another one. And Four Tops, Keeper of the Castle, and Nature Planned It. $6.99. Sorry, I'll take it. Great. Alanis Morissette, so did Donna Bertram. Mark Vise wants a Peter Gabriel So. That's so to Mark Vise for $6.99. All these that you're seeing right here are $6.99. Janie Freaky, Fogelberg, Furbo, Exile, Gatlin, Peter Gabriel, Garbage, Four Tops, Aretha, and Glenn Fry. Those are all $6.99. Over here, we had Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, Duran Duran Decade, Dire Straits Brothers in Arms, Driving and Crying, Smoke, Dream Academy, Fats Domino, and Steve Earle and the Dukes. Those are all $6.99. Hey, Donna bought something out of here. Now I don't have to make a threat about somebody buying something out of here. Decade, which was Duran Duran. That's sold to Leslie for $6.99. And then over here, the last stack of recap, if you just got on, you got on at the worst time possible, because I won't be going through these again. These are all $6.99. You might as well say they're stacked up over here and already sold to Solarplex. We have Dire Straits Making Movies. We have Dire Straits on Every Street. And then on Brothers in Arms, another one, another one, another one, and another one. Christmas with Placido Domingo, Thomas Dolby, The Flat Earth, Earth, Wind and Fire, That's the Way of the World, and Triumph Thunder 7. $6.99. That was a total recap of every one of the CDs we've shown so far tonight. That's it. Now, we're about to show some new ones, okay? I've got a couple crates that I want to get to the bottom of before we say we're done. So let's get started on those right now before I say goodnight tonight. Let's finish these off right here. And these are all $6.99. We got Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love, Spyro Gyra Alternating Current, Spyro Gyra Incognito, Squeeze the singles, Tempted by the Fruit of Another. We have Simply Red Picture Book, My Way, Frank Sinatra, another one, Frank Sinatra, September of My Years, Ricky Skaggs, Waiting for the Sun to Shine, Skid Row, self-titled, and the best of Split Ends. $6.99. What are those CDs? Can you recap them? No, I can't. I do feel sorry, though, for some people that are on just genuinely asking nicely right when I've done like a 35-minute recap. And they're like, Chad, I just got on. Can you please go back through all the CDs? And I'm like, oh, no. I've got a couple of things. I'm either going to be tied up for 30 more minutes reading these, or I could possibly make a customer mad because I hadn't gone back through the CDs again. Some people just get on at the wrong time. I'm like, oh, no. Do you know how long it takes to read through these? That's another 25 minutes. I could read them nonstop. And Scott Oman on Skid Row. That's so to Scott Oman. But I'm like, oh, no. Okay, over here. Here's another handful. This is Patti Smith. That's self-titled. Another one. We have The Best of Phoebe Snow. Another one. Paul Simon, Graceland. The Best of Simon and Garfunkel. Simon and Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. Simon and Garfunkel Bookends. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. Squeeze the Singles. And Streisand, Guilty. $6.99. Leslie got on a good time because they were kind of wibbly wobbly, and I was gonna go through them again anyway. So Leslie, you got on at a good time. Otherwise, I might have went, oh no, I can't. Patti Smith, Phoebe, Paul Simon, Simon and Garfunkel, Springsteen, Squeeze, and Barbra Streisand. Or the big one is the auction recap. They'll be like, no, Chad, I just got on. Can you go through all the no bids again? I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no. The no bids. Here we go. These are $6.99. Hey, Tears for Fears Elemental. Oh, my gosh. Saigon Kick. Rush, Caress of Steel. Rush, Hemispheres. Rush, 2112. Rush, Test for Echo. Boy, did somebody steal my CD collection? Yes, Close to the Edge. Yes, 90125. Yes, 90125. Yes, Highlights, The Very Best of Yes. Pete Yorn, Music for the Morning After. $6.99. Can you find the Randy Newman from the John crate earlier? I don't think there was a Randy Newman tonight. I think that was in a half-off crate that he bought in a bundle. But I will try to find it right quick. We have over here Victor Guerra on Saigon Kick, sold for $6.99. Burt Jordan on 1, 2, 3, 4, Rush. Scott Oman, Do You Want Yes? 9025 expanded and remastered. 90125 standard or Close to the Edge. This one's expanded and remastered. It's got bonus tracks. You probably want that one for 901, or maybe you just want Close to the Edge. And there's Tears for Fears in here. Elemental. Let me know. So 1 or 2, he wants the 90125 expanded and remastered. And somewhere Jim B is pounding on his keyboard still. He's going, golly, I can't believe I let that John Lennon box set slip through. Son of a biscuit eater. Okay, we have the Rolling Stones Black and Blue, the Rolling Stones Steel Wheels, That's another copy of Black and Blue. Another Caress of Steel. There's Permanent Waves by Rush. Sade Promise. Santana 3. Santana's Greatest Hits. And Saigon Kick the Lizard. You know, there is some metal stuff mixed in here, it looks like. Some hard rock and metal. You just got to be patient. It's not sorted, and I literally have boxes or crates full of it over here. $6.99 for all these. Leslie Holt on Sade. That's sold to Leslie Holt. And then $6.99, we got Stones, Rush, Santana, and Saigon Kick. Burt Jordan wants both Rolling Stones. That's Steel Wheels, Black and Blue. Donna Bertram on Saigon Kick. And Burt, in your Rush stack earlier, you didn't have a copy. You didn't have a copy of Permanent Waves if you want that one. Or if anybody else, it's up for grabs. Now we're going through new ones here. How much are these, Chad? They're $6.99. They're $6.99. What else do we have here? The Essential Santana. Cool. Joe Satriani, Flying in a Blue Dream. Satriani, Dreaming number 11. Savage Garden. Boz Scaggs, Slow Dancer. Boz Scaggs, Silk Degrees. The Stones. The Romantics. Diana Ross, Kenny Rogers, and Kenny Rogers. Those are all $6.99. Santana, Satriani, two of them, Savage Garden, Skaggs, Stones, Romantics, Diana, Kenny, and Kenny. Already have Permanent Waves. Great. Okay. So that one's still available. Begin the day with a friendly voice. Companion unobtrusive. Down, down, boom, down, 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 down. Okay. We have Dinah Ross, Lady Sings the Blues. David Lee Roth, Your Filthy Little Mouth. George Strait, Something Special. Rush, Hold Your Fire. Santana's Greatest Hits. Santana, Caravanserai. John Schneider, Take the Long Way Home, and Scorpions, Crazy World. $6.99 on those. That was Roth, Dinah Ross, Strait, Rush, Santana, Schneider, and Scorpions. Hold Your Fire. Time Stand Still. Time Stand Still. Down. The Kenny Rogers were We've Got Tonight and Greatest Hits. Ruby, Don't Take Your Love to Town. $6.99. Tim Weisberg, High Risk. Warrant, Dog Eat Dog. Wham, Make It Big. Wake Me Up. The Who, Who's Better, Who's Best. The Whispers, Planets of Life. Whitesnake, Slide It In. Whitesnake 87. Whitesnake, Slip of the Tongue. Kim Wilde, Another Stop. Leslie wants Kenny's Greatest Hits. Sold for $6.99. You got it. Leslie on Wham. Wake Me Up Before You Go. That's sold to Leslie Holt for $6.99. What else is $6.99? Scott O'Man on Warrant. That's Dog Eat Dog. Sold to Scott O'Man. Kim Wilde sold to Leslie Holt. And that leaves Whitesnake Whispers, and The Who. Wake Me Up Before You Go. Jim B. Wake Me Up Before You Bundle. Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life. Another one. Weezer, The Blue Album. Andy Williams, Merry Christmas. Steve Wariner, It's a Crazy World. Diana Washington, Dionne Warwick, and Grover Washington Jr. Just the two of us. We can make it if we... Just the two of us. Those are all $6.99. There are 2, 4, 6 copies of Steve Winwood. Then Weezer, Andy Williams, Steve Wariner, Diana, Dion, and Grover. All $6.99. Grover has the Bill Withers song, Just the Two of Us. We can make it if we try. Next, Wolf Mother, self-titled. Stevie Wonder, The Definite Collection. Steve Winwood, Ark of a Diver. Another one. Another one. Another one. Steve Winwood Chronicles. Another one. Another one. Don Williams, 20 Greatest Hits. Winger Pool and Winger self-titled. Somebody go check Steve Winwood's bank account. Golly, what's his net worth? He has sold... He's got to be up there. Probably not as much as a lot of them, like superstars, but that man sold a lot of records. Traffic, Blind Faith, solo career. Golly. I mean, look, his solo albums are everywhere. They were printing those. People were just flying. They were flying off the shelf. Leslie on Don Williams. Scott Allman wants Winger, self-titled. Leslie, which of the Steve Winwood? Do you want Chronicles or Ark of a Diver? And Spencer Davis Group. Golly. That man sold a lot of records. Yep. A lot of records. A lot of records. That was for Stevie Wonder. Okay, her SW was for Stevie Wonder. Done. All right. Now, that crate's finished, but there was some crates from yesterday I didn't finish. So here's these for $6.99. Madonna, the Immaculate Collection. Madonna Like a Virgin. Madonna True Blue. Another one, Madonna Like a Prayer. The Best of Barbara Mandrell. Chuck Mangione, Save Tonight for Me. Maroon 5, It Won't Be Soon Before Long. Maroon 5, Songs About Jane. Wynton Marsalis, Black Codes from the Other Ground. Richard Marx and Richard Marx. These are all $6.99. Leslie on Madonna. Do you want Immaculate, Like a Virgin, True Blue, or Like a Prayer? So you got a lot of Madonnas there to pick from. And then she does want Maroon 5 sold. Okay. That's going to leave Richard Marx, Wynton Marsalis. Well, there's actually 2 Maroon 5s. There's actually It Won't Be Soon Before Long and then Songs About Jane. So there's both Maroon 5s, and then Madonna's, there's Immaculate, Like a Virgin, True Blue, and Like a Prayer. So you can pick or say one of each. All of them, no duplicates. All of them, no duplicates. Richard Marx, Richard Marx, Richard Marx, Richard Marx, Richard Marx, Richard Marx. And that was self-titled, Repeat Offender, His Greatest Hits, and Paid Vacation. And then Sarah McLachlan, Fumbling Towards Ecstasy. Friday Night in San Francisco, Al Di Meola and Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. And she wants one each of the Madonnas. That one sold. That one sold. And then those 2 sold. Okay. Sarah McLachlan also sold to Leslie. Done. All right. Now, whoop, one more handful in this crate. And this crate had the following. John Cougar, American Fool. Mellencamp, Lonesome Jubilee. Another Lonesome Jubilee. Bobby McFerrin, Beyond Worlds, and Reba McEntire's Greatest Hits. Now I think that's the end of that crate. Yep, that tub's empty, or that crate's empty. So what's left over here? Okay, so tomorrow we still got 3 more to go through. And I still don't have enough for Solarplex, so we still got to count. I'll count what's left back here. And we still got 3 more crates. We went through about 2 or 3 crates tonight. So tomorrow, if you're a CD buyer, come back around 11. If you come back tomorrow around 11, we'll be finishing up those last few crates. And that means we're officially done with those. And we have sold 2 individual stacks here. That's great. And with that being said, I'm going to count these and see how much closer we have to get to his number. He's bought all the leftovers, up to 500 of them. So he's tagging those for a bundle deal. I had 200 left. Well, actually, I had 198 left over last night. I went ahead and added 2 to make it 200 so I could keep it a little bit more round numbers. And as soon as the sale was over last night, as soon as I said goodnight, I put my mic on charge and I started counting them. I started counting them in lots of 30 and then see how many's here. There's probably... Yeah, that's exactly 30. Usually, I kind of know when we've got about 30 in a stack. They're about that tall. That's 30, 60, 90, 120. We might can get 150. We might can get to another 200 here. We're close. After tonight, he's about 4/5 there. So yeah, definitely after we go through tomorrow's, we'll have another 100 or so leftovers for him. So one more night of CDs tomorrow. We'll start around 11, 11:30. I'll start mixing them in. And it's been a great night. We have sold 10 crates of vinyl. And the Aerosmith lights, which you see back there, that's our newest light that's in. We sold some Japanese CDs. We sold the Lemmy figure. And we sold about 60 individual CDs at $7 a piece. And the big winner tonight was vinyl. All kinds of new stuff, pre-orders. Anybody else have anything else? The show is coming to an end. I knew I was going to be here between 1 and 1:30. I have a lot to do. I've got to stay up all the way until I have to go to the bank in the morning. And this place has turned into a mess. We now have 2 new employees basically working within 15 feet of where I normally do these sales. So they've got temporary desk because they don't have anywhere to work. And so I'm going to have to help them clean all that out so they have a little bit better place to work. Yeah. New golden earrings in stock. Are you talking about like the essentials? It's like a golden earrings hits or essentials? I don't think so. I don't think so. Been another fun night. I know some of y'all are going to be here in the morning. And I think I was supposed to look Mark V's for a Randy Newman record. I don't know if Mark's still on. He said there was a Randy Newman possibly in the new John stuff. I think it was in a half-off crate that John Berry got, but I'm going to flip through these just in case he's still got one eye open listening. It's not in that crate. That's got great stuff in it. Let me check the very first crate I condensed. Nope. No Randy Newmans left. No Randy Newmans left. All right. No Randy Newmans left. I think that was in that other bundle he got. But those come through quite often. But John, I think you're talking about like it's like a music on vinyl press, but they're like shrink wrap sealed. And I can order those. And yeah, you got 2 of them, and then I think there was one in the first crate that he got in the bundle, so those are gone. But those come through quite often. All right. Thanks, everybody. Good night. Still got 108 people watching. Some people hanging around, or they're just asleep and have me on, one of the two. But thank y'all, as always, for watching. Greatly appreciate it. I'm in the feed. I'm about to go eat my sandwich of the night, probably turkey breast and Swiss cheese, and here we go. Time to put this one on the charger. Thank you, Bert Jordan. Let's do CDs again tomorrow. We try to buy these and turn them. We got a bunch in the back that we can't even get to anymore. But, yep. Thanks, everybody. Good night. And I'll be here for about the next